Want 5 hours of mind-blowing facts? Zarpado has the ultimate compilation, right here, right now. Modern smartphone screens use Gorilla Glass, a glass submerged in potassium salts at 752 degrees Fahrenheit. Potassium ions compress the internal structure of the glass from within. That compression is what keeps it from breaking easily when it falls to the ground. Roundabouts reduce fatal accidents by 90% compared to traffic light intersections. They physically force drivers to slow down and make a side impact in a T-shape mechanically impossible, which is the deadliest type of crash in cars. The Sumatran rhinoceros is the smallest subspecies in the world, and fewer than 80 individuals remain. It is covered in reddish-brown hair and is the closest living relative of the extinct woolly rhinoceros. Because they live in such dense forests that they cannot see each other, they communicate by bending trees into geometric shapes to leave messages. Instant noodles are curly because the zigzag creates tiny air pockets in the dry block. When you pour boiling water, it penetrates every gap and cooks them in 3 minutes. If they were straight, they would stick together into a block, impossible to cook. In the basement of the Chernobyl reactor, there is a melted mass called the elephant's foot, a mixture of concrete sand and melted nuclear fuel. It is the most lethal object on Earth. When it formed, being in the same room for 300 seconds destroyed cells and guaranteed death. Saffron costs more than gold because each flower produces only 3 tiny red stigmas. To get 1 kilogram, you have to handpick 150,000 flowers in just 2 weeks each year. No machine has managed to replace the precision of human fingers for this job. Your smart TV can spy on you even when turned off. Standby mode keeps the microphone active, waiting for a voice command. Several brands have admitted they record conversations and send them to servers to improve voice recognition. The Shibuya crossing in Tokyo can have up to 3,000 people crossing at once in all directions without colliding. All vehicle lights turn red at the same time, clearing the intersection of cars. Pedestrians can walk diagonally or straight, distributing themselves through pure fluid dynamics. Chronic loneliness causes the same physical damage as smoking 15 cigarettes a day. The stress of prolonged isolation keeps the body in permanent chronic inflammation. The accumulated cellular and heart damage shortens life expectancy in the exact same proportion as tobacco. Professional cameras have magnesium alloy bodies and are deliberately heavy. That extra weight creates inertia that stabilizes the photographer's pulse. It is easier to take sharp photos with a heavy camera because it absorbs natural hand tremors. The pufferfish contains enough poison to kill 30 adult people. Its tetrodotoxin is 1,200 times more lethal than cyanide, and there is no antidote. In Japan, chefs need 3 years of training and a special license to prepare it, and even so, several people die each year. The Parthenon in Athens does not have a single straight line in its entire structure. The Greeks knew the eye distorts large buildings from a distance. They built the columns slightly bulged and leaning inward, creating a deliberately crooked building so the brain perceives it as perfect. Hippos cannot swim despite living 90% of their lives in water. Their bone density is so massive they sink like 3-ton stones. What they do is walk or slow motion hop along the riverbed and push off to breathe. In Japan and South Korea, it is impossible to mute the camera sound on a phone, even in silent mode. Manufacturers make it mandatory by law to prevent discrete photos in crowded subway cars. The triangle on plastic packaging does not mean recyclable. It is a resin identification code where the number from 1 to 7 indicates the type of plastic chemical used. Many numbers like 3 or 7 correspond to plastics that are impossible or extremely expensive to recycle. The honey badger has skin so loose it can twist inside it to bite whatever grabs it. It can also take a bite from a king cobra that would kill a human collapse for a couple of hours, metabolizing the venom, and wake up as if nothing happened. Tilting your head 60 degrees to look at your phone increases the pressure on your cervical vertebrae from 11 to 60 pounds due to lever physics. Over time, this is creating a generation with herniated discs at 25 years old. High heels were invented for men in 10th century Persia. Cavalry soldiers used them because the heel hooked into the stirrup, allowing them to stand at full gallop and shoot a bow without falling off the horse. Tonic water contains quinine, a highly fluorescent compound. If you place a glass of tonic under ultraviolet club light, the liquid will glow with a spectacular radioactive blue tone. Quinine was once used to treat malaria. The Great Buddha of Lashan in China is about 233 feet tall and was carved into a cliff above a river in the 7th century. Monks built it because whirlpools were sinking boats. It worked through pure geology. The tons of debris dumped into the river altered the flow and eliminated the deadly currents. The Himalayan brown bear likely inspired the legend of the Yeti. It has blonde or reddish fur, and due to its hip structure, it can walk upright on 2 legs for long distances, leaving giant human-like footprints in the snow. If a zipper gets stuck, rubbing the tip of a graphite pencil on the jammed teeth is the professional solution. Graphite acts as a solid lubricant, making the zipper slide without damaging the fabric or wetting anything. Pulling hard deforms the metal and ruins it. In China, there are open areas the size of football fields filled with mountains of millions of abandoned bicycles. Rental companies produced tens of millions to crush competitors. When they went bankrupt, no one collected the bikes and cities became clogged. Guide dogs are trained in intelligent disobedience. If a blind owner orders forward, but the dog sees a silent electric car or an open manhole, it will disobey and physically block the owner to save their life. The Galapagos penguin lives right on the equator, where the heat is intense. To avoid overheating, it stands and pants exactly like a dog to release body heat. It is the only penguin species that lives in the tropics. Charger cables are short because of electrical physics. A shorter cable has much less resistance. If the manufacturer gave you a 10-foot cable, the voltage would drop along the way, and your phone would take twice as long to charge. The Pantheon in Rome has a hole about 30 feet wide in the roof, and when it rains, it also rains inside. But it never floods because the Romans built the floor slightly domed and hid 22 invisible drainage holes 2,000 years ago. The armadillo lizard of South Africa puts its tail in its mouth when threatened, forming a perfect ring of impenetrable spikes. Its body is covered in very hard spikes, but its belly is soft, so it turns into an armored donut that predators do not know how to attack. Stress sweat smells much worse than exercise sweat because it activates different glands. When you run, you use eccrine glands that release almost odorless water. With anxiety, apocrine glands in the armpits and groin secrete a milky fluid that bacteria feed on, creating that strong smell. Square waves in the ocean form a grid pattern like a chessboard. If you see them, do not enter the water. Beneath them, chaotic and deadly rip currents form caused by 2 wind systems pushing waves at 90-degree angles. The first SMS in history was sent in 1992 and said Merry Christmas. The interesting part is it was sent from a computer, not a phone, because phones at the time did not have comfortable keyboards for typing. Cherimoya seeds contain annanasin, a powerful neurotoxin. If you swallow one whole, nothing happens because the stomach does not break the shell. But if you chew them before swallowing, the poison enters the bloodstream and can cause brain damage similar to Parkinson's. Frozen vegetables have more nutrients than fresh supermarket ones. A fresh spinach can lose up to 50% of its vitamin C in the truck before reaching your fridge. Frozen ones are processed just 3 hours after being picked. Automatic soap dispensers work with an infrared sensor that constantly fires an invisible beam downward. When you place your hand, your skin interrupts the beam and reflects it. A receiver detects that reflection and activates the pump motor. The upturned tips on airplane wings block an invisible vortex that forms when high-pressure air from below tries to escape above. That simple physical barrier saves airlines millions of gallons of jet fuel every year. Inflatable beach mats are dangerous due to the sail effect. Because they do not sink, they have no friction. A light offshore wind pushes the mat out to sea faster than an Olympic swimmer could return. The key deer in Florida became smaller after the Ice Age due to island dwarfism. An adult is the size of a golden retriever. They are often recorded swimming miles in open ocean, moving between islands in search of fresh water. If humans disappeared, nuclear power plants would fail within a week. They require human operators constantly cooling the reactors. Without intervention, automatic systems would fail, and nuclear meltdowns would occur in hundreds of plants simultaneously. The Qinling brown panda in China exists due to inbreeding and a melanin mutation. They are light and dark brown instead of black and white. At first glance, it looks like someone bleached a panda and it faded. The electric guitar revolutionized music because it uses magnets called pickups that capture the vibration of metal strings and convert it into electricity. It does not need a hollow resonance body, allowing a much more powerful and controllable sound. The silica gel packets in shoeboxes are not poisonous. They are synthetic sand that absorbs moisture. The warning exists only because the whole packet can cause mechanical choking if a child swallows it. In Sierra Nevada and Granada in April, you can ski at about 9,800 feet and within 45 minutes by car be swimming in the Mediterranean at 77 degrees Fahrenheit. It is one of the few places in the world with that thermal contrast in a single day. Macadamia is the hardest nut on earth. You could drive a car over it and it would not break. Industrial machinery is needed to open it. Industries use them as high-performance abrasives and toxin filters. On Venus, the atmospheric pressure is equivalent to being about 2,950 feet under Earth's ocean. Walking there would feel like moving inside a dense, hot fluid, making every movement extremely heavy and slow. The bearded vulture feeds almost exclusively on bones, up to 90% of its diet. If a bone is too large, it grabs it, flies high, and drops it onto rocks to break it into pieces it can swallow. The Atlas lion had a massive black mane down to its belly and was the largest subspecies in the world. Officially extinct since 1942, it was discovered that a few dozen survived in captivity, kept secretly by the Moroccan royal family. Elephants panic at bees because they attack the inside of their trunk filled with extremely sensitive nerve endings. Today, African farmers surround crops with beehives connected by ropes. If an elephant touches the rope, the bees come out and it flees. Gibraltar Airport is the only one where planes and cars share space. The runway crosses the main road. There are traffic lights and barriers. When a plane lands, the road closes, and when it passes, cars cross the runway. The B-2 Spirit bomber, worth $2 billion, fears rain. Its radar invisibility depends on a special coating that absorbs waves. Heavy rain alters that coating and makes it visible so it stays in climate-controlled hangars. The mammalian diving reflex activates when you submerge your face in cold water. Your heart rate drops between 10 and 25%, and blood shifts from the limbs to the brain. We share this instinct with whales and seals, and it even activates when you wash your face. The tahina palm in Madagascar grows for 50 to 80 years normally. One day it spends all its energy in an explosion of hundreds of flowers. The bloom drains so many nutrients that once the seeds fall, the tree dies from total exhaustion. Llamas are used as bodyguards for sheep against foxes and coyotes. They do not flee predators, they stand still, staring them in the eyes, scream and chase them to trample them. Sheep accept them as their own due to their similar appearance. Crocodiles cannot stick out their tongue. It is attached to the roof of the mouth with a membrane to prevent drowning when they hunt underwater with their mouths open. They can open their jaws fully, but the tongue always stays still. The Great Red Spot of Jupiter is a storm 3 times larger than Earth that has been active for at least 300 years. It is shrinking a century ago. 3 Earths could fit inside it, and now only 1 can. One day it may disappear. On escalators, the handrail moves slightly faster than the steps. It is a safety trick that subtly leans you forward, preventing you from falling backward and causing a domino effect on others. The first jigsaw puzzle was created in 1760 when a cartographer glued a map of Europe onto wood and cut along the borders with a saw. It was not a toy, but a tool for children to learn geography by fitting countries together. The king cobra is named that way because it eats only other snakes, including pythons and venomous cobras. Its scientific name means snake eater. It is the only snake that builds a nest with leaves to protect its eggs. Your bones have an internal structure called trabecular bone that mimics the Eiffel Tower. This framework makes them extremely light for movement, but strong enough to withstand pressures that would crush concrete. The Pyramid of Giza does not have 4 faces, but 8. Each main face is slightly concave, divided by a nearly invisible indentation from the ground, only visible from the air with equinox light. No one fully explains this precision. There is a parasite that infects snails and swells inside their antennae, pulsing with bright neon colors. It also forces the snail, which hates light, to climb to the top of leaves in broad daylight. So birds eat it, and the parasite completes its cycle. Kitchen towels have more bacteria than a toilet. A study found E. coli in 89% of those tested. They are always damp, used for everything, and almost never washed enough. Wolves howl at different frequencies and constantly change pitch, so a pack of 5 sounds like 20. It is pure psychological warfare to intimidate enemies and protect territory without fighting. The largest winery in the world in Moldova has more than 124 miles of underground tunnels. Employees move by car or bicycle inside following real traffic signs to avoid getting lost among millions of bottles. If the sun went out, we would not know until 8 minutes later. In 24 hours, the temperature would drop to 1 degree Fahrenheit, in a week to -99, and in a year to -400 degrees Fahrenheit. The oceans would freeze completely. CAPTCHA does not analyze your click when you check "I am not a robot." It examines your mouse movement in the second before. A robot draws perfectly straight lines. Humans have micro tremors in the hand, or our biological signature. Laser printers secretly print invisible yellow dots on every page with the printer serial number and the exact print date. It is a code used by the FBI to track counterfeiters and document leakers. Parrotfish sleep each night inside a bubble of their own mucus that surrounds their entire body. This hides their scent from nocturnal predators like eels and prevents marine parasites from attaching to their skin. Your brain actively hides the sound of your heart by classifying it as useless background noise. If it did not censor it, the constant pounding inside your chest would drive you insane. You only perceive it when you pay close attention or exercise. Deodorant and antiperspirant are opposite products. Deodorant only adds fragrance and alcohol to mask odor. Antiperspirant contains aluminum salts that, when in contact with sweat, form a solid gel that physically seals pores. Pilots and co-pilots eat different meals during a flight to avoid both getting food poisoning at the same time. This measure arose after an incident in 1975 where 197 passengers of Japan Airlines got sick from contaminated omelets. Golden blood is found in only about 40 people on Earth. They lack all Rh antigens and are perfect universal donors. But if they need blood, they can only receive it from those other 39 people around the world. LED bulbs could last 50,000 hours, but manufacturers add components that fail at 10,000. If they made eternal bulbs, they would go bankrupt because no one would buy replacements. It is called planned obsolescence. Trailers brake by themselves through inertia. When you press the car brake, the forward push of the trailer presses a piston that automatically activates the trailer brakes without electronic systems. Palm oil is in 50% of supermarket products under more than 200 different names on labels. To grow it, tropical forests are massively deforested, destroying orangutan habitats. A hypnic jerk is that falling spasm right as you fall asleep. It happens when your breathing and heart rate drop so fast that the brain thinks you are dying and sends an electric shock to wake you up. Muscle memory literally exists. When you train, your fibers gain new cellular nuclei that do not disappear when you stop exercising. When you return months later, you regain your shape 3 times faster because the infrastructure is already built. Snake Island in Brazil has between 1 and 5 golden lancehead snakes per square yard. Their venom can melt human flesh. The government bans access to any civilian. The Diomede Islands are separated by only 2.4 miles, but the international date line runs between them. The Russian island is 21 hours ahead of the American one. They are called Tomorrow Island and Yesterday Island. All supermarket bananas are identical genetic clones of the Cavendish variety reproduced by cuttings. If a fungus kills one, it kills them all. This already happened in the 1950s with the previous variety, and it is happening again. The human eye is equivalent to 576 megapixels, but we only see sharply in a tiny central point. The brain fills in the rest of the image and gives us the illusion that everything is in focus. The border in Barle-Hertog between Belgium and the Netherlands runs through the middle of houses, bars, and beds. You can cook in Belgium while your partner watches TV in the Netherlands inside the same home. The Shanai Timpishka River in the Peruvian Amazon reaches 201 degrees Fahrenheit with no active volcano nearby. If an animal falls into the water, its eyes cook in seconds and it dies boiled from the inside before it can escape. When you lose 22 pounds of fat, you exhale about 18.5 pounds through your mouth as carbon dioxide, and the rest is eliminated as water. Fat does not turn into energy or muscle. It oxidizes and literally disappears into the air you breathe. The best sushi is never fresh that day. Japanese masters let fish mature in special refrigerators for days or weeks. Enzymes break down proteins, making the meat soft like butter and boosting umami flavor. Norway's sovereign wealth fund is so enormous that divided among all citizens, including babies, each person would be a millionaire. By law, the government can only spend the interest, not the oil capital. Solitary confinement cells in maximum security prisons are painted Baker Miller pink. Science showed that looking at this color reduces heart rate and drains muscular strength. An inmate loses physical ability to fight after 15 minutes. White rice is simply brown rice that has had the bran and germ polished off. This is done so it lasts longer without going rancid, but it loses most of its fiber and vitamins. Blue roses do not exist in nature because they lack the gene for blue pigment. Florists cut white roses and place their stems in water with dye. The flower absorbs the coloring and changes color, but if you plant it, it will grow back white. The Ta Prohm Temple in Angkor was not restored on purpose. The roots of massive strangler fig trees have grown over the stone roofs, spilling through doorways like solid wood octopus tentacles. The Komodo dragon has a secret armor of thousands of tiny bones called osteoderms under its skin. They only form in adulthood and act like biological chainmail, protecting against bites from other dragons. The alpine black salamander can have pregnancies lasting up to 4 years because extreme cold stops embryo development in winter. The first to hatch inside the mother feed on unfertilized eggs. Your car steering wheel is coated with polyurethane, whose density absorbs the exact vibration frequency of the engine. If it were hard plastic or metal, the micro vibration would numb your hands in 30 minutes of driving. Jet skis turn by shooting the water jets sideways, not with a fin. If you release the throttle when you see an obstacle, there is no jet and the handlebars do nothing. The craft continues straight by inertia and crashes. Your seatbelt has a mini explosive called a pretensioner. In a crash, before your body moves, a sensor detonates it to yank the belt backward violently and pin you to the seat in milliseconds. The Australian kookaburra sounds like human laughter, but it is an aggressive territorial threat. Andorra has 2 heads of state who are always the Bishop of Urgell and the President of France. Any French president is automatically Prince of Andorra by law, ruling over a country of which they are not a citizen. The Lærdal Tunnel in Norway is about 15 miles long. To prevent drivers from falling asleep, they built 3 caverns lit with blue and yellow lights that simulate a sunrise and reset brain attention. The Australian dingo cannot bark. It communicates with howls and sneeze-like sounds. Its wrist can rotate, and its neck has double articulation, allowing it to open doors and climb trees like a feline. Vulture stomach acid has a pH close to 0, almost like battery acid. They can eat meat with anthrax or cholera without getting sick. They function as ecological incinerators that stop deadly epidemics for other animals. Fitting room mirrors are tilted a few degrees backward on purpose. This visually lengthens your legs and makes you look slimmer. They also use warm frontal lighting to soften shadows and make you buy more. Revolving doors act as airlocks that remain closed even when you enter. They prevent air conditioning or heating from escaping, suddenly saving thousands of dollars in electricity each year in skyscrapers. The red traffic light was chosen by physics, not psychology. It has the longest wavelength in the visible spectrum, meaning it passes through fog, rain, and dust better than any other color without scattering. Dashed highway lines seem to measure about 1.5 feet at 75 miles per hour. It is a speed illusion. If you walk along the shoulder, you will find each line is nearly 10 feet long, about the size of a small car. The Statue of Liberty is walking. Its right foot is lifted in the air, taking a step, breaking iron chains that symbolize escape from slavery. This is only visible in aerial images of the base. Salt was the refrigerator of ancient times. Covering meat with salt extracts water from bacteria, killing them by dehydration. It was so valuable it was used as payment, which is where the word salary comes from. Smoke detectors contain americium-241, a radioactive element that ionizes air, creating a constant electric current. When smoke interrupts that current, the circuit detects the drop and triggers the alarm. Shrimp have their heart in their head. The heart, gills, and most vital activity are concentrated in the cephalothorax, just behind what we would consider their face, protected by the shell. Zebras have unique stripes like fingerprints. The mother isolates the newborn for several days to force it to memorize her pattern. Without this process, the baby would not find her in the herd and would starve. Thousands of planes fly across Europe completely empty each year. Airlines must operate at least 80% of their flights to keep landing slots. It is cheaper to burn fuel flying empty than lose their position. Radiators are white but would be more efficient if they were black. Their columns create a chimney effect, pulling cold air from the floor, heating it between the plates, and sending it to the ceiling, creating an invisible convection current. Tomatoes have thousands more genes than humans to adapt to climate changes and insect attacks without being able to move. Being genetically complex does not equal being intelligent. The serval has the highest hunting success rate in the savanna, about 60% compared to 20% for lions. Its huge ears can hear a mouse heartbeat about 3 feet underground. They jump about 10 feet vertically to catch birds in flight. The synovial fluid in your knees is the most efficient lubricant that exists, surpassing any synthetic oil made by humans. Under pressure, it becomes thicker to separate bones. When you stop moving, it becomes fluid to nourish cartilage. In supermarkets, expensive products are placed at about 5 feet 3 inches high, the average adult eye level. If you look lower or higher, you will find cheaper brands. Your visual comfort zone is where they make the most profit. The spleen works as an emergency blood bank. It stores a reserve of purified red blood cells. If you suffer a severe injury, it contracts and releases that reserve into the bloodstream, giving you vital minutes of oxygen. Wagyu meat is so tender because its fat melts at room temperature. It has a composition similar to olive oil. If you place a piece on your tongue, the fat melts from the heat of your mouth at 98 degrees Fahrenheit. Tower Bridge in London looks like a medieval castle, but inside it is pure Victorian steel. It was covered with granite and Portland stone only so it would match the nearby Tower of London. It is a luxury disguise. Your ears and nose never stop growing. Unlike bones that stop at maturity, they are made of cartilage that keeps growing. Gravity also stretches tissues over time, which is why older people have larger ones. The largest tire manufacturer in the world is not Michelin, but Lego. They produce more than 300 million small rubber tires each year for toy cars, surpassing the combined production of real tire brands. Vending machines kill more people than sharks statistically. People shake them to make food fall, and the tons of weight collapse onto them. Sharks are not aggressive toward humans. If we breathe 100% oxygen, we would die in days. Pure oxygen is toxic, destroys lungs, and causes seizures. Our air is 21% oxygen and 78% nitrogen. We need nitrogen to dilute oxygen. Spacesuits cost about $12 million each. They have 14 layers of different materials with life support systems and radiation protection. Only 18 were made for the entire space shuttle program. A garbage truck costs about $300,000 because it is a mobile processing plant with a hydraulic press powerful enough to compact a full small car inside. The Amazon River has not a single bridge because it changes size so much with rainfall that the muddy ground constantly shifts. No structure would withstand such movement without collapsing in a few months. Hippos mark territory by spreading their feces over more than 33 feet by spinning their small tail at high speed like a fan while defecating. It is their way of declaring that part of the river theirs. Euro coins have different faces depending on the country that minted them. A German one has an eagle, a Spanish one, the king an Italian one, Dante. You can travel across Europe just by looking at coins in your pocket. The pratfall effect says that if you are a competent person, making a small mistake like tripping or staining your shirt increases your attractiveness and likability. Perfection intimidates and creates distance. Small clumsiness reveals vulnerability and builds trust. Plastic bags were invented in Sweden in the 1960s to save trees. The inventor thought a strong reusable bag used 1,000 times would prevent massive deforestation from paper use. The problem was we started throwing them away after a single use. Cilantro tastes like soap to some people due to a gene. Those who hate it have a genetic variant that detects cilantro aldehydes, the same compounds used in soaps and perfumes. For them, eating cilantro is literally like eating a piece of soap. The Golden Gate Bridge was never meant to be reddish-orange. The Navy demanded black and yellow stripes as a hazard signal. The orange was just cheap anti-rust primer paint. The architect thought it contrasted so well with fog and the blue sea that he fought to keep it. The partridge has eyes so far back on its head that it can see behind itself without turning its neck, even while its beak is in the ground searching for worms. Its brain is literally arranged to make space for its huge eye sockets. The differential is the part that allows cars to turn. Without it, both wheels would spin the same in curves, and the car would skid or break the axle. The outer wheel needs to travel more distance than the inner one, and the differential allows it. Boats use a red light on the left and green on the right. If at night you see a red light, the other boat has right-of-way and you must slow down. It is a visual system that prevents collisions in total darkness. Lids of takeaway coffee cups can be used as coasters. If you remove it and place it upside down on the table, the base of the cup fits perfectly into its grooves, catching drips that run down the cardboard. Pistachios used to be dyed red to hide stains and cracks from manual harvesting. Today, the process is so clean and technological that they no longer need to hide the natural look of the nut. White holes are the theoretical opposite of black holes. They would be regions of space where nothing can enter and that expel matter and energy at incredible speed, like the universe throwing content outward. American bison run directly into snowstorms instead of fleeing. By going against them, they pass through much faster and suffer for less time. Cows run away and the storm follows them longer. The main rotor of many helicopters is held by a single massive central nut. In military slang, it is called the Jesus nut, because if it fails in flight, the blades detach and the only thing left is to pray. A boiled egg can explode in your mouth if you reheat it, peeled in the microwave. The inside builds high-pressure steam, and when you bite it, can release suddenly, making the egg literally explode. The tarsier has ankle bones so elongated they act like pistons. An animal the size of an apple can jump more than 16 feet between trees in complete silence. The smell of old people comes from a molecule called 2-non-enol that is not water-soluble. After 40, the skin starts secreting it due to fatty acid breakdown. No matter how many showers you take, the smell returns in minutes. Crocodiles can gallop like horses. Species like the Australian freshwater crocodile lift themselves on all four legs and run at almost 12 miles per hour chasing prey or escaping danger. The Andean cock of the rock has a mating ritual where dozens of orange males clear a forest patch and perform frantic choreographies, jumping and snapping their beaks while the female watches from a branch like a talent show judge. The big myth of fresh vegetables is that spinach can lose half its vitamins in the truck. Frozen ones are processed 3 hours after harvest using individual quick freezing, preserving more nutrients biologically. The mongoose has genetically mutated its nerve receptors. If a cobra bites it and injects lethal neurotoxin, the venom literally bounces off its cells with no effect, as if the snake injected water. The fossa of Madagascar looks like a small puma, but is actually a giant mongoose with reversible ankles that climbs down trees headfirst to hunt lemurs. All fossas in a forest mate on the same branch of the same tree year after year. A 2-stroke leaf blower without filters emits in 30 minutes the same amount of toxic gases as driving a van from Texas to Alaska, more than 3,700 miles. It is an environmental disaster shaped like a garden tool. Artificial intelligence suffers catastrophic forgetting. If you train an AI to be the best at chess and then train it to play checkers, the new data overwrites the previous. As soon as it learns checkers, it completely forgets how to play chess. The cost of building a cruise ship like Icon of the Seas is around $2 billion. The process takes 3 years with more than 3,000 workers, 24 hours a day. Polydactyly, being born with more than 5 fingers, is a genetically dominant trait. The fascinating part is the brain creates neural connections to control the extra finger independently, as if it were completely normal. The bat Noctilio leperinus fishes, using echolocation to detect ripples made by fish touching the surface. With disproportionately long curved hind claws, it catches up to 30 fish per night while flying low. Monaco fits entirely inside New York Central Park with space left over. It is the second smallest country in the world, but the most densely populated with millionaires. To live there, you must deposit at least about $550,000 in a local bank. Mount Tide casts at sunrise and sunset the largest shadow in the world over the sea. Although the volcano is not a perfect geometric shape, the shadow over the Atlantic forms a perfect triangle due to atmospheric perspective. Baking soda removes odors by chemical reaction, not perfume. Most bad smells are acids. Baking soda is a base that, when it contacts those acids, neutralizes them and turns them into odorless salts. The Mandela effect is when large groups remember something differently from how it happened. Many people swear Mickey Mouse wears suspenders, or that the Monopoly man has a monocle, but they never have. The brain fills gaps with logical stereotypes. Crosswalks began to be painted in the 1950s in the United Kingdom, after a study showed that white stripes on dark asphalt were the pattern drivers detected best from a distance. The first was installed in 1951. The most expensive coffee is picked by hand because machines strip all cherries green and red. Green ones are acidic and bitter. Selective hand-picking ensures only perfectly ripe red cherries reach your cup. In Tokyo, there are oshiya, or people pushers, in the subway. The metro is the most punctual in the world, measured in seconds. If a door does not close on time, the whole line is delayed. Pushers ensure the train departs in exactly 30 seconds. Tactile paving on sidewalks uses raised patterns. Lines indicate a clear path, and circles warn of immediate danger, like a crossing or step. They allow blind people to read the ground with their feet or a cane. The Arc de Triomphe in Paris is not empty inside. It houses a 3-story museum and passages to the top. After the First World War, a French pilot flew his biplane through the arch opening to celebrate the end of the conflict. Dogs have 18 muscles in each ear, allowing them to move them independently. This lets them locate the exact source of a sound in less than 0.06 seconds, acting like directional satellite dishes. In shopping malls, escalators never align directly up and down. They force you to walk around through store corridors to reach the next section, maximizing the time you spend looking at displays. Your taste buds regenerate every 2 weeks. With age, the process slows and the number decreases. That is why children find bitter flavors like coffee unbearable, while adults learn to enjoy them. The boxfish has a hexagonal bone structure so rigid and aerodynamic that it inspired Mercedes-Benz concept car designs. Its shape minimizes energy use while swimming even in very turbulent currents. The Kilometer Zero plaque in Puerta del Sol in Madrid does not mark the geographic center of Spain, but the origin of the 6 radial national roads. It is the most stepped-on spot in the city and must be replaced every few years due to bronze wear. The hatch on the roof of elevators is locked from the outside. It is not for escaping if you get trapped, but for firefighters to enter from above to rescue you. Trying to push it from inside is impossible. In the entire city of Paris, there is only one stop sign near a dock. The rest of traffic follows the priority to the right rule. It is a city where traffic flows or jams without ever fully stopping. La Rinconada in the Peruvian Andes at more than 16,700 feet is the highest city on the planet. There is 50% less oxygen. Residents develop larger lungs and thicker blood. They live there due to a gold rush. Induction cooktops do not heat the glass. A copper coil generates an electromagnetic field that makes electrons in the pan vibrate, producing heat by molecular friction. If you place your hand on the active surface, you do not burn, but the pan heats up. Elevator mirrors were not installed for grooming, but for psychology. In early skyscrapers, people complained about slow elevators. Instead of more expensive motors, they installed mirrors. The user gets distracted looking at themselves and the ride feels shorter. Tennis balls have fuzz to create aerodynamic drag. The felt traps a layer of air that slows the ball in flight, allowing powerful hits without going out of bounds. It also enables spin effects like topspin. The white trails left by planes are not smoke, but artificial clouds. The engine expels hot, moist air that, when it hits temperatures around -58 degrees Fahrenheit at altitude, freezes instantly into ice crystals. Crickets have ears on their front legs just below the knees. They are membranes that function like eardrums. Being on the legs lets them triangulate sound by moving their limbs. A thermos works with 2 bottles, one inside the other, with a vacuum between them. Since heat needs a physical medium to travel, the vacuum prevents the heat of the coffee from escaping or outside heat from entering, keeping temperature for hours. Printer ink is one of the most expensive liquids on the planet per gallon, more expensive than oil, human blood, and even luxury perfumes. That is why more contracts and invoices are becoming digital. Humpback whales travel thousands of miles in almost perfectly straight lines with less than 1 degree of deviation. It is believed they map the seafloor using low-frequency songs that bounce off underwater mountains, navigating in total darkness. Mushrooms are closer to animals than plants. They do not photosynthesize, their cell walls are made of chitin, like insects, and they feed on external organic matter. A mushroom has more in common with you than with a tree. The clicking sound of car turn signals is artificial. It used to be made by a real metal part. Today, cars use silent electronics but record the sound and play it through speakers because drivers need it as confirmation. There are more than 100 million pieces of debris orbiting Earth. A paint chip the size of a fingernail travels at about 17,400 miles per hour. At that speed, it has the impact of a cannonball and can pierce a space station hull. Donkeys have a social memory that lets them recognize places and other donkeys they have not seen in 25 years. When they refuse to move, it is not stubbornness, but their survival instinct assessing the terrain, and if they detect danger, they stop until they feel safe. France receives more than 89 million tourists per year, making it the most visited country in the world. Its secret is not only Paris, but transit tourism. Being in the center of Europe, it captures millions traveling between other countries. The faces you see in your dreams are real. Your brain cannot invent new faces while you sleep. Every person that appears is someone you have seen in real life, even for a second on the subway 10 years ago. The Baader-Meinhof phenomenon happens when you learn something new and suddenly start seeing it everywhere. It is not that there is more of it, but your brain now prioritizes that information and detects it in the environment when before it ignored it. 15% of the population no longer has the palmaris longus muscle in the wrist. It is a muscle our ancestors used to climb trees and now serves no purpose. To check, press your thumb to your pinky while flexing your wrist. Airplanes have a horn, but it is only used on the ground. It emits a sharp sound to get the attention of mechanics when engine noise makes radio communication difficult. It is never used in flight. Rainbow mountains like Vinicunca in Peru and Zhangjiadangxia in China show bands of color from sedimentary geology over millions of years. Red comes from iron oxide, hematite, yellow from limonite, and green from silicates. A person spends between 12 days and 6 months of their entire life sitting in a car waiting for traffic lights to turn green. Time that combined could allow learning any language from scratch. The Milan Cathedral has more statues than any other building in the world. Exactly 3,400 statues, 135 gargoyles, and 700 figures. Among saints and martyrs, there is one that suspiciously resembles the Statue of Liberty and predates it. Crabs can voluntarily shed a claw if a predator grabs them. They use a specialized muscle that seals the wound instantly to prevent bleeding. The lost limb regenerates in the next molt. Scorpions can survive radiation that would kill any human thanks to cellular repair mechanisms refined over millions of years of evolution. Their resistance far exceeds most living beings on the planet. Snoozing your alarm 5 minutes harms your brain. When you close your eyes again, you try to restart a 90-minute sleep cycle. Interrupting it abruptly causes sleep inertia, leaving you more exhausted than if you had gotten up immediately. The strawberry leopard exists due to a very rare genetic mutation called erythrism that removes black pigment and replaces it with red. The result is a wild leopard with pale salmon or pastel pink fur and red spots. The black line on the edge of side mirrors indicates the mirror is aspheric. Beyond that line, the glass curves outward, giving a wider field of view and almost eliminating the dangerous blind spot when changing lanes. The stonefish is the most venomous fish in the world and can survive 24 hours out of water by absorbing oxygen through its skin. Its camouflage is identical to a rock with algae waiting in the sand for someone to step on it barefoot. Mint does not lower the temperature of your mouth. Menthol binds directly to cold receptors on your tongue, tricking nerves into thinking there is ice in your mouth even if it is 90 degrees Fahrenheit. Horse sweat is white and looks like soap foam. They produce a protein called lathyrin that acts like a detergent, reducing surface tension of water and creating foam that penetrates thick fur, cooling them faster. Rear spoilers on streetcars use more fuel. They work opposite to airplane wings, trapping air to push the car against the road. On highways, they create so much drag that they slow the car and increase fuel consumption. Big Ben is adjusted with penny coins. If the clock gains or loses a second clock, makers add or remove old coins on the pendulum to slightly change its center of gravity and correct the time. The binturong smells like movie theater popcorn. Its urine contains a chemical compound called 2AP, exactly the same molecule released when corn kernels are popped. If you get close, it literally smells like hot buttered popcorn. The ceiling handles in cars were not invented for holding during turns. Their original design is a support point so elderly people, pregnant individuals, or those with reduced mobility can pull their weight to get in or out of the seat. Never store raw potatoes in the fridge. Cold converts starches into simple sugars. When you fry them later, those sugars combine with amino acids and create acrylamide, a substance classified as highly carcinogenic. In the year 2012, the Curiosity rover landed on Mars with the mission of discovering whether conditions for life ever existed on the red planet. This vehicle, about the size of a car, is equipped with a laser that analyzes rocks, high-resolution cameras, and atmospheric sensors. Since then, it has traveled miles across the Martian surface, sending data that has changed our understanding of the planet. In Hamburg, Germany, there is a floating McDonald's where you can place your order directly from a kayak. You cannot order through a speaker or by using your phone. Communication is completely direct and personal. This unusual idea combines fast food with life on the water, creating a unique and unexpected experience for customers looking for something different. Dragonflies have extraordinary flying abilities that make them one of the most fascinating creatures in the animal kingdom. In addition to flying forward at high speed, they have the unique ability to fly backward, something almost no other insect can do. They also have nearly 360-degree vision, allowing them to detect prey and avoid predators with impressive efficiency. In 1960, a well-known tire brand introduced a surprising idea: glowing tires made from a transparent material dyed in neon colors. They lit up while the car moved, and the idea seemed futuristic, but it did not work. Drivers of other cars became so distracted that accidents increased, and although the project was abandoned, they remain an icon of retro aesthetics. In Tokyo, a cafe is revolutionizing customer service, with robot waiters remotely controlled by people with disabilities. This teleoperation allows workers with limited mobility to serve tables from anywhere, integrating technology and accessibility. Robotics becomes an inclusive tool that opens job opportunities for those facing physical barriers. Bats are fascinating animals, especially for their ability of echolocation, a mechanism they use to navigate in the dark. By emitting high-frequency sounds, they can detect objects and prey by interpreting echoes. Most surprising is that to avoid damage to their ears, they can close their auditory muscles just before emitting a sound, a mechanism so precise that it allows them to hear echoes without harm. In Cappadocia, Turkey, nature carved unique rock formations called fairy chimneys. These towers of volcanic stone, shaped by wind and water over thousands of years, look like they came from a fantasy landscape. Many have been used as homes, churches, and shelters over the centuries, thanks to their interiors being cool in summer and warm in winter. Nike created sneakers that can be put on without using your hands. They have a self-adjusting system activated by pressing the heel, making them ideal for people with reduced mobility or for those seeking instant comfort. Technology and fashion combine to create functional, modern, and truly surprising footwear. Each year, the world wastes about 1 billion metric tons of food. Households are the main contributors to this loss, followed by restaurants and large stores. Waste not only creates a negative economic impact, but also contributes to environmental damage by wasting natural resources and energy. In Vietnam, there is a unique drink called egg coffee. It is made by mixing egg yolks with condensed milk, sugar, and strong coffee, creating a thick texture and a unique creamy flavor. It is especially popular in Hanoi, and its origin dates back to a shortage of milk during the war, when Vietnamese people began using eggs as a substitute. The largest Nerf gun in the world measures almost 13 feet, weighs over 198 pounds, and can launch darts at 50 miles per hour. Its projectiles are made of PVC and foam, so they are safe but very powerful. Seeing this machine in action is impressive and shows that toys can surprise with sizes never seen before. A Japanese artist works exclusively with ice. Using precision tools and a lot of patience, he carves frozen blocks into detailed figures that seem alive: dragons, flowers, or temples. Each sculpture is temporary, but that is part of its charm, knowing that what you see today will disappear in a few hours. A combination of technique, delicacy, and fleeting beauty. In Bangladesh, an innovative project launched in 2025 created a floating library on the Brahmaputra River to bring books to flooded villages. The library travels along the river, teaching more than 2,000 children in isolated areas during floods. This initiative offers educational books and promotes learning, fighting illiteracy in communities disconnected from the education system. Chocolate is delicious for humans, but for dogs it can be deadly. The key is theobromine, an alkaloid present in chocolate similar to caffeine. For humans, it acts as a stimulant, but for dogs it can be toxic, causing everything from vomiting to seizures and even death. If you ever thought about giving chocolate to your dog, think twice. In Southern Australia, there is a drink that has outsold Coca-Cola Farmers Union iced coffee. This milk-based iced coffee has reached such a level of popularity that it is considered the most consumed non-carbonated beverage in the region. Nowhere else in the world does a non-carbonated drink outsell a giant like Coca-Cola. Imagine relaxing in a rocking chair that also knits a hat right on your head as you move. That is the idea behind Rocking Knit, a chair with gears activated by the rocking motion that control a knitting machine. Each movement advances the fabric, creating a unique garment in real time. A perfect combination of relaxation and creativity. In Rome, an innovative system was implemented to promote recycling. People can exchange used plastic bottles for metro tickets. This initiative collected 1,800,000 bottles in just 3 months, helping reduce pollution. In addition to cleaning the city, it encourages public transportation, creating a positive cycle. Félichette, the first cat to travel to space, was launched by France in 1963 as part of a space experiment. During her brief trip, her brain waves and vital signs were measured to study how space travel affected living beings. Fortunately, the cat survived the return to Earth, and her contribution is remembered as a key step in space exploration. Tony Boo is the most decorated trial rider of all time with 34 world titles. His control over the motorcycle is so precise that he can climb rocks, jump impossible obstacles, and maintain balance on minimal surfaces, all without putting his feet down. His technique combines strength, coordination, and almost surgical precision. He does not just ride, he creates art on 2 wheels. Walt Disney observed that visitors walked an average of 30 steps before throwing away their trash, and came up with a simple but effective solution, placing trash cans no more than 30 steps apart throughout the park. This strategy not only improved cleanliness, but also showed Disney's commitment to attention to detail. His small-scale approach had a huge impact. The habit of hanging mushrooms on tree branches to dry them, which helps preserve them during winter. By drying the mushrooms, they prevent bacteria and larvae from reaching their food supplies, ensuring their reserves remain in good condition. An incredible example of how animals can be very resourceful in survival. In the 2025 World Boxing Championship, gloves equipped with sensors were used to measure the strength and speed of each punch. These gloves transmit data in real time to coaches, allowing strategy adjustments and reducing the risk of injuries. The implementation of this technology improves boxer performance and provides greater safety by monitoring impact. Honda has developed a system called Riding Assist that allows a motorcycle to stay upright and balanced on its own, even without a rider. Thanks to sensors and automatic controls, the bike constantly adjusts its balance, preventing accidental falls. This not only improves safety, but also reduces rider fatigue, a technological advance that redefines the riding experience. In Indonesia, there is a lake called Paisupo, considered one of the clearest bodies of water on the planet. From the surface, you can clearly see all the way to the bottom, as if looking through glass. Its water comes from underground sources that filter impurities, contributing to its astonishing transparency, a true natural mirror. The Liberty model, created by the company PAL 5, has received official approval in Europe. This hybrid vehicle works both on the road and in the air, combining the functions of a car with those of a helicopter. a certification that opens the door to a new concept of personal mobility. Seals, sea lions, and walruses are marine mammals, very different in appearance, but they are actually close relatives of bears. They all share a common ancestor that lived more than 50 million years ago, a land mammal that adapted over time to life in the water. These animals, known as pinnipeds, have retained some characteristics of their terrestrial ancestors. In Japan, there is a special place for cats, capsule hotels, where pets can rest in beds and enjoy playtime while their owners are traveling. A luxury for felines that shows how Japanese culture cares even about the smallest details of animal welfare. The Siberian husky can withstand temperatures down to -40 degrees Fahrenheit thanks to its double coat of fur. Its physical structure is designed for extreme climates, conserving energy and heat even in freezing conditions. They are ideal companions in cold regions and have historically been used to pull sleds in extreme conditions. In the world's strongest men competition, one of the toughest challenges is the Conan wheel. Athletes must carry a steel axle weighing 440 pounds and walk with it in circles for as long as possible. There are no tricks, only brute strength, endurance, and focus. Each step is a titanic effort that tests muscles and mind. When Queen Elizabeth II visited the set of Game of Thrones, she stood in front of the famous Iron Throne. But despite the invitation, she did not sit. Members of British royalty cannot occupy thrones that are not official. Even a fictional one is off limits. A curious moment that mixed reality with fantasy without breaking any rules. There are apps that use artificial intelligence to detect your mood by analyzing patterns in your writing, voice, and the way you interact with the screen. They can analyze your typing speed, the tone of your voice, or the emotions reflected in your words to offer an accurate assessment of your emotional state. Some even suggest changes in your digital environment to improve your well-being. In Ankara, Turkey, garbage collection workers created a library that houses more than 6,000 books that had been discarded by people. This project emerged as an initiative to give books a second life and promote reading in the community. The library, built with recycled materials, has shown how forgotten resources can be reused to benefit society. King Fahd International Airport in Saudi Arabia is the largest airport in the world in terms of area, with an extension of about 301 square miles. It is larger than many small countries, although it is not the busiest, as that title belongs to Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta Airport, a true giant of aviation. In Madagascar, a chameleon discovered in 2025 has the ability to change color in just 3 seconds, an adaptation it uses to blend into its surroundings and avoid predators. This chameleon is the fastest of its kind, and its camouflage ability has inspired the design of smart fabrics that can change color depending on environmental conditions. Chess boxing is a hybrid sport where competitors alternate rounds of chess with rounds of boxing. It requires both mental strategy and physical endurance, and you can win by checkmate or knockout. This strange and fascinating mix tests the body and mind in a unique way, combining two completely opposite disciplines. The Lopafit is an electric bicycle with a treadmill. Instead of pedaling, you walk on a belt that activates the motor, like walking effortlessly while moving at bike speed. It was invented in the Netherlands and combines light exercise with eco-friendly transport, a unique experience on wheels. In Japan, a robot capable of performing surgeries precisely and autonomously has been developed. The robot uses artificial intelligence to analyze images in real time and make incisions with millimeter precision. Its main advantage is the ability to operate in small spaces and in highly complex situations, opening new possibilities for minimally invasive surgery. Unlike most cats that tend to avoid water, the Turkish van cat has a water-resistant coat that allows it to enjoy swimming without problems. In the wild, these cats have been known for their aquatic abilities, swimming in lakes and rivers in search of fish or simply for entertainment. This ability gives them a distinctive touch among felines. The new bike bicycle is innovative and has no chain, allowing vertical pedaling. This design eliminates the need for a traditional chain, reducing maintenance and improving pedaling efficiency. In addition, the vertical orientation allows more muscle groups to be engaged. With an approximate price of $3,000, it represents an advance in bicycle design. The movement of pawns in chess that allows them to advance 2 squares at the start was not always part of the game. This rule was first introduced in the year 1280 in Spain, allowing games to become more dynamic and faster. Before that, pawns could only move one square at a time. This innovation changed the strategy and pace of the game. In China, cafes where robot baristas prepare and serve coffee with millimeter precision use advanced sensors and mechanical arms. These robots not only speed up the preparation process, but also ensure consistency and flavor. Customers can watch how robots customize their drinks according to their exact preferences, a growing trend in the food industry. In Japan, the Henna Hotel is a unique accommodation run exclusively by humanoid robots. Since 2015, it has used advanced technology to offer a fully automated service. Reception robots handle tasks such as check-in, room service, and even cleaning. This type of lodging shows the future of the hotel industry, where automation redefines the experience. The Dubai Drone Festival, held in 2025, made history with an impressive show of 5,000 drones that created three-dimensional floating murals in the sky, synchronized with modern Arabic music. This event broke records for its scale and visual beauty, and raised funds to support educational projects in the Middle East. An advanced robotic exoskeleton has been developed to help people with paralysis walk again. This device, lightweight and precise, allows users to perform almost natural movements thanks to advanced algorithms. Designed to provide support to the spine and legs, it has the potential to transform the lives of thousands of people by restoring mobility. In Belgium, in the year 2025, a beer was launched with a unique blend of hibiscus and lavender petals. This floral drink has captured international attention for its delicate and refreshing flavor, winning awards in global competitions. With this creation, Belgium continues expanding its brewing legacy while maintaining its reputation as home of the best beers in the world. In 2017, the Latvian company Aerons made history by performing the first parachute jump from a giant drone. This special drone was designed to lift up to 440 pounds and raised a professional skydiver to more than 984 feet in height. It was not just a stunt, but a demonstration of what technology can achieve in personal aviation. Shoeboard racing is a sport originating from southern China that began as a military training technique. Participants use a board with large shoes and must move skillfully by coordinating their movements precisely. This sport requires physical ability and teamwork, as participants must synchronize to achieve greater efficiency and speed. In Siberia, driving in winter is a real challenge, since streets remain covered in ice for much of the year. Drivers have developed controlled drifting, not as a show maneuver, but as a necessity to turn corners without losing control. They learn from a young age and apply it daily. What would be madness elsewhere is an everyday skill there. Dubai is taking a step toward the future with the launch of electric flying taxis controlled by artificial intelligence. These vehicles are designed to carry up to 2 people at a speed of 75 miles per hour, which promises to ease congested urban traffic. This project could be the beginning of a revolution in passenger transport. Bruno Catalano is a French sculptor famous for his incomplete human figures made of bronze. His works appear to have large gaps in the body, as if entire parts were missing. These sculptures symbolize the emotional emptiness of migrants who leave behind their homeland and loved ones. Despite their fragmented bodies, the figures stand upright, many holding suitcases. The cordyceps fungus, known for infecting insects and controlling them, has earned the nickname zombie of nature. A study in 2025 revealed that it could be used to create biological insecticides, reducing the use of chemicals harmful to the environment. This advancement opens new doors for more sustainable biological control methods. In England, there is a race where you must run 1,247 feet while flipping a pancake. Participants run with a frying pan, tossing the pancake into the air without dropping it. It is a tradition full of humor and skill, celebrated for centuries with local enthusiasm and lots of fun. Vegabot is a robot developed by the University of Cambridge that can recognize and harvest lettuce. Using an advanced algorithm, it identifies mature lettuces and selects those ready to be picked. The robot is equipped with a soft gripping arm that prevents damage to the plants, an advancement that could revolutionize precision agriculture. In China, there is a humanoid robot that can change its own batteries completely autonomously. This advancement in robotics is a clear example of how artificial intelligence is taking new paths. Created to perform maintenance tasks, it does not depend on any human for recharging, another step toward intelligent and self-sufficient machines. The most expensive liquid in the world is not a perfume or an exotic liquor, but scorpion venom used in medical research. Some species produce toxins capable of detecting cancer cells and helping in experimental treatments. Due to the difficulty of the extraction process and the amount needed for a gallon, its price can exceed $113 million. The Game Boy had its own printer. The Game Boy printer allowed photos taken with the Game Boy camera to be printed on thermal paper in black and white. The quality was low, but for the time it was portable magic. A retro combination that today is a collector item for technology enthusiasts. Photochromic lenses react to ultraviolet rays and can darken even on cloudy days. This technology, serving our vision, allows lenses to automatically adapt to lighting conditions, providing continuous protection without the need to change glasses. A practical invention many use daily without thinking about how clever it is. A motorcycle you can inflate and store in a backpack. Poimo is an electric motorcycle still in prototype but promises to revolutionize urban mobility. Its flexible design allows it to be folded and transported easily, combining lightness and practicality. Although it is not yet on the market, it represents the future of compact vehicles for quick travel. In Amsterdam, there is a cat named Nimbus that wears a police vest for safety. It has become famous on social media for being adorable and having its own style. This uniformed feline has become a local celebrity that brings smiles to passersby and gathers followers online. NASA uses a combination of a robotic crane and a virtual reality application to train its astronauts. This system simulates microgravity, allowing future travelers to practice movements and tasks in a safe and controlled environment. Astronauts prepare this way for real conditions in orbit, improving coordination and efficiency. French bread is made with only 4 ingredients: flour, water, salt, and yeast. After fermenting, it is baked until it achieves a crispy crust and a soft interior, becoming a symbol of European baking. Its freshly baked aroma is irresistible and has conquered tables around the world. At 84 years old, Sumiko Iwamura breaks stereotypes by being the oldest DJ in the world. At night, this Japanese woman mixes music and energizes parties, proving that passion has no age. Her energy and style have gained admirers who see her as an inspiring example that it is never too late to follow your dreams. Imagine protecting all your skin with sunscreen in just 10 seconds. A machine designed for that automatically adjusts the protection factor and the user height to apply the product quickly and evenly. Ideal for beaches, pools, or outdoor events, it combines precision and speed to care for your skin efficiently. In the 2025 Rugby World Cup, one of the most surprising innovations was the introduction of referee drones. These flying devices recorded plays from impossible angles, offering a detailed and precise view to review decisions made on the field. A new dimension of officiating that takes the sport to a level of precision never seen before. Jemaa El Fna Square in Marrakesh is one of the most vibrant places in the world, where storytellers and musicians keep ancient traditions alive. During the day, it works as a bustling market, but at night it transforms into a cultural stage with live performances. Its rich history makes it a symbol of the soul of Marrakesh. Hounds are famous for their sense of smell, but their droopy ears play an important role in their tracking ability. These ears drag and collect scents from the ground toward the nose, concentrating aromatic particles. As they move, the ears stir the air and increase the amount of smells reaching the snout, a natural design that improves tracking efficiency. Since the 1980s, there have been candies that contain real insects such as crickets or scorpions. Although they seem like a joke, they are edible and popular at fairs or curiosity shops. Some buy them for fun, others to try something extreme. Without a doubt, they are not sweets for people afraid of bugs. In 2025, an underwater statue of the Virgin Mary was placed in Guanabara Bay, Brazil. Made from recycled material, it is not only a religious work but also a contribution to protecting local fishermen. It also promotes the regeneration of marine reefs, a perfect fusion between art and ecology. In the 2025 World Figure Skating Championship, skater Ilya Malinin surprised by using music created by artificial intelligence designed to synchronize with his movements. This collaboration between the art of skating and technology elevated his performance, making his routines more fluid. Artificial intelligence allows compositions that adjust to the timing and rhythm changes of the skater. Imagine having a kitchen that prepares food by itself, Moli is a robotic kitchen mounted on the ceiling with two mechanical arms that handle everything: cutting, mixing, cooking, and serving. It can prepare more than 5,000 different dishes with professional precision. It is ideal for people with little time or those curious about technology. The future is no longer on the table, it is cooking for you. The Nishiyama Onsen Keiunkan Hotel, located in Japan, has been operating since the year 705, making it the oldest hotel in the world. Most impressive is that it has been managed by the same family for more than 50 generations, preserving its legacy through the centuries. This traditional Japanese hotel is a testament to durability and family tradition. Crabs have a fascinating defense mechanism. When attacked, they can voluntarily amputate a limb to escape from enemies. But the most incredible part is that over time, they can regenerate that lost limb, restoring its function. They not only escape danger, but later rebuild what they lost. Chongqing in China is not just a megacity, but an urban giant with more than 30 million inhabitants, surpassing many nations in population. This vast city is considered a province by itself due to its enormous territorial size. It is full of skyscrapers, but also famous for its mountainous landscapes and spicy dishes. A city so large it almost feels like a country within China. Astronauts on the International Space Station prepared pizzas in microgravity. They used flatbread sauce and processed cheese so the ingredients would not float. Cooking in space is complicated, but this favorite meal crossed the atmosphere and became a fun way to keep morale high far from Earth. In 2025, a futuristic series of electric flying car races debuted, reaching speeds of 124 miles per hour at just 32 feet above the ground. These cars, designed with cutting-edge technology, are capable of flying over specially designed tracks. This innovative racing format promises to revolutionize not only the sport, but also future urban mobility. There are edible crocs. Yes, they are waffles with flavored filling inside, a perfect mix between fashion and food that proves creativity has no limits when it comes to merging trends with gastronomy. Ideal for lovers of the unusual and unexpected. Scientists from the University of Washington created headphones with artificial intelligence capable of forming a sound bubble. They detect the closest source, such as a voice, and block distant sounds even in noisy spaces. The technology analyzes in real time where each sound comes from and isolates the one that interests you most. Ideal for video calls and public places. Toyota presented a flying broom at the Tokyo Motor Show in 2019 as part of its futuristic vision. The broom has a small wheel that allows it to move at 18 miles per hour. This invention, which seems taken from a movie, is a clear example of how Toyota explores innovative technologies to improve personal mobility. In southern Spain and Andalusia, there is a river that looks like it came from another planet, the Tinto River. Its intense red color is due to the high concentration of heavy metals, especially iron. Despite its extreme conditions, there are microorganisms that have adapted, which has attracted NASA interest due to its similarity to environments on Mars. The Balloon World Cup turns a childhood game into an official sport. Players must prevent a balloon from touching the ground inside a room full of obstacles. Organized by Ibai Llanos, this championship mixes reflexes, excitement, and laughter in a simple format that captivated millions of viewers worldwide. Fabiano Miani is a Brazilian painter who masters hyperrealism, a technique that turns each brushstroke into an image so realistic it looks like a photograph. His portraits show meticulous details such as pores, reflections in the eyes, and skin textures, all perfectly captured with oil paint and patience. Most impressive is that he does not use digital technology, everything is done by hand. The Holi festival, known as the Festival of Colors, is celebrated every spring in India and in many parts of the world. This Hindu event marks the triumph of good over evil and the arrival of a new season. People go out into the streets dressed in white to throw bright-colored powders, dance, and share sweets. A celebration that fills both body and soul with positive energy. Have you ever seen transparent potato chips? They are made by extracting the flavor from potatoes, then mixing it with potato starch to create a gel that is fried until it becomes translucent. The result is a visually spectacular snack that surprises everyone who tries it. Veterinarian Chloe Whiting has implemented a unique practice by using an Apple Watch to measure the heart rate of lions. By placing the watch on the animal's tongue, she can obtain accurate readings of their health. This innovative technique has proven effective for monitoring lions without invasive procedures. In Japan, there are silent cafes where customers enjoy their drink in an environment without noise or distractions. This type of cafe is designed for those seeking a calm refuge in the middle of daily hustle. Customers can relax, meditate, or read while enjoying their coffee in a setting that promotes tranquility. Kinetic walls are special surfaces that respond to your movements thanks to mechanical mechanisms and computer vision. If you approach or move, they change shape or pattern, creating a unique and interactive experience. They can adapt to different spaces from museums to offices, making art and architecture come alive. PaintCam is an innovative security camera that uses artificial intelligence to recognize faces and shoot paintballs at intruders. It incorporates night vision technology and is designed to offer a non-lethal security solution. Its ability to identify people and react quickly makes it effective while minimizing the risk of physical harm. Grass skiing is practiced without snow using special skis with wheels. It originated in Germany as a method to train in summer. Although it may seem strange, it is competed at high speed on green hills requiring balance technique and reflexes. It is the summer version of traditional skiing, but just as exciting and challenging. A deck of 52 cards can be arranged in more different ways than the number of atoms in the entire known universe. This means that every time you shuffle a deck randomly, it is most likely that order has never existed before in history. An astonishing example of the power of combinatorics that reminds us how vast a seemingly simple system can be. In the heart of the Black Forest in Germany, there are tree houses that look like they came from a story, designed as if they were part of the forest itself. Visitors sleep surrounded by nature, listening to birds singing and the whisper of the wind. The houses are made with sustainable materials, and their architecture is inspired by the shape of the trees themselves, a way to reconnect with the earth from above. The Neuro R1 is an autonomous electric vehicle designed exclusively to deliver groceries. It has no seats or steering wheel and uses 360-degree cameras and artificial intelligence to move through streets. It delivers food in cities across the United States, serving as an example of how the future and convenience come together in a small robot on wheels. A specialized robot can prepare pizzas without human intervention. It stretches the dough, applies sauce, cheese, and other ingredients with precision. It speeds up production, reduces errors, and maintains consistent hygiene. This technology is changing the way people eat out, blending Italian tradition with futuristic automation. At 70 years old, the Polish explorer Alexander Doba crossed the Atlantic from France to New York, rowing alone for 110 days. He faced storms, massive waves, and the deep loneliness of the ocean. His achievement proves that age is not a limit when passion and determination lead the way, an inspiring example of personal endurance. Toyota introduced the E4ME concept, a fully autonomous and electric personal vehicle. It is designed to offer personalized, comfortable, and technological mobility, ideal for urban travel. With futuristic shapes and intelligent systems, it allows passengers to travel without needing to drive. Its electric motor also helps reduce pollution. In Los Angeles, a revolutionary ice cream went viral on TikTok. This ice cream changes flavor depending on the temperature of the mouth, shifting from mango to chocolate in seconds. The incredible reaction of the ice cream upon contact with heat has fascinated consumers, highlighting the trend of products that offer interactive and innovative experiences. Squid Game was planned as a single season, but its success was so great that Netflix ordered 2 additional seasons. Its creator had only 6 months to write and film these new seasons, an example of how an unexpected phenomenon can completely change the original plans of a production. In Austin, Texas, a couple built a medieval Gothic-style house completely inspired by Game of Thrones. The home is full of details such as towers, stained glass, carved stone, and even a throne room. Everything is decorated with shields, armor, and tapestries. They not only live there, but also receive visitors who want to experience immersion in a fantasy world. The Truck Surf Hotel is a truck transformed into a hotel that travels along the coasts of Portugal and Morocco. It has rooms, a kitchen, and common areas attracting surfers who want to travel and stay on the move. It is the perfect combination of adventure, comfort, and stunning ocean views. Eurasian eagle owls in Finland have a special way of communicating through blinking. Blinking patterns can indicate curiosity, alertness, or interest, making them experts in nonverbal language. This behavior has led to the development of applications to monitor birds based on interpreting these patterns and other movements. The marimba is a melodic percussion instrument made of wooden bars whose origin dates back to Africa, but has been adopted and transformed in Latin America, especially in Guatemala and Mexico. The keys are arranged like a piano, and below them are resonators that amplify the sound. In the hands of a skilled player, it can produce complex and emotional melodies. It is cultural identity. The Timesgate clock is a gadget that combines technology and futuristic design with 5 LCD screens inspired by cyberpunk style. It shows information such as weather and stock prices and is compatible with voice assistants. More than a conventional clock, it offers multiple functions integrating aesthetics and utility for lovers of advanced technology. There are steel shelters installed under beds to protect people during tornadoes. They are like personal safes that in areas with frequent storms provide immediate safety without leaving home. Some include vents, lights, and even Wi-Fi to make waiting more manageable. When the Rubik Cube was invented, many thought it was almost impossible to solve. A mathematician even said it would take at least a month without advanced knowledge of algebra. But today there are competitions where it is solved in under 10 seconds. What seemed like an impossible puzzle became an icon of logic, patience, and mental skill. Leo is a Chinese artist who transforms paper into astonishing sculptures. At first glance, his works look solid and heavy like marble busts, but when touched, they stretch like accordions. They are made from thousands of layers of paper meticulously joined. The result is hypnotic and almost magical, art that breathes, moves, and surprises from any angle. Boots made from crocodile leather are symbols of luxury and exclusivity. Their high price is due to the exotic nature of the material and the handcrafted process to make them. Each pair can take days to complete, and they are considered a desired item in Western and cowboy fashion. The combination of durability and elegance makes them unique. A roller coaster at sea. The first cruise ship that installed this attraction revolutionized the travel experience for passengers. It not only offers the adrenaline of drops and turns, but also provides panoramic views of the open ocean, an innovative way to reinvent onboard entertainment and surprise travelers. Imagine a restaurant where you order your food from a tablet and dishes travel through spiral tubes, curves, and drops to your table, all without waiters. Besides eating, the experience is pure visual entertainment. A perfect mix of technology, entertainment, and gastronomy that transforms how a meal is enjoyed. A snake-shaped robot moves through narrow, curved, and complex pipes. This invention mimics the movement of a real snake, allowing it to advance and adapt to almost any space. It is designed to inspect, clean, or repair hard-to-reach areas, such as industrial systems or nuclear facilities. Its flexible body carries cameras and tools at the tip. In Tulum, Mexico, there is a sensory museum unlike any other. There are no display cases or signs. The visitor immerses in a journey that connects with Mayan cosmology and ancestral spirituality. Through lights, sounds, aromas, and textures, elements such as the underworld and sacred corn are recreated. This museum is not explored with the eyes, but with the entire body. The Copter Pack is a flying backpack created in Australia that uses 2 giant propellers instead of jets to lift off. In test videos, the pilot can be seen flying like in a science fiction movie. Although it is experimental, it represents another step toward future personal transport where flying becomes an everyday option. Stormproof matches can be lit even underwater. They are ideal for emergency situations, camping, or survival, since they resist strong wind, rain, and extreme conditions. They were originally designed for military use, but today anyone can buy them. Having a box can make the difference when everything else fails. In the Los Angeles 2028 Olympic Games, one of the most anticipated exhibition events will be a basketball game played by robots. This event will demonstrate the advancement of technology in sports, showing robots designed to play autonomously. The inclusion of artificial intelligence will take the games into a futuristic dimension. In 1885, the first motorcycle was invented. It had wooden wheels and a rudimentary engine created by the German Daimler. Although it was unstable and noisy, it laid the foundation for modern motorcycles. Today, millions travel around the world thanks to that first prototype that revolutionized personal transportation. The Torrent Pulse is a unique device for divers that allows them to launch rings of compressed air underwater. Connected to the tank and activated with a small trigger, it releases bubbles that travel like floating rings. It has no practical purpose, but it is hypnotic and very popular among recreational divers. A playful way to interact with the underwater environment. Located in Mexico City, the National Museum of Anthropology houses more than 600,000 archaeological and ethnographic pieces that tell the history of pre-Hispanic Mexican civilizations. Its halls contain iconic objects such as the sunstone giant Olmec heads and the sarcophagus of Pakal, a Mayan king. Visiting this museum is like traveling through time. Imagine stairs that with the press of a button transform into an elevator, designed to make access easier for people with reduced mobility. This ingenious system combines functionality and design to ensure everyone can move without obstacles. By switching from stairs to elevator in seconds, it improves accessibility in buildings and public spaces. There are tattoos that represent sound waves. By scanning the design with a mobile app, the original sound that inspired the tattoo can be played. It can be a song, a special voice, or a recorded moment. A revolutionary way to carry music or meaningful sounds on the skin, making each tattoo tell a story that can be heard. Marajo Island, located at the mouth of the Amazon River in Brazil, is one of the areas with the greatest biodiversity in the world. It was inhabited by the ancient Marajoara culture, famous for its ceramics decorated with geometric patterns. This civilization left an impressive archaeological legacy with thousands of discovered artifacts. Its biodiversity and rich history make it a fascinating destination. Hoja Santa, also known as acuyo, is an aromatic plant native to Mexico, highly valued in gastronomy and traditional medicine. Its large green leaves have an anise-like aroma and are used to wrap fish tamales or prepare sauces. In the cuisine of Oaxaca and Veracruz, it is essential, forming part of indigenous cultural heritage. Imagine having a coffee table that is also a refrigerator, a speaker, a lamp, and a wireless charger. It is called Kuzno, and it is a smart assistant disguised as an elegant piece of furniture. It has an LED screen, plays music with Bluetooth speakers, cools drinks, and responds to voice commands. A fusion of technology and design that transforms your living room. Drone racing is a high-speed competition where pilots control small flying devices through obstacle-filled circuits. With special goggles, participants see in first person everything the drone captures. This sport has grown rapidly and combines reflexes, precision, and technology, becoming a spectacle for innovation fans. The kagu is a unique bird from New Caledonia, known for its bluish-gray plumage and distinctive crest. This endemic species mainly inhabits the island forests and is endangered due to habitat destruction. Various conservation efforts are underway to protect this special species. In countries with heavy snowfall, there are special trains to remove snow from tracks. Some can clear up to 3,858 tons per hour using front blades and rotary throwers. They are essential to keep transportation running in winter when tracks would otherwise be completely blocked. A patient played the violin while a brain tumor was being removed. Doctors asked him to perform music to protect key areas of the brain, allowing them to monitor his motor skills in real time. This unique operation combined art and medicine to achieve a successful result without affecting his musical abilities. An extraordinary case that moved the world. For the action scenes in Avatar, real horses equipped with motion sensors were used. This allowed artists to animate creatures from the Na'vi universe with great realism. The result was fluid and believable movements that brought the world of Pandora to life. A fusion of technology and nature in service of cinema. Creating your own perfume involves mixing essential oils with alcohol. First, you choose a base note like vanilla, then a middle note like lavender, and a top note like lemon. You let the mixture rest for weeks, and the result is a unique, personalized scent different from any commercial perfume. Stop motion is an animation technique that brings real objects to life using sequential photos. Each movement is captured frame by frame, and although it is labor-intensive, its visual style is unique and magical. Films like The Nightmare Before Christmas show its power to tell charming stories that captivate all ages. A custom dragster-style car has an unusual design inspired by the shape of a coffin. Although its appearance is striking and extravagant, it is built for exceptional racing performance with powerful engines and optimized aerodynamics to reach high speeds over short distances. An example of how visual design and function can combine. In a nighttime marble race, each ball carries the flag of a country, turning the competition into an event full of patriotism and fun. Participants roll their marbles along illuminated tracks where speed and precision are key. This activity combines nostalgia and excitement, recalling childhood games in a modern international version. During synchronized diving in the Olympic Games, athletes make intense facial expressions that are not intentional. They are due to the extreme effort and concentration required in each jump, which demands precision, synchronization, and perfect technique. These expressions reflect body control in fractions of a second before hitting the water. If video games were experienced as physical sports, Virtual Arena makes it real. It is a virtual reality stadium where players move freely in an area of up to 161 square feet. Equipped with VR headsets and sensors, they can participate in battles and competitions in a digital environment that adapts in real time. Video game animators use obstacles, platforms, and real toys with cats to capture every jump, turn, and fall. This allows movements on screen to feel authentic, a more physical and detailed process than you might imagine. Also, the digital cat looks and moves like a real one. An artist has begun including his black cat in famous movie scenes using digital editing. From Jurassic Park to Titanic, the feline appears naturally as if it were part of the cast. The result is as funny as it is well done and has gone viral on social media. When a wildfire gets out of control in inaccessible areas, helicopters equipped with large suspended buckets known as Bambi buckets come into action. These containers fill in seconds when submerged in rivers or lakes and are then carried through the air to the exact point of the fire, allowing the expert to perceive the exact flavor of the product without any interference from the utensil. Concrete does not harden because water evaporates. It is exactly the opposite. Water reacts chemically with cement-forming crystals that interlock. In fact, it can harden perfectly underwater, which is why structures must be cured by adding water for days. The spirit bear of Canada is a subspecies of black bear, where 1 in 10 is born with pure white fur due to a recessive gene. They are not polar bears or albinos. Being white, salmon do not see a dark shadow over the water, and these bears fish much more effectively than their black counterparts. In Massachusetts, United States, there is a town called Sandwich, and official vehicles like police cars and fire trucks are labeled with that word. This coincidence creates a funny scene where it looks like the vehicles are advertising the famous food. It is definitely a place where tradition and humor meet. In Melbourne, Australia, hundreds of people gather for a cardboard battle using armor and weapons made from recycled cardboard. They face off in teams with minimal contact rules, and the goal is to have fun while encouraging creativity. The event promotes recycling and reuse of materials in a clever way. When observing salt under a microscope, it is revealed that its crystals have a perfect cubic shape with right angles and flat faces. This geometric pattern results from how sodium and chlorine ions arrange themselves in nature. It is fascinating how something so common hides a beauty only revealed through science. The Moomin Cafe in Japan accompanies solo diners with giant plush toys at their table, so they do not feel isolated. Customers can hug or take photos with these silent companions. The idea has been so successful that it has spread to other places in the country. The spots of the reticulated giraffe are a biological air conditioning system. Under each spot, there is a large ring of blood vessels. When it is hot, it pumps warm blood to the center of the spot, so heat escapes into the outside air, cooling its entire body. In Athens, the construction of the subway was delayed for decades because every time they dug a tunnel, they found an ancient city underneath. Today, some stations are literally underground museums where glass walls show the archaeological layers that workers had to avoid. Dolphins are born tail first so they do not drown. If they came out head first, they would try to breathe while still inside the mother. By coming out tail first, the blowhole is the last part to emerge, giving the newborn time to swim to the surface and take its first breath. Flipping a coin is not really 50-50. Mathematician Percy Diaconis showed that it has a 51% chance of landing on the same side that was facing up before being tossed, due to the physics of its spin in the air. An elephant trunk contains around 40,000 individual muscles, while the entire human body only has about 600. It is strong enough to tear thick branches, but also sensitive enough to pick up a single blade of grass without damaging it. Air fryers do not fry anything at all. They are small convection ovens with a heating element and a powerful fan that blasts hot air at high speed in a confined space. This quickly crisps the outside of food, simulating the crunch of oil without using a single drop. Baby lions do not know how to roar and meow like domestic kittens. The larynx and hyoid bone of a cub are not developed until they reach about 2 years old. Until then, they literally sound like a house cat asking for food with meows and purring. In space, two pieces of metal weld themselves together when they touch. This is called cold welding. On Earth, oxygen creates an oxidation layer that separates them. But in a vacuum, the atoms of one piece do not know they belong to another, and they bond instantly. Astronauts coat their tools with protective layers. Tires are black only because of added carbon. Natural rubber is milky white. Carbon black makes it exponentially more resistant to wear heat and ultraviolet rays. Without it, tires would last only a few dozen miles before disintegrating. The cordyceps fungus takes control of the nervous system of ants. It forces them to leave their colony, climb a high leaf, and bite it with supernatural strength right before dying. The fungus sprouts from the insect's head to spread its spores from above. Solar panels hate extreme heat. Excessive heat overexcites the electrons in silicon-degrading efficiency. The perfect climate for a panel is not the Sahara Desert, but a sunny, yet freezing cold day like in the Swiss Alps. The Three Gorges Dam in China altered the rotation of the Earth. Moving 42 billion tons of water changed the planet's moment of inertia, making it spin more slowly and lengthening each day by 0.06 microseconds. It is the only human-made object that has affected the Earth's rotation. Airplane windows are round because early airplanes had square windows and pressure built up in the corners, cracking the metal. A circular shape distributes pressure evenly across the frame, allowing the structure to expand and contract without breaking. Shopping carts have unstable front wheels on purpose. If they were perfect, you would go too fast. By wobbling and drifting, they force you to move slower, giving you more time to look at shelves and make impulse purchases. It is distraction engineering. The mantis shrimp has 16 types of color receptors in its eyes, while humans only have 3. It can see polarized light and ultraviolet spectra that our brain is physically incapable of processing. It lives in a world of colors that simply does not exist for us. Parrots give names to their chicks using a unique vocal signature. When a chick is born, the parents assign it a specific sound that works as a proper name. The chick memorizes it, and when it grows up, it uses it to introduce itself to other parrots as if saying its name. Kansai Airport in Japan is sinking because its artificial island compresses the seabed faster than expected. Engineers use giant hydraulic jacks in the foundations to raise the building inch by inch, while the ground gives way beneath it. Shampoo foam has no real cleaning properties. Sodium lauryl sulfate is added purely for consumer psychology. People associate foam with cleanliness. Without foam, we do not feel clean even though the product washes exactly the same. Embassies of major powers are giant Faraday cages. Important rooms are inside copper and steel boxes that block any signal. If you walk in with a phone, you go from full signal to 0 in a second. White mushrooms, cremini and portobello, are exactly the same fungus, Agaricus bisporus. The white one is young, the cremini is adolescent, and the portobello is mature. They are sold at different prices as if they were different species, but it is pure marketing. The honey badger has skin so thick and loose that if a leopard grabs it by the neck, it can twist inside its own skin to turn around and bite the predator's face. Its secret is not strength, but that loose skin armor. Your tattoos are a graveyard of immune cells. Macrophages attack the ink as if it were an infection. They swallow it, but cannot dissolve it. They die frozen there. What you see is a wall of millions of dead cells with ink trapped inside. Each foot has 26 bones together. They add up to 52. Your body has 206 bones in total, so 25% of your skeleton is in your feet. You need that complexity to walk, run, and absorb the impact of every step. Airplane black boxes are bright orange, so they can be seen among debris or on the ocean floor. They are called black because of a tradition from the 1950s when electronic instruments were kept in dark boxes. Today, they are the brightest object on the plane. The gastrocolic reflex sends you to the bathroom after a feast, but it is not the food you just ate. When the stomach suddenly expands, it sends an electrical signal to the large intestine, telling it to empty storage, triggering contractions in older waste. Table salt has an expiration date on the package, but the salt itself has been on Earth for millions of years without spoiling. The date is due to the plastic packaging degrading or additives like iodine, losing potency over time. The Australian lyrebird has the most complex vocal system in the world. In captivity or near urban areas, it imitates car alarms, cameras, and chainsaws. Its vocal organ is so flexible it replicates industrial, mechanical sounds with frightening accuracy. Your heart can beat outside the body because it has its own independent electrical system, the sinoatrial node. If a surgeon removes it from the chest, it will keep beating on the operating table as long as it has access to oxygen. Pistachios can spontaneously ignite. They have high fat content and low water content. In large quantities and poorly ventilated containers, they can self-heat and enter spontaneous combustion. Maritime transport of pistachios has strict fire regulations. In Mozambique, during the Civil War from 1977 to 1992, 90% of elephants were killed for their ivory. Females without tusks, due to a genetic mutation, were the only survivors. Today, almost 50% of calves are born without tusks. The giant Pacific octopus has 3 hearts, 9 brains, and blue blood because it uses copper instead of iron. With no bones, it can compress its massive body of 70 kilograms to slip through any hole that fits its beak the size of a coin. Green, yellow, orange, and red bell peppers at the supermarket are exactly the same plant. The green one is simply unripe and bitter. If you leave it on the plant longer, it turns red and sweet. That is why red costs more. It needs more time and water to grow. Skyscrapers exist because Elisha Otis invented the elevator brake, not because steel was invented. Before that, if a cable snapped, you died. Otis designed spring-loaded steel teeth that automatically locked onto the rails, giving humanity the confidence to live in tall buildings. The treadmill was invented as a torture device in 1818. Engineer William Cubitt created it as punishment for prisoners who had to climb steps on an endless wheel for 8 hours a day to grind grain. A method to break willpower through monotonous effort. The smell of swimming pools is not chlorine. Pure chlorine has no smell. That odor is the chemical reaction of chlorine with sweat and urine forming chloramines. The stronger a pool smells like what we think is chlorine, the dirtier the water actually is. Water bottles do not expire. The expiration date is for the plastic container, which can degrade and release chemicals, changing the taste. But the water itself, which has been on Earth for millions of years, does not rot or decompose. The Komodo dragon has real venom glands that inject a toxin, preventing blood clotting and rapidly lowering blood pressure. The prey goes into shock quickly, allowing the dragon to feed while the animal is still alive but immobile. The bones of the ear, hammer, anvil, and stirrup are the only ones that are exactly the same size the day you are born and the day you die. If they grew, they would alter sound frequencies, and you would become deaf as you aged. In 1972-13, Chinese farmers armed only with chisels and hammers spent 5 years hand-carving a tunnel more than 1 kilometer long through a vertical rock cliff. They created one of the most dangerous and impressive roads in the world without any machinery. Meerkats go to school to learn how to hunt scorpions. Adults first bring them dead scorpions, then live ones without stingers to practice, and finally fully armed ones. It is progressive, active teaching, something extremely rare in nature. If you fold a piece of paper 42 times, you would mathematically reach the moon. Each fold doubles the thickness. A paper of 0.1 millimeters after 42 folds would reach 440,000 kilometers. The moon is at 384,400. 90% of cinnamon in supermarkets is cassia, the bark of a different Chinese tree. True Ceylon cinnamon is expensive and sweet. Cassia tastes similar but is spicier and contains coumarin, a compound harmful to the liver in large amounts. Babies are born without kneecaps. If you touch a newborn's knee, it is soft, only cartilage. This makes birth easier and cushions impacts while crawling. The kneecap fully ossifies around 3 years of age. Rats emit an ultrasonic sound equivalent to laughter when you tickle their belly. If they see you are going to play with them, they get excited and jump with joy, seeking contact with a human hand, like playful puppies. Yawning does not serve to bring more oxygen into the blood. That is a myth. The most accepted theory is that it cools the brain. By opening your mouth and breathing deeply, the air cools the blood vessels of the face and skull, improving mental performance. Formula One cars generate so much aerodynamic force that theoretically they could drive upside down on the ceiling. At speeds above 150 kilometers per hour, the air pressure pushing the car to the ground exceeds the vehicle's own weight. Fingerprints form when the fetus touches the walls of the uterus. The pressure of those touches and the amniotic fluid create the unique ridges on the fingers. That is why identical twins have different fingerprints despite sharing the same DNA. Termite mounds always maintain exactly 30 degrees inside, even if it is 40 outside during the day and cold at night. Their network of tunnels and chimneys is so perfect that modern architects scan termite mounds to design ecological buildings that cool themselves. Your car speedometer always reads 5 to 10 kilometers higher than your real speed. Manufacturers calibrate them this way for legal reasons. If it shows 120, you are actually going between 112 and 115. They prefer you think you are going faster. Canada has more lakes than the rest of the world combined. It has around 2 million lakes containing 20% of all the Earth's surface fresh water. The Canadian landscape is more water than land in vast northern regions. Kung Fu was not originally a martial art but a concept of mastery. If you are an incredible cook, you have a lot of Kung Fu. It means skills acquired through time and effort. It became associated with fighting because monks spent decades perfecting a single movement. African wild dogs make democratic decisions by sneezing. If the alpha female sneezes, only a couple more are needed for the group to get up and hunt. If a low-ranking member sneezes, about 10 sneezes from the group are needed to approve the hunt. The Mid-Atlantic Ridge is the longest mountain range on the planet with more than 65,000 kilometers. It circles almost the entire Earth like the seam of a baseball. No one sees it because it is submerged under thousands of meters of ocean water. The microwave plate spins because inside there are extreme hot spots and cold spots with no heat. If it did not rotate to move the food through the hot zones, you would have half boiling soup and the other half frozen. It spins out of physical necessity, not luxury. Kangaroos are naturally left-handed. They use their left paw to eat, groom, and dig. This reverses in large males who use both paws equally for fighting. They are one of the few predominantly left-handed groups of mammals. Butterflies remember their life as caterpillars. Inside the cocoon, they dissolve into a soup of cells. But if you train a caterpillar to avoid certain smells, the resulting butterfly still avoids them. Some neurons survive metamorphosis and keep the memories. The Colosseum in Rome had a retractable roof called the Velarium, operated by sailors. It protected 50,000 spectators from sun and rain. You can still see the holes where 240 wooden masts were anchored to support this structure. During pregnancy, the baby's stem cells cross the placenta and settle in the mother's heart, lungs, and brain for decades. If the mother suffers an injury years later, these cells act as a rescue team, traveling to the damaged area to repair it from within. Pencils are hexagonal, so they do not roll off the table. The hexagon gives maximum grip without being uncomfortable and is cheaper to manufacture than a perfect round one. It is an industrial design from 1851 that never needed improvement. Dragonflies process 300 frames per second, while we only process 60. A fan at maximum speed would look slow to them. This allows them to calculate the trajectory of a mosquito in flight and catch it in the air with surgical precision. Cats do not have clavicles attached to the skeleton. Their shoulders float freely, connected only by muscles, allowing them to compress their rib cage to slip through tiny gaps. If the head fits, the body will too. We like the smell of gasoline due to chemical nostalgia. Benzene causes mild euphoria, and the olfactory bulb is connected to memory and emotion systems. For many people, it triggers childhood and road trip memories, creating an involuntary nostalgic attraction. Your stomach acid can dissolve wood. It is so aggressive that your body regenerates the mucus lining every 3 days to avoid digesting itself. Your stomach constantly rebuilds to protect itself from its own chemical weapon. An owl's eyes are shaped like tubes, not spheres. They cannot move them, so they compensate with 14 neck vertebrae and a network of special arteries that allow them to rotate their head 270 degrees without cutting off blood flow. Hedgehogs are born with spines covered by a fluid-filled layer, so they do not injure the mother during birth. Hours later, the fluid is absorbed and the spines emerge outward. It is one of the most fascinating post-birth protection mechanisms in mammals. Sugar never expires. Bacteria cannot grow in pure sugar because it absorbs all moisture. Archaeologists have found sugar 5,000 years old that was still edible. It is one of the few eternal foods along with honey and salt. Flamingos sleep on one leg by activating a passive locking mechanism in the knee and ankle. They stay standing without muscular effort. With one leg submerged, they conserve body heat better because water absorbs more heat than air. The 5-second rule is a total myth. Bacteria transfer to food in less than 1 millisecond when it touches the ground. If the floor is dirty, the food is too, no matter how fast you pick it up. Bacteria do not wait politely. Commercial airplanes can fly perfectly with a single engine for more than 5 hours. All are certified for this. It is enough time to reach the nearest airport from almost any point over the ocean. Pilots train constantly for this. Airplane oxygen masks only last between 12 and 20 minutes. It is enough because the pilot immediately descends to a safe altitude where breathing is normal. They are not designed for the whole flight, only for the emergency descent. Cheese contains casein that breaks down into casomorphins, compounds that interact with dopamine receptors like opioids. That is why it is so hard to remove it from the diet. Aged cheeses like Parmesan have especially high levels of this addictive substance. The prairie dog can describe predators in detail. It distinguishes between a tall human with a blue shirt and a short one with a yellow shirt changing the frequency of its calls to warn the colony exactly who is approaching. Air traffic controllers have 2-hour shifts with 30 minutes of mandatory rest. The brain starts to ignore radar dots after 120 minutes of extreme concentration, so it is forbidden to work longer continuously. The elephant has 22 months of gestation, almost 2 years. It is not because of size, but the brain. Calves are born with very high cognitive development and must understand complex social signals of the herd from the first minute. Traffic signs have thousands of microscopic glass spheres that reflect your headlights directly back to your eyes. They shine in total darkness without needing their own light. It is physics applied to everyday road safety. If a helicopter loses its engine, it does not fall like a stone. The pilot lets the air spin the blades by auto-rotation. Near the ground, the angle changes, and the stored energy is used to slow down. It lands without using a drop of fuel. The desert sandcat has so much fur on its paws that it is impossible to track its footprints. It also never needs to drink water in its life. It gets all hydration from the blood of the mice it hunts each night. Psychopaths are immune to contagious yawning. When you see someone yawn, your brain forces you to imitate it due to empathy. But people with psychopathic traits and lack of real empathy have almost zero chance of catching a yawn. Movie theater popcorn is more expensive per gram than beef tenderloin. The profit margin exceeds 1,000%. Theaters barely earn from tickets because that goes to the studio. Their real business is selling you puffed corn at gold prices. London is technically a forest according to the United Nations. It has more than 8 million trees and a coverage of 21%. Any city with more than 20% tree coverage is legally considered an urban forest. Bluetooth is named after the Viking king Harald Bluetooth, who unified Denmark and Norway in the 10th century. Ericsson engineers chose the name because the technology would unify computing and telecommunications. The logo is his initials in Nordic runes. Saturn would float in water if there were an ocean large enough. It is made of hydrogen and helium with density lower than water. A planet the size of 95 Earths that would float like a giant cork with rings. The monitor lizard looks for a termite mound, digs a hole, and lays its eggs inside. The angry termites seal the hole immediately. The eggs remain in a fortress with controlled temperature. When they hatch, the young eat the termites to break out. Fruit is placed at the supermarket entrance due to neurological manipulation. Bright colors trigger dopamine and good mood. After buying something healthy, you feel moral victory that reduces guilt, making you more likely to add beer and chocolate later. Sea cucumbers defend themselves by vomiting their internal organs through the anus toward the attacker. They are sticky and sometimes toxic. The incredible part is that they fully regenerate all organs in about 6 weeks as if nothing happened. Scented candles release fine particles, benzene and formaldehyde when burned. 3 hours of candles equals smoking half a cigarette indoors. Paraffin ones are worse than beeswax. You are polluting your home while it smells nice. Store security tags do not have electronics, only a strip of metal with magnetic properties. The detectors at the door create an electromagnetic field, and when the tag passes, the metal resonates, triggering the alarm. It is pure physics. Your stomach blushes when you blush. Your entire digestive system fills with blood just like your cheeks through the same capillary dilation mechanism. If you had a camera inside, you could see it turn red when you feel embarrassed. The longest-lasting light bulb has been on since 1901 in California. In the 1920s, factories agreed to make weaker filaments, so they would burn out at 1,000 hours, forcing you to buy new ones. That is how planned obsolescence was born. Your eyes see the world upside down. The image enters inverted through the pupil. Your brain flips it before you are aware. If you wore lenses that invert everything in a week, the brain would adapt and flip it again. You never see direct reality. The peregrine falcon dives at 300 kilometers per hour. It has bony cones in its nose that break air shock waves and slow incoming speed, allowing it to breathe calmly at Formula One speeds. The Dracula ant snaps its jaws at 90 meters per second, more than 320 kilometers per hour. Its queens bite their own larvae to suck their blood without killing them, using them as living food storage. Dessert, gelatin, and gummies are collagen extracted from cartilage, skin, and bones of cows and pigs boiled for hours. It is chemically processed skeleton soup until it becomes transparent and flavorless. Then, flavors and colors are added. Exercising in the cold burns double the calories. Your metabolism becomes hyperactive, trying to keep your organs at 37 degrees, while you move, producing internal heat in addition to the energy needed for the exercise itself. The flying snake of Asia flattens its ribs, doubling its width until it becomes flat like a ribbon. By undulating in an S shape in the air, it creates aerodynamic lift and glides up to 100 meters between trees without wings. If a broken window appears in a building and is not fixed soon, all will be broken. Visual disorder sends the brain the signal that there are no rules, reducing self-control. When an area starts to decline, if not addressed in time, it worsens exponentially. Goosebumps are a fossil mechanism from when we had more hair. The muscles that raise hair trapped warm air or made us look bigger in danger. Today, only the useless reflex remains because we barely have body hair. Crocodiles can climb trees up to 2 meters high to watch their territory. Most people ignore this ability because we assume they only move clumsily in mud. In reality, they are much more agile than they appear. Online store returns are sometimes destroyed because it is cheaper. Inspecting, cleaning, and repackaging a $10 product costs more than throwing it away. Millions of new products end up shredded each year because resale logistics are not profitable. Padel was born in 1969 because a Mexican businessman did not have space for a tennis court. He built a mini court, and since balls went into the neighbor's garden, he built concrete walls for them to bounce. That is how the sport was created. An oasis is not a magical rain puddle, but pure geology. Wind erodes sand until it hits an underground aquifer. Fossil water trapped underground for millions of years emerges to the surface. Some oases have water 20,000 years old. The giant weta of New Zealand has been on Earth since before the dinosaurs. In winter, its blood freezes, its heart stops, and it enters suspended animation. When spring arrives, it simply thaws and keeps walking. Your intestines move on their own, even outside the body. If a surgeon removes them during an operation, they will continue peristaltic contractions on the tray. They have their own independent nervous system and do not need brain signals. Flies vomit digestive enzymes onto solid food to dissolve it externally and then suck up the liquid. They do not have jaws to chew, so every time a fly lands on your food, it is vomiting on it. Chaotic patterns on bus seats are designed with visual algorithms to camouflage dirt, stains, and wear. On a plain seat, a piece of gum would be seen instantly. In those patterns, it becomes invisible. The island of Queimada Grande in Brazil has between 1 and 5 snakes per square meter. They are golden lanceheads with venom that melts flesh almost instantly. Landing is forbidden, and no civilian can step on the island. Cologne Cathedral survived the bombings of World War II because pilots had orders not to destroy it. They used its twin towers as a visual navigation reference. Everything around it was left in ruins except it. Sheep have peripheral vision of almost 320 degrees thanks to their horizontal rectangular pupils. They can see what is behind them without turning their neck even while grazing with their head down. An impressive tactical advantage in open fields. The African wild dog votes by sneezing to decide whether to hunt or keep sleeping. If the alpha sneezes, 2 more are enough. If a lower rank sneezes, about 10 sneezes from the group are needed. It is a real democracy based on an involuntary body sound. Pigs are cleaner than dogs. They never defecate where they sleep if they have space. They choose a specific area as a bathroom, far from where they eat and rest. Their dirty reputation comes from farms where they are confined in small spaces without choice. Your brain wakes you seconds before the alarm if you always get up at the same time. It releases cortisol and adrenaline 30 minutes before to prepare you. Your internal biological clock is more precise than your phone when it detects repeated patterns. Shredded cheese in bags contains cellulose, which is processed wood pulp. Some brands use up to 9% wood as an anti-caking agent so it does not clump. It is technically edible but not nutritious. You are eating sawdust mixed with cheese. Airplanes have ashtrays in bathrooms even though smoking has been banned since 1988. By law, they must have them. The logic is that if someone smokes illegally, it is better to extinguish the cigarette in a fireproof ashtray than throw it in the trash and cause a fire. Hamsters have expandable cheek pouches from the mouth to the shoulders, where they store food equivalent to 20% of their body weight. It is like putting 15 kilograms of food in your cheeks. Then they go to their burrow and spit it out to store it. Himalayan pink salt comes from Pakistan, not the Himalayas. It is mined 300 kilometers away. The name is marketing. It is salt 250 million years old, and the pink color comes from traces of iron oxide. You pay 20 times more for salt with rust. Chicken nuggets are made with mechanically separated meat. Bones go through high-pressure machines that scrape every last piece. A pink paste comes out that is mixed with binders, shaped breaded and frozen. It is mashed chicken leftovers pressed into dinosaur shapes. The beluga sturgeon can live more than 118 years, exceeding human lifespan. It has barely changed in 200 million years and can measure 7 meters. It produces the most expensive caviar in the world, which has almost caused its extinction. Modern washing machines have a solid concrete block of about 25 kilograms bolted inside to the drum. Without that dead weight, the machine spinning with wet clothes would generate such force that it would walk across the kitchen. The Golden Bridge in Vietnam appears to be held by 2 giant eroded stone hands, 100 meters above ground. Visually, it looks like a 1,000-year-old ruin holding a god's bridge, but it was built in 2018 with steel and fiberglass. Gas pump hoses have a metal piece designed to break, with a pull of 150 kilograms if you drive off without removing it. It automatically seals without spilling fuel. Without this, every mistake could make the gas station explode. Roosters have built-in earplugs. They crow at 100 decibels like a chainsaw. When they open their beak fully, a soft tissue automatically covers their ear canal, blocking the sound. They cover their ears to scream. The bowhead whale can live more than 211 years. Its genome has evolved to duplicate genes that repair DNA and suppress cancer, allowing it to age without the degenerative diseases that kill other mammals. Public restroom doors have that large gap underneath for safety and maintenance. It makes floor cleaning easier, allows air circulation to avoid odors, and in a medical emergency lets people see if someone has collapsed inside. Male canaries literally erase part of their brain in winter, losing 20% of their neuronal mass. They regenerate it months later to store new melodies each spring. It is a biological brain reset to learn fresh songs. Receipts do not have ink. They are thermal paper with chemicals that turn black with heat. If you rub quickly with your nail, a black line appears from the heat generated. There is no ink in the store printer. Babies do not cry real tears until 2 weeks or 3 months of age. They scream and turn red, but their tear ducts are not developed enough to produce sufficient liquid. Crying without tears is their only initial form of communication. The bystander effect explains that when many people are present in an emergency, nobody helps. Each person assumes someone else will act. If only one person is present, they feel full responsibility and act immediately. You can live without a stomach, spleen, gallbladder, 1 kidney, 1 lung, and 75% of the liver. Your body has so much redundancy that you can remove large parts and still function. The liver regenerates completely if needed. Olives cannot be eaten directly from the tree. They are so bitter you would spit them out immediately. They need a curing process in salt water for weeks or months. Black olives are often green ones, artificially oxidized with chemicals. The pom-pom on wool hats had a real function. French sailors in the 17th century used it to avoid hitting their heads on low ship ceilings. It cushioned the impact. Later, soldiers adopted it to identify regiments by color. The sensitive plant closes its leaves instantly when touched to appear wilted and unappealing to herbivores. The movement occurs due to a rapid change in water pressure inside its cells. It is one of the few plants with fast visible movement. The handbrake is not for braking. It is designed to keep the car still when parked. Using it at high speed locks the rear wheels, suddenly causing an uncontrollable spin since it does not have an anti-lock system like pedal brakes. Cells in your muscles and skin remain alive and dividing for hours after your heart stops. They do not know the organism has died until their local reserves of oxygen and stored energy are depleted. The superb bird of paradise has feathers capable of absorbing 99.95% of light. During its courtship dance, it displays a perfect black oval, where only bright blue eyes stand out to attract the female. On Saturn, there is a permanent storm at the North Pole shaped like a perfect hexagon. Each side of the hexagon is wider than Earth, and the storm has been raging for decades. Nobody knows how that geometric shape is maintained in moving gas. The Australian thorny devil can drink water by stepping in a puddle. Its skin has microscopic grooves that act like straws. Through capillary action, water travels across its skin directly to the corners of its mouth without lowering its head. Earwax is not dirt but a defense system. It is a mix of oils and sweat that traps dust and insects before they reach the eardrum. It has antibacterial properties and expels itself when you move your jaw while talking or eating. The saiga is an antelope with a nose that looks like a short trunk. In summer, it filters desert dust, and in winter, it warms icy air before it reaches the lungs. They can run at 80 kilometers per hour and nearly went extinct due to hunting for their horns. Cracking your knuckles does not cause arthritis. The sound is nitrogen gas bubbles popping inside the synovial fluid of the joints. A doctor cracked only one hand for 50 years, and neither developed arthritis. Bread from some fast food chains is not legally bread. In Ireland, a court ruled it contains so much sugar 5 times the legal limit that it must be classified as pastry or cake and pay different taxes. The common basilisk can walk on water by spreading dermal lobes on its feet that act like fins. When escaping predators, it runs across the surface at full speed. It is one of the few reptiles with this amazing ability. Yawns are 3 times more contagious among close people. About 60% replicate the gesture when seeing a relative compared to 20% with strangers. People with autism or schizophrenia show lower response to contagion. Rhinoceroses are not fat. They are pure power with massive musculature and very little body fat covered by skin up to 5 centimeters thick that forms those folds. In the wild, they live between 40 and 50 years. Deep Dive Dubai is the deepest pool in the world, with 60 meters depth and 14 million liters of fresh water. Inside, there is a post-apocalyptic city with furnished apartments, libraries, and cars parked underwater. The Red Zone of France is a territory the size of Paris forbidden for a century. After World War I, the soil was contaminated with lead arsenic, mercury, and millions of unexploded bombs. The government declared the land irrecoverable. Whale shark eyes do not have eyelids. Their evolutionary solution was to cover the surface of their eyeballs with thousands of dermal denticles, scales shaped like microscopic teeth, to shield them from attacks. Medicinal leeches are used in modern hospitals for microsurgery and finger reattachment. Their saliva has a cocktail of anticoagulants and anesthetics that is irreplaceable, relieving congestion in the area and allowing new arteries to grow, saving limbs. Cigarette smoke also affects dogs and cats. Dogs inhale particles from the environment, and cats ingest them when they lick their fur where the substances settle. Something so common can end in serious consequences. The Andean condor has up to 3.3 meters of wingspan and can fly for more than 5 hours straight, covering 170 kilometers without flapping its wings a single time. It rides thermal currents like a perfect glider. If your veins, arteries, and capillaries were joined into a single line, they would measure approximately 100,000 kilometers. That is enough to circle planet Earth at the equator 2.5 times. You have a global map of blood inside you. The rear windows of some cars do not go all the way down, not because of child safety, but geometry. The curve of the rear wheel arch inside the door physically prevents the glass from lowering further. It hits the metal of the wheel arch. Your brain consumes 20% of all the oxygen and calories you take in, even though it only represents 2% of your body weight. Even asleep, it generates about 20 watts of electrical energy, enough to power an LED bulb. The anaconda does not chew but swallows prey whole. Its heart and liver literally grow in size within hours to handle the metabolic effort of digesting a whole caiman, breaking down everything except hair and hooves. Roller coasters only have one motor in the entire structure, the chain that pulls you up the first big drop. From there, the 2 minutes of twists and loops work exclusively by inertia, gravity, and conversion of potential energy into kinetic. Physical contact is a biological need as real as eating or sleeping. Lack of hugs reduces oxytocin production and can weaken the immune system. Without contact, the body enters a state of chronic stress called skin hunger. Lightning bolt, lightning flash, and thunder are different things. The bolt is the discharge that hits the ground. The flash is the light in the sky. Thunder is the sound when air heats to 30,000 degrees instantly. 3 seconds of difference equals 1 kilometer. Highways in the United States have logical numbering. If the interstate ends in an even number, it runs east to west. If it ends in an odd number, it runs north to south. Just by knowing the number, you can tell your direction without a map. Manhole covers are round due to pure geometry. A square cover could fall through the hole if turned diagonally. A round one, no matter how you turn, it can never fall because its diameter is constant. It is safety, so no worker gets crushed. The panda bear has a wrist bone that functions like a false thumb. It is not a real finger, but an extension of the sesamoid bone covered by a fleshy pad. It allows it to grip bamboo stalks with a dexterity other bears do not have. From Tarifa in Cádiz, you can clearly see the African coast on clear days. The distance between Spain and Morocco in the Strait of Gibraltar is only 14 kilometers. There are engineering projects to build a tunnel connecting the two continents. The sky is not violet, even though the atmosphere scatters more violet light than blue. We see it as blue because the human eye is much more sensitive to blue than violet. We are seeing a filtered version of reality due to our own biological limits. The first Apple logo was not a bitten apple, but a drawing of Isaac Newton under a tree with an apple about to fall on him. It was so complex to print that Steve Jobs replaced it with the simple apple we know today. Wild dogs and wolves almost never bark, they only howl or growl. Barking is something domestic dogs develop to communicate with us. It is their way of imitating us because they know humans respond to short, loud sounds. Walruses can sleep in water without drowning. They have air sacs in their throat called pharyngeal pouches that they inflate like an internal life vest, keeping their head above water while fully asleep. Parrots can live 80 years and outlive their owners. A macaw bought at 30 will probably see you die. Many are inherited in wills, and there are parrots that have passed through 3 generations of the same family. When you die, your muscles remain alive up to 12 hours after. Rigor mortis begins because muscle cells use their remaining energy until it is depleted, staying contracted and rigid. After 2 to 3 days, they relax when proteins break down. Baby koalas eat their mother's feces to obtain special bacteria that allow them to digest toxic eucalyptus leaves. Without this transfer of gut bacteria, the baby would be poisoned. It is disgusting but absolutely essential for survival. The third-person effect makes you believe advertising does not affect you, but only others. Psychologists have shown that the more you believe you are immune to ads, the more vulnerable you are because you lower your guard and the message goes straight to the subconscious. The vulture violently vomits everything in its stomach when it feels cornered. It serves 2 purposes: to lighten itself, to take off and escape flying, and to repel the predator with the putrid smell of half-digested meat. Many people get sick when vacations begin due to leisure sickness. While you work under stress, cortisol and adrenaline keep the immune system alert. When you relax, those hormones drop and waiting viruses take the chance to attack. The Siberian tiger is the only feline that regularly hunts brown bears. It tracks them and attacks by surprise. Bears make up to 2% of its yearly diet, showing unique strength and combat technique in the animal kingdom. Every small decision you make uses the same mental energy as an important one. What to eat, what to wear, everything consumes cognitive resources. That is why at the end of the day, it is harder to control impulses, and you end up choosing the easiest option. It is called decision fatigue. Old photos look serious, not because people were unhappy. Cameras needed minutes of exposure, and if you smiled, the muscle trembled and the photo came out blurry. People kept a serious face to appear sharp in the image. Grapefruit juice blocks liver enzymes responsible for breaking down medications. If you take pills for cholesterol, anxiety, or attention with grapefruit, the medicine builds up massively in the blood and can cause an accidental overdose with a normal dose. Female Komodo dragons can self-fertilize their eggs without a male through parthenogenesis. Due to their genetics, all babies born this way are male, allowing the mother to mate with her sons, and found a new colony on a deserted island. Ink cartridge obsolescence is programmed. Many have a microchip that does not measure real ink, but counts printed pages. When it reaches a program number, it locks the cartridge, saying it is empty even if it still has 20% usable ink. Caffeine blocks adenosine receptors to keep you awake, but over time your brain creates new receptors. That is why you build tolerance and need a giant coffee in the morning just to reach the normal energy level of someone who does not drink coffee. Dalmatian puppies are born completely white with no visible spots. Cooking with a scratched Teflon pan is dangerous. A single deep scratch can release up to 9,100 microplastic particles directly into your food while heating. You are eating melted plastic in every meal without knowing it. In the United Kingdom, it is technically illegal to die in Parliament because the Palace of Westminster has royal status. If you die there, you are entitled to a state funeral paid by the Crown. Security is ordered to remove anyone who becomes seriously ill before they pass. The Capitol Gate building in Abu Dhabi is intentionally tilted 18 degrees to the west, much more than the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Its concrete core curves in the opposite direction to compensate, earning it a Guinness record as the most leaning building in the world. When the low fuel light turns on in a modern car, the tank still contains between 5 and 10 liters. This reserve protects the fuel pump, which is lubricated and cooled by the surrounding fuel. Letting it run empty can permanently damage it. The deepest metro station in the world is Arsenalna in Kiev, Ukraine, at 105 meters deep, equivalent to a building of 34 floors. It was intentionally built at that depth to function as an air raid shelter. Opossums have partial immunity to rattlesnake venom. Their famous trick of playing dead is not voluntary acting, but an involuntary shock state. The animal collapses, its breathing becomes shallow, its heart slows, and it emits a foul smell, simulating decomposition to discourage predators. Madrid has an altitude of approximately 667 meters above sea level, making it the second highest capital in Europe after Andorra la Vella. This altitude gives it cold winters and dry summers, with a large difference between day and night temperatures. The Nubike bicycle is innovative and has no chain, which allows pedaling in a vertical motion. This design eliminates the need for the traditional chain, reducing maintenance and improving pedaling efficiency. Additionally, the vertical orientation allows more muscle groups to be worked. With a price of approximately $3,000, it represents an advance in bicycle design. The Jama El Fna Square in Marrakesh is one of the most vibrant places in the world, where oral storytellers and musicians keep millenary traditions alive. During the day, it functions as a bustling market, but as night falls, it transforms into a cultural stage with live performances. Its rich history makes it a symbol of the soul of Marrakesh. Veterinarian Chloe Whiting has implemented a unique practice by using an Apple Watch to measure the heart rate of lions. By placing the watch on the animals' tongues, she can obtain precise readings of their health. This innovative technique has proven effective for monitoring the condition of lions without the need for invasive procedures. An engineer created a basketball backboard with a parabolic shape. Thanks to physics simulations, any shot that bounces off it ends up in the hoop. The design takes advantage of angles and trajectories to guarantee baskets. Although it is an experiment, it shows how science can make even the worst shots go in. Félichette, the first cat to travel to space, was launched by France in 1963 as part of a space experiment. During her brief journey, her brainwaves and vital signs were measured to study how space travel affected living beings. Fortunately, the cat survived her return to Earth, and her contribution is remembered as a key step in space exploration. In Austin, Texas, a couple built a medieval Gothic-style home completely inspired by Game of Thrones. The house is filled with details such as towers, stained glass windows, carved stone, and even a throne room. Everything is decorated with shields, armor, and tapestries. They not only live there, but also receive visitors who want to experience an immersion in a fantasy world. Hoja Santa, also known as a cuyo, is an aromatic plant native to Mexico that is highly valued in gastronomy and traditional medicine. Its large green leaves have an anise aroma and are used to wrap fish, tamales, or prepare sauces. In Oaxacan and Veracruz cuisine, it is essential, being part of the indigenous cultural legacy. Leo is a Chinese artist who transforms paper into surprising sculptures. At first glance, his works appear solid and heavy like marble busts, but when you touch them, they stretch like accordions. They are made with thousands of meticulously joined layers of paper. The result is hypnotic and almost magical, art that breathes, moves, and surprises from every angle. Photochromic lenses react to ultraviolet rays and can darken even on cloudy days. This technology in service of our vision allows lenses to automatically adapt to light conditions, providing continuous protection without the need to change glasses. A practical invention that many of us use daily without thinking about how clever it really is. In the 2025 Boxing World Championship, gloves equipped with sensors were used to measure the force and speed of each punch. These gloves transmit data in real time to coaches, allowing strategy to be adjusted and reducing the risk of injuries. The implementation of this technology improves the performance of boxers and offers greater safety by monitoring the impact of punches. Chocolate is delicious for humans, but for dogs it can be deadly. The key lies in theobromine, an alkaloid present in chocolate similar to caffeine. For humans, it acts as a stimulant, but for dogs it can be toxic, causing everything from vomiting to seizures and even death. If you ever thought about giving your dog chocolate, think twice. The Neuro R1 is an autonomous electric car designed exclusively for grocery delivery. It has no seats or steering wheel, and uses 360-degree cameras and artificial intelligence to navigate city streets. It delivers groceries in cities across the United States, being an example of how the future and convenience come together in a small robot on wheels. Creating your own perfume involves mixing essential oils with alcohol. First, you choose a base note such as vanilla, then a middle note such as lavender, and a top note such as lemon. You let the mixture rest for weeks, and the result is a unique, personalized scent different from any commercial perfume. Video game animators use real obstacles, platforms, and toys with cats to capture every feline jump, twist, and fall. This way they achieve authentic movement on screen. A more physical and detailed process than you might imagine. Also, the digital cat looks and moves like a real one. The gin and tonic has its origins in India, when the British East India Company created it to make the taste of quinine more pleasant, a medication used to treat malaria. Mixed with gin and sparkling water, the drink became a tasty way to take this bitter medicine. Over time, it became a popular beverage all over the world. In 2025, an underwater statue of the Virgin Mary was placed in the Bay of Guanabara, Brazil. Made with recycled materials, it is not only a religious work but also a contribution to the protection of local fishermen. It also promotes the regeneration of marine reefs, a perfect fusion between art and ecology. The Paint Cam is an innovative security camera that uses artificial intelligence to recognize faces and shoot paintballs at intruders. It incorporates night vision technology and is designed to offer a non-lethal security solution. Its ability to identify people and react quickly makes it effective while minimizing the risk of physical harm. In China, there is a tradition called dashua that combines metallurgy with pyrotechnics to create unique fireworks. Craftsmen launch drops of molten steel into the air, and upon contact with oxygen, these drops produce sparks and bright flashes, forming a spectacular visual display. This ancient technique fuses fire, metal, and art in a ritual that excites both for its beauty and its history. The Dubai Drone Festival, held in 2025, made history with an impressive display of 5,000 drones that created three-dimensional floating murals in the sky, synchronized with modern Arabic music. This event broke records for its magnitude and visual beauty, and raised funds to support educational projects in the Middle East. In Hamburg, Germany, there is a floating McDonald's where you can place your order directly from a kayak. You cannot order through a speaker or using your phone. The communication is completely direct and personal. This curious concept combines fast food with life on the water, creating a unique and unexpected experience for customers looking for something different. An artist has begun inserting his black cat into famous movie scenes using digital editing. From Jurassic Park to Titanic, the feline appears completely naturally, as if it were part of the cast. The result is as funny as it is well done and has gone viral on social media. Nike created sneakers that you put on without using your hands. They have a self-adjusting system that activates when you press the heel, making them ideal for people with reduced mobility or for those seeking instant comfort. Technology and fashion combine to create footwear that is functional, modern, and truly surprising. Dubai is taking a step toward the future with the launch of electrically powered flying taxis controlled by artificial intelligence. These vehicles are designed to carry up to 2 people at a speed of 75 miles per hour, which promises to ease congested urban traffic. This project could be the beginning of a revolution in passenger transportation. At 88 years old, Sumiko Iwamura breaks stereotypes as the world's oldest DJ. By night, this Japanese woman mixes music and entertains parties, proving that passion has no age. Her energy and style have won admirers who see her as an inspiring example that it is never too late to follow your dreams. The Lopafit is an electric bicycle with a treadmill. Instead of pedaling, you walk on a belt that activates the motor, like strolling effortlessly but moving at bicycle speed. It was invented in the Netherlands and blends gentle exercise with eco-friendly transportation, a unique experience on wheels. The marimba is a melodic percussion instrument made with wooden bars whose origins trace back to Africa, but it has been adopted and transformed in Latin America, especially in Guatemala and Mexico. The keys are arranged like on a piano, and underneath there are resonators that amplify the sound. In the hands of a skilled player, it can produce complex melodies full of emotion. It is cultural identity. Grass skiing is practiced without snow, using special skis with wheels. It was born in Italy as a method for training in summer. Although it may seem strange, it is competed at high speed on green hills, requiring balance, technique, and reflexes. It is the summer version of traditional skiing, but just as exciting and challenging. The custom dragster-style car has an unusual design inspired by the shape of a coffin. Although its appearance is eye-catching and extravagant, it is designed for exceptional racing performance, with powerful engines and aerodynamics optimized to reach great speeds over short distances. An example of how the visual and the functional can be combined. In 2025, a futuristic series of flying electric car races debuted, reaching 125 miles per hour at just 33 feet above the ground. These cars, designed with cutting-edge technology, are capable of flying over specially designed tracks. This innovative racing format promises to revolutionize not only the sport, but also the urban mobility of the future. During synchronized diving at the Olympic Games, athletes make intense facial expressions that are not intentional. They are caused by the extreme effort and concentration required in each jump, which demands precision, synchrony, and perfect technique. The expressions reflect the body's control in fractions of a second before hitting the water. Drone racing is a high-speed competition where pilots control small flying devices through circuits with obstacles. With special goggles, participants see everything the drone captures from a first-person perspective. This sport has grown rapidly and blends reflexes, precision, and technology, becoming a spectacle for fans of innovation. The Nishiyama Onsen Keionkan Hotel, located in Japan, has been in operation since the year 705, making it the oldest hotel in the world. Most impressively, it has been managed by the same family for more than 50 generations, preserving its legacy across the centuries. This traditional Japanese hotel is a testament to durability and family tradition. In Japan, a robot has been developed capable of performing surgeries precisely and autonomously. The robot uses artificial intelligence to analyze images in real time and make incisions with millimeter precision. Its main advantage is the ability to operate in small spaces and in highly complex situations, opening new possibilities for minimally invasive surgery. At the Iowa State Fair, a little pig named Swifty became a star by swimming with ease in a tank specially designed for him. The curious thing is that he not only swims, but does so with style, moving his little legs as if he had been training his whole life. One of the most beloved attractions at the event, proving that talent can come in the form of a snout and pink curls. Royal owls in Finland have a special way of communicating through blinking. The blinking patterns can indicate curiosity, alertness, or interest, making them experts in nonverbal language. This behavior has led to the development of applications for monitoring birds based on the interpretation of these patterns and other movements. Bruno Catalano is a French sculptor famous for his incomplete human figures made of bronze. His works appear to have large gaps in the body, as if entire parts have disappeared. These sculptures symbolize the emotional void of migrants who leave behind their homeland and loved ones. Despite their fragmented bodies, the figures remain standing, many with suitcases in hand. The Balloon World Cup turns a childhood game into an official sport. Players must prevent a balloon from touching the floor inside a room full of obstacles. Organized by Ibai Llanos, this championship blends reflexes, excitement, and laughter in a simple format that captured millions of viewers around the world. A patient played the violin while having a brain tumor removed. Doctors asked him to perform music to protect key areas of the brain, allowing them to monitor his motor function in real time. This unique operation united art and medicine to achieve a successful outcome without affecting his musical abilities. An extraordinary case that moved the world. In Japan, there are silent cafes where customers enjoy their drink in an environment with no noise or distractions. This type of cafe is designed for those seeking a refuge of calm in the middle of the daily hustle. Customers can relax, meditate, or read while enjoying their coffee in a setting that promotes tranquility. A roller coaster on the high seas. The first cruise ship to install this attraction revolutionized the travel experience for its passengers. It not only offers the adrenaline of drops and turns, but also delivers panoramic views of the open ocean. An innovative way to reinvent onboard entertainment and surprise even the most demanding travelers. Squirrels have a curious habit of hanging mushrooms on tree branches to dry, which helps them preserve them through the winter. By drying the mushrooms, they prevent bacteria and larvae from reaching their food supplies, ensuring their reserves stay in good condition. An incredible example of how animals can be very resourceful when it comes to survival. In southern Spain, in Andalusia, there is a river that looks like it came from another planet, the Tinto River. Its intense red color is due to the high concentration of heavy metals, especially iron. Despite its extreme conditions, microorganisms have managed to adapt, which has sparked NASA's interest due to its similarity to environments on Mars. An artist creates t-shirts using manhole covers as molds to print designs onto the garments. Manhole covers, normally seen as everyday functional objects, become an artistic tool with which he prints complex images. This unique style invites reflection on recycling and the transformation of the ordinary into something extraordinary. NASA uses a combination of a robotic crane and a virtual reality application to train its astronauts. This system simulates the microgravity of space, allowing future travelers to practice movements and tasks in a safe and controlled environment. Astronauts prepare this way for real conditions in orbit, improving their coordination and effectiveness. In Tulum, Mexico, there is a sensory museum unlike any other. There are no display cases or signs. The visitor is immersed in a journey that connects with Mayan cosmology and ancestral spirituality. Through lights, sounds, aromas, and textures, elements such as the underworld and sacred corn are recreated. This museum is not explored with the eyes, but with the entire body. Tony Boo is the most decorated trial rider of all time with 34 world titles. His control over the motorcycle is so precise that he can climb rocks, jump impossible obstacles, and maintain balance on minimal surfaces, all without putting his feet down. His technique combines strength, coordination, and an almost surgical precision. He does not just race, he makes art on two wheels. Toyota presented the E4 ME concept, a fully autonomous and electric individual vehicle. It is designed to offer personalized, comfortable, and technologically advanced mobility, ideal for urban travel. With futuristic shapes and intelligent systems, it allows passengers to travel without the need to drive. Additionally, its electric motor helps reduce pollution. Have you ever seen transparent French fries? They are made by extracting the flavor from potatoes, then mixing it with potato starch to create a gel that is fried until it becomes translucent. The result is a visually spectacular snack that surprises everyone who tries it. A South Korean artist created an audio visualizer that uses ferrofluids suspended in transparent liquid to display sound and motion. When music plays, the fluid responds by forming almost hypnotic dynamic patterns, translating sound waves into visual shapes that change in real time. An artistic fusion between science and music, where sound becomes visible. A Cheeto shaped similarly to the gorilla Harambe was auctioned for $99,900. Although it sounds ridiculous, collectors saw it as something unique, and it became a viral phenomenon. Sometimes the strangest things in the world can end up costing a completely unexpected fortune. In Siberia, driving in winter is a real challenge since the streets remain covered in ice for much of the year. Drivers have developed controlled drifting, not as a performance maneuver, but as a necessity for turning corners without losing control. They learn from a young age and apply it daily. What in other places would be considered reckless, there it is, an everyday skill. The Siberian Husky can withstand temperatures as low as -40 degrees Fahrenheit thanks to its double layer of fur. Its physical structure is designed for extreme climates, conserving energy and heat even in freezing conditions. They are ideal companions in cold regions and have historically been used to pull sleds in extreme conditions. The torrent pulse is a unique device for divers that allows them to launch rings of compressed air underwater. Connected to the tank and activated with a small trigger, it releases bubbles that travel like floating hoops. It has no practical purpose, but it is hypnotic and very popular among recreational divers, a playful way to interact with the underwater environment. Dragonflies possess extraordinary flying abilities that make them one of the most fascinating creatures in the animal kingdom. In addition to flying forward at great speed, they have the unique ability to fly backward, something almost no other insect can do. They also have a vision of nearly 360 degrees, allowing them to detect prey and avoid predators with impressive effectiveness. Crabs have a fascinating defense mechanism. When attacked, they can voluntarily amputate a limb to escape from their enemies. But the most incredible part is that over time they can regenerate that lost arm, recovering full functionality. Not only do they manage to flee from danger, but they also rebuild what they lost. Scientists at the University of Washington created headphones with artificial intelligence capable of forming a sound bubble. They detect the nearest source, such as a voice, and block distant sounds even in noisy spaces. The technology analyzes in real time where each sound is coming from and isolates the one you are most interested in, ideal for video calls and public spaces. In Madagascar, a chameleon discovered in 2025 has the ability to change color in just 3 seconds, an adaptation it uses to blend into its surroundings and evade predators. This chameleon is the fastest of its kind, and its camouflage ability has been an inspiration for the design of smart fabrics that can change color according to environmental conditions. Vegabot is a robot developed by the University of Cambridge that can recognize and harvest lettuce. Using an advanced algorithm, it identifies mature lettuces and selects the ones that are ready to be collected. The robot is equipped with a soft, gripping arm that avoids damaging the plants, an advancement that could revolutionize precision agriculture. Imagine relaxing in a rocking chair that also knits a hat right above your head as you move. That is the idea behind Rocking Knit, a chair with gears that are activated by the rocking motion and control a knitting machine. Each back and forth motion advances the knitting, creating a unique garment in real time, a perfect combination of relaxation and creativity. Toyota presented a flying broom at the Tokyo Motor Show in 2019 as part of its futuristic vision. The broom has a small wheel that allows it to move at about 19 miles per hour. This invention, which seems straight out of a movie, is a clear example of how Toyota explores innovative technologies to improve personal mobility. The cordyceps fungus, known for infecting insects and controlling them, has earned the nickname the zombie of nature. A study from 2025 revealed that it could be used to create biological insecticides, reducing the use of chemicals harmful to the environment. This advancement opens new doors for more sustainable biological control methods. In China, cafes where robot baristas prepare and serve coffee with millimeter precision use advanced sensors and mechanical arms. These robots not only speed up the preparation process, but also guarantee consistency and flavor. Customers can watch as the robots personalize their drinks according to their exact preferences, a growing trend in the food industry. In Tokyo, a cafe is revolutionizing customer service with remotely controlled robot waiters operated by people with disabilities. This teleoperation allows workers with limited mobility to serve tables from anywhere, integrating technology and accessibility. Robotics thus becomes an inclusive tool that opens employment opportunities for those who face physical barriers. A motorcycle you can inflate and store in a backpack. Waymo is an electric motorcycle that is still in prototype but promises to revolutionize urban mobility. Its flexible design allows it to be folded and transported easily, combining lightness and practicality. Although it is not yet on the market, it represents the future of compact vehicles for quick commutes. Bats are fascinating animals, especially for their echolocation ability, a mechanism they use to navigate in the dark. By emitting high-frequency sounds, they can detect objects and prey, by interpreting the echoes. Most surprisingly, to avoid damaging their ears, they can close their auditory muscles just before emitting a sound, a mechanism so precise that it allows them to hear the echoes without causing harm. In 1960, a well-known tire brand presented a surprising idea: tires that glowed in the dark, made with a transparent material dyed in neon colors. They lit up as the car turned, and the idea seemed futuristic, but it did not work. Drivers of other cars were so distracted that accidents increased, and although the project was abandoned, they remain an icon of retro aesthetics. In the year 2012, the Curiosity rover landed on Mars with the mission of discovering whether conditions for life ever existed on the red planet. This vehicle, the size of a car, is equipped with a laser that analyzes rocks, high-resolution cameras, and atmospheric sensors. Since then, it has traveled miles across the Martian surface, sending data that has changed our understanding of the planet. If video games were experienced as physical sports, Virtual Arena makes it a reality. It is a virtual reality stadium where players move in an area of up to 160 square feet with complete freedom. Equipped with VR goggles and sensors, they can participate in battles and competitions in a digital environment that adapts in real time. In Rome, an innovative system was implemented to encourage recycling. People can exchange used plastic bottles for subway tickets. This initiative managed to collect 1,800,000 bottles in just 3 months, helping to reduce pollution. In addition to cleaning the city, it incentivizes the use of public transportation, creating a positive cycle. Astronauts on the International Space Station made pizzas in microgravity. They used flatbread, sauce, and processed cheese so the ingredients would not float. Cooking in space is complicated, but this favorite food crossed the atmosphere and was a fun way to keep spirits up far from Earth. Imagine a restaurant where you order your food from a tablet and the dishes travel through tubes in spirals, curves, and drops right to your table, all without any waitstaff. Beyond eating, the experience is pure visual fun, a perfect mix of technology, entertainment, and gastronomy that transforms the way you enjoy a meal. Boots made from crocodile skin are symbols of luxury and exclusivity. Their high price is due to the exotic nature of the leather and the artisanal process involved in making them. Each pair can take days to complete and is considered a coveted item in Western and cowboy fashion. The combination of durability and elegance makes them truly unique. In the World's Strongest Man competition, one of the toughest challenges is the Conan's wheel. Athletes must carry a steel axle weighing 440 pounds and walk with it in circles for as long as possible. There are no tricks, only brute strength, endurance, and concentration. Every step is a titanic effort that tests muscles and mind alike. When a wildfire gets out of control in inaccessible areas, helicopters equipped with large suspended buckets known as Bambi buckets are called into action. These containers fill up in seconds when submerged in rivers or lakes and are then transported by air to the exact point of the fire. Precision, speed, and coordination, all from above. Imagine having a kitchen that cooks by itself. Moli is a robotic kitchen mounted on the ceiling with 2 mechanical arms that handle everything: chopping, mixing, cooking, and serving. It can prepare more than 5,000 different dishes with professional precision. It is ideal for people with little time or those curious about technology. The future is no longer at the table, it is cooking for you. In a nighttime marble race, each ball carries the flag of a country, turning the competition into an event full of patriotism and fun. Participants slide their marbles through illuminated tracks where speed and precision are key. This activity combines nostalgia and excitement, recalling childhood games but in a modern and international version. Board shoe racing is a sport originating from southern China that began as a military training technique. Participants use a board with large shoes and must move skillfully, coordinating their movements with precise teamwork. This sport requires physical ability and coordination, as participants must synchronize to achieve greater efficiency and speed. The kagu is a unique bird from New Caledonia, known for its blue-gray plumage and distinctive crest. This endemic species lives primarily in the island's forests and is endangered due to habitat destruction. Various conservation efforts are underway to protect this very special species. Imagine having a coffee table that is also a refrigerator, a speaker, a lamp, and a wireless charger. It is called Kuzno, and it is a smart assistant disguised as an elegant piece of furniture. It has an LED screen, plays music through Bluetooth speakers, chills drinks, and responds to voice commands. A fusion of technology and design that transforms your living room. Stormproof matches can be lit even underwater. They are ideal for emergency situations, camping, or survival, as they withstand strong wind, rain, and extreme conditions. They were originally designed for military use, but today anyone can buy them. Having a box could make all the difference when everything else fails. Chongqing in China is not just a megacity, but an urban monster with more than 30 million inhabitants that surpasses many nations in population. This vast city is considered a province in its own right due to its enormous territorial extension. It is filled with skyscrapers, but is also famous for its mountainous landscapes and spicy dishes. A city so large it almost seems like a country within China. The Times Gate clock is a gadget that blends technology and futuristic design with 5 LCD screens inspired by the cyberpunk aesthetic. It displays information such as weather and stock quotes and is compatible with voice assistants. More than a conventional clock, it offers multiple functionalities integrating aesthetics and utility for lovers of advanced technology. In Ankara, Turkey, garbage collection workers created a library that houses more than 6,000 books that had been discarded by people. This project emerged as an initiative to give books a second life and encourage reading in the community. The library, built with recycled materials, has demonstrated how forgotten resources can be repurposed to benefit society. In Bangladesh, an innovative project launched in 2025 created a floating library on the Brahmaputra River to bring books to flooded villages. The library travels along the river, teaching literacy to more than 2,000 children in isolated areas during flood season. This initiative provides educational books and promotes learning, combating illiteracy in communities disconnected from the educational system. In Los Angeles, a revolutionary ice cream went viral on TikTok. This ice cream changes flavor based on the temperature of your mouth, going from mango to chocolate in seconds. The incredible reaction of the ice cream upon contact with heat has fascinated consumers, highlighting the trend of products that offer interactive and innovative experiences. There are steel shelters that are installed under beds to protect people during tornadoes. They are like personal safes that in areas with frequent storms offer immediate safety without leaving home. Some have vents, lights, and even Wi-Fi to make the wait more bearable. Bloodhounds are famous for their sense of smell, but their floppy ears play an important role in their tracking ability. These ears drag along and collect scents from the ground toward the nose, concentrating aromatic particles. As they move, the ears stir the air and increase the number of smells that reach the snout. A natural design that improves the effectiveness of their tracking. At the Los Angeles 2028 Olympic Games, one of the most anticipated exhibition events will be a basketball game played by robots. This event will demonstrate the advancement of technology in sports, showcasing robots designed to play autonomously. The incorporation of artificial intelligence will take the games into futuristic territory. Located in Mexico City, the National Museum of Anthropology houses more than 600,000 archaeological and ethnographic pieces that tell the story of Mexico's pre-Hispanic civilizations. Its halls contain iconic objects such as the sunstone, giant Olmec heads, and the sarcophagus of Pakal, a Mayan king. Visiting this museum is like traveling through time. Flying cars have stopped being just science fiction. The Liberty model, created by the company PAL-V, has received official approval in Europe. This hybrid vehicle functions both on the road and in the air, combining the features of a car with those of a helicopter. A certification that opens the door to a new concept of personal mobility. Kinetic walls are special walls that respond to your movements through mechanical mechanisms and computer vision. If you approach or move, they change shape or pattern, creating a unique and interactive experience. They can adapt to different spaces, from museums to offices, making art and architecture come to life. Squid Game was planned to be a single season, but its success was so great that Netflix commissioned 2 additional seasons. Its creator had only 6 months to write and film these new seasons. An example of how an unexpected phenomenon can completely change the original plans of a production. A specialized robot can prepare pizzas without human intervention. It stretches the dough, applies sauce, cheese, and other ingredients with precision. It speeds up production, reduces errors, and maintains consistent hygiene. This technology is changing the way people eat out, blending Italian tradition with futuristic automation. A Japanese artist works exclusively with ice. Using precision tools and a great deal of patience, he carves frozen blocks until they become detailed figures that seem alive. Dragons, flowers, or temples. Each sculpture is temporary, but that is part of its charm. Knowing that what you see today will disappear in a matter of hours. A combination of technique, delicacy, and ephemeral beauty. A snake-shaped robot slides through the interior of narrow, curved, and complex pipes. This invention mimics the movement of a real snake, allowing it to advance and adapt to almost any space. It is designed to inspect, clean, or repair hard-to-reach areas, such as industrial systems or nuclear facilities. Its flexible body carries cameras and tools at the tip. The Holi Festival, known as the Festival of Colors, is celebrated every spring in India and in many parts of the world. This Hindu event marks the triumph of good over evil and the arrival of a new season. People take to the streets dressed in white to throw brightly colored powders, dance, and share sweets. A celebration that floods the body and soul with positive energy. At the 2025 World Figure Skating Championship, skater Ilya Malinin surprised audiences by using music created by artificial intelligence designed to synchronize with his movements. This collaboration between the art of skating and technology elevated his performance, making his choreography more fluid. Artificial intelligence allows for compositions that adjust to the timing and rhythm changes of the skater. In England, there is a race where you must run about 415 yards while flipping a pancake. Participants run with a pan, tossing the pancake into the air without letting it fall. It is a tradition full of humor and skill, celebrated for centuries with local enthusiasm and plenty of fun. In countries with heavy snowfall, there are special trains for removing snow from the tracks. Some can remove up to 3,800 tons per hour using front blades and rotary launchers. They are essential for keeping transportation running in winter, when the tracks would be completely blocked without these powerful machines. Fabiano Miani is a Brazilian painter who masters hyper-realism, a technique that turns every brushstroke into an image so realistic it looks like a photograph. His portraits show minute details such as pores, reflections in the eyes, and skin textures, all perfectly captured with oil and patience. Most astonishing of all is that he uses no digital technology. Everything is done by hand. In Indonesia, there is a lake called Paisupo, considered one of the clearest bodies of water on the planet. From the surface, you can clearly see all the way to the bottom, as if you were looking through glass. Its water comes from underground sources that filter impurities, which contributes to its astonishing transparency. A true natural mirror. The Truck Surf Hotel is a truck transformed into a hotel that travels along the coasts of Portugal and Morocco. It has rooms, a kitchen, and common areas, attracting surfers who want to travel and stay on the move. It is the perfect combination of adventure, comfort, and stunning seaside scenery. In Vietnam, there is a curious drink called egg coffee. It is prepared by mixing egg yolks with condensed milk, sugar, and strong coffee, creating a thick texture and a unique creamy flavor. It is especially popular in Hanoi, and its origins trace back to the milk shortage during the war, when Vietnamese people began using eggs as a substitute. Every year, the world wastes close to 1 billion metric tons of food. Households are the main contributors to this loss, followed by restaurants and large stores. The waste not only creates a negative economic impact, but also contributes to environmental deterioration by squandering natural resources and energy. In 1989, Bill Gates founded a company called Interactive Home Systems, with the goal of decorating homes with digital art through screens. Although at the time it seemed like science fiction and the company did not last, the idea of transforming the home with digital art is more relevant than ever in the age of smart devices. French bread is made with just 4 ingredients: flour, water, salt, and yeast. After fermenting, it is baked until it achieves a crispy crust and a soft interior, becoming a symbol of European baking. Its freshly baked aroma is irresistible and has conquered tables all over the world. There are applications that use artificial intelligence to detect your mood by analyzing patterns in your writing, voice, and the way you interact with the screen. They can analyze the speed of your typing, the tone of your voice, or the emotions reflected in your words to offer a precise evaluation of your emotional state. Some even suggest changes to your digital environment to improve your well-being. Imagine protecting your entire skin with sunscreen in just 10 seconds. A machine designed for that purpose automatically adjusts the protection factor and the height of the user to apply the product quickly and evenly. Ideal for beaches, pools, or outdoor events, it combines precision and speed to take care of your skin efficiently. The world's largest Nerf gun measures nearly 13 feet, weighs more than 200 pounds, and can launch darts at 50 miles per hour. Its projectiles are made of PVC and foam, making them safe but very powerful. Seeing this machine in action is impressive and proves that toys can surprise with sizes never seen before. In Southern Australia, there is a drink that has outsold Coca-Cola: Farmers Union Iced Coffee. This milk-based iced coffee has reached such a high level of popularity that it is considered the most consumed non-carbonated beverage in the region. Nowhere else in the world does a still drink outsell a giant like Coca-Cola. In 2025, a secret courtyard inside the Alhambra in Granada, Spain, known as the Patio of the Minor Lions, was opened to the public. This hidden corner allows visitors to enjoy flamenco music and hear legends about the ancient sultans, surrounded by the same architectural details that made the Alhambra famous. A unique cultural experience that combines history, music, and beauty. Unlike most cats that tend to avoid water, the Turkish van cat has a water-resistant coat that allows it to enjoy swimming without any trouble. In nature, these cats have been known for their aquatic skills, swimming in lakes and rivers in search of fish, or simply for entertainment. This ability gives them a distinctive quality among felines. In Japan, Hotel Henna is a unique lodging attended exclusively by humanoid robots. Since 2015, it has used advanced technology to offer a completely automated service. The robot receptionists perform functions such as check-in, room service, and even cleaning. This type of accommodation shows the future of the hotel industry, where automation redefines the experience. Marajo Island, located at the mouth of the Amazon River in Brazil, is one of the areas of greatest biodiversity in the world. It was inhabited by the ancient Marajora culture, famous for its pottery decorated with geometric motifs. This civilization left an impressive archaeological legacy with thousands of discovered artifacts. Its biodiversity and rich history make it a fascinating destination. An advanced robotic exoskeleton has been developed to help people with paralysis walk again. This lightweight and precise device allows users to perform nearly natural movements thanks to advanced algorithms. Designed to provide support to the spine and legs, it has the potential to transform the lives of thousands of people by restoring their mobility. Imagine a staircase that with just the press of a button transforms into an elevator, designed to facilitate access for people with reduced mobility. This ingenious system combines functionality and design to ensure that everyone can move around without obstacles. By switching from stairs to elevator in seconds, it improves accessibility in buildings and public spaces. In Cappadocia, Turkey, nature sculpted unique rock formations called fairy chimneys. These volcanic stone towers, shaped by wind and water over thousands of years, look like they came out of a fantasy landscape. Many have been used as homes, churches, and shelters throughout the centuries, thanks to their cool interiors in summer and warm interiors in winter. At the 2025 Rugby World Cup, one of the most surprising innovations was the introduction of referee drones. These flying devices recorded plays from impossible angles, offering a detailed and precise view for reviewing decisions made on the field. A new dimension of officiating that takes the sport to a level of precision never seen before. In the African savanna, elephants use mud as a natural sunscreen. By covering themselves with a layer of mud, they protect their skin from the harmful ultraviolet rays of the sun. Additionally, this layer acts as a repellent against mosquitoes and parasites and helps them regulate their body temperature in an extremely hot environment, a vital adaptation for surviving in such a challenging ecosystem. There are tattoos that represent sound waves. By scanning the design with an app on your phone, you can play back the original sound that inspired that tattoo. It can be a song, a special voice, or a moment recorded in audio. A revolutionary way to carry music or beloved sounds on your skin, making each tattoo tell a story that can be heard. Chess boxing is a hybrid sport where competitors alternate rounds of chess with rounds of boxing. You need both mental strategy and physical endurance, and you can win by checkmate or by knockout. This strange and fascinating mix puts the body and mind to the test in a unique way, combining two completely opposite disciplines. The Copter Pack is a flying backpack created in Australia that uses two giant propellers instead of thrusters to lift off. In test videos, the pilot can be seen flying as if in a science fiction movie. Although it is experimental, it represents one more step toward the personal transportation of the future, where flying is an everyday option. Since the 80s, there have been candies that contain real insects like crickets or scorpions. Although they seem like a joke, they are edible and popular at fairs or curiosity shops. Some people buy them for fun, others to try something extreme. Without a doubt, they are not sweets suited for people who are afraid of bugs. In Japan, there is a special place for cats. Capsule hotels where pets can rest in beds and enjoy playtime while their owners are away traveling. A luxury for felines that shows how Japanese culture takes care of even the smallest details of animal well-being. In Belgium, in 2025, a beer was launched with a unique blend of hibiscus petals and lavender. This floral beverage has captured international attention for its delicate and refreshing flavor, winning awards at global competitions. With this creation, Belgium continues to expand its brewing legacy while maintaining its reputation as the home of the world's finest beers. The Game Boy had its own printer. The Game Boy printer allowed photos taken with the Game Boy camera to be printed on thermal paper in black and white. The quality was low, but for the time it was portable magic. A retro combination that today is a collector's item for technology nostalgics. In 2017, the Latvian company Aerones made history by performing the first parachute jump from a giant drone. This special drone was designed to lift up to 440 pounds and raised a professional skydiver to more than 1,000 feet in altitude. It was not just any stunt, but a demonstration of what technology can achieve in personal aviation. There are edible crocs. Yes, they are waffles with flavored filling inside, a perfect mix between fashion and food that proves creativity has no limits when it comes to fusing trends with gastronomy. Ideal for lovers of the curious and the unexpected. In Amsterdam, there is a cat named Nemus who wears a police vest for his safety. He has become famous on social media for being adorable and having his own style. This uniformed feline has become a full-blown local celebrity that steals smiles from passers-by and accumulates followers online. There is a robot called Prayer that autonomously writes and recites prayers, and it is usually presented as a work of art rather than an actual religious replacement. The intention is to make you think, if a machine can generate prayers, what part of the ritual is faith and what part is form? Projects like the Prayer are described as reflections on modern spirituality using AI and performance. Rumpology is the strange art of reading the backside as if it were a crystal ball, and it is usually presented as a pseudoscience similar to palm reading, but in a meme-worthy version. The idea is to look at shapes, lines, and folds, and draw conclusions about personality or the future, something completely debatable and more of a spectacle. The funny part is that there are people who offer it as a service, as if it were a normal consultation. A Canadian goose has up to 25,000 feathers, and most of them are not the pretty outer ones, but rather down that insulates like a heavy coat. That insulation is what allows them to handle cold and icy water without any trouble. And on top of that, they molt feathers regularly, as if they were renewing their wardrobe every season. The door of the monastery of Alcabasa was so narrow that it supposedly prevented monks from gaining weight, but this story tends to circulate as a viral myth. The most likely explanation is that the narrow door has practical, architectural, and access reasons, and later people attached the moral tale of gluttony to it. It is one of those perfect legends, simple, funny, and easy to share. Obsidian, that volcanic rock, can be sharper than a surgical scalpel, and that is why obsidian blades have been used in very specific surgical contexts. The key is the microscopic edge. It can cut very cleanly, and there are studies that compared healing and tissue response against steel. The problem is that it is also fragile, so it does not replace the common scalpel in every situation, but as a fact, it is mind-blowing. In dental cleanings, special dyes are sometimes used to detect plaque or invisible bacteria, and this is widely used for education. It stains the areas where you are brushing poorly, like a real-time map of mistakes. It is simple but super effective, because it stops being, "I think I brushed well," and becomes, "Look, right here you missed." A plant in a bottle survived since 1960 with its last watering in 1972. And what is impressive is that it becomes a tiny closed ecosystem. The water evaporates, condenses, falls back down, and the plant recycles what it can within that small world. It is like watching a miniature version of the water cycle running on its own for decades. Watching a solar eclipse from the space station is like watching magic in slow motion, because from above you can see the shadow racing across the Earth. From the ground you experience the eclipse as a single moment, but from space you see it as a giant phenomenon moving across continents. It is the same reality, just with a map-level view. From Everest you can see the entire Himalayan range when the sky is clear, and that is part of the myth of the roof of the world. The catch is that it does not always happen. The weather is in charge, and that is why perfect views are a rare reward. When it does happen, the horizon seems infinite, as if the earth had stretched itself out. The Great Sphinx of Giza does have a tail, but it is almost never seen in photos because most show only the face and the front. The statue measures about 240 feet from paws to tail, so the tail is a real part of the lion's body. It is a detail that exists but stays out of the typical frame, and that is why most people do not even know about it. In the Swedish castle of Gripsholm, there is a taxidermied lion so poorly made that it ended up being famous precisely for how ridiculous it looks. It was prepared in the 15th century by people who had never seen a live lion, working only from vague descriptions and imprecise drawings. The result was a feline with a flat face and bulging eyes that today draws tourists for pure absurdity. Leonardo da Vinci designed a self-supporting bridge that holds itself together without nails or ropes, relying solely on friction and gravity. The more weight it receives, the sturdier it becomes, because the pieces lock into each other under pressure. In the Danish town of Morso, there is today a real version functioning as a pedestrian bridge. China dominates aerial shows with more than 3,000 drones flying in perfect formation directed by a single computer. They draw three-dimensional figures with millimeter precision, like intelligent and smokeless fireworks. In South Korea, there are people who pay to lock themselves inside simulated prisons to escape social stress for a few days. They recreate real cells with strict schedules, basic food, and zero access to phones or any technology. Paradoxically, they find peace by locking themselves away in a world that outside moves too fast. A little sausage dog named Barry managed to survive 529 days alone on Kangaroo Island in Australia. She evaded foxes and snakes, had left weighing about 9 pounds and came back weighing nearly 15. It is a story where size did not determine the outcome. Courage did. the courage she had to return to her family. Crash test dummies originated in the 40s to replace the tests using cadavers that were being used in military aviation. They replicate the weight and structure of the human body, allowing impacts to be evaluated rigorously and without ethical concerns. Thanks to them, millions of lives have been saved through the perfecting of seatbelts, airbags, and vehicle structures. In The Simpsons, there is a visual detail that almost nobody notices. God is the only character with 5 fingers, while everyone else has only 4. The creators did this so that within the absurd universe of the series, God would look different and superior. He can appear in a serious or comedic version, but that unique trait is always maintained. The Temple of Karnak in Luxor took more than 2,000 years to build because multiple pharaohs kept expanding it over time. It boasts columns nearly 70 feet tall, colossal statues, and walls covered in ancient hieroglyphics. Walking through Karnak is literally walking through history carved in stone. When oxygen masks drop in an airplane, the oxygen you breathe was not stored in a tank. It is generated instantly through a chemical reaction. Inside the compartment, there is a solid mixture that, when activated, releases oxygen through heat immediately. The air you might need did not exist seconds before. It appears right when you need it. Sharks are forced to swim non-stop because they have no swim bladder and need water to pass through their gills in order to breathe. If they stop, they literally suffocate, so they even sleep while moving, taking advantage of ocean currents. They are perpetual machines of the ocean that cannot afford to stop for their entire lives. Scientists from Sweden and Germany developed a biochip capable of tripling the speed of wound healing through electrical impulses. It is placed on the skin and causes cells to migrate faster toward the wound, accelerating recovery. It has enormous potential for serious injuries and for diabetic patients, whose healing process tends to be very slow. The Dragon Bridge in Da Nang, Vietnam shoots fire for 2 minutes and sprays water for 3 minutes on weekend nights. The Golden Dragon Head lights up with LED lights and turns the bridge into a world-renowned tourist attraction. It is the perfect blend of engineering, contemporary art, and Asian tradition. The movie Boyhood was filmed over 12 years, capturing small fragments each year with the same actors. In total, the actual filming days amounted to just 39, but spread out over more than a decade. It allowed audiences to watch the main character grow up in real time and was recognized with Oscar nominations. Niklas Füllkrug, a player for Borussia Dortmund, rubs his ears before every match as a good luck ritual he has had since childhood. His father taught him the gesture so he could focus entirely on the game and block out outside noise. That family trick became a sporting superstition visible in every single one of his matches. Aquagenic urticaria is an extremely rare condition that causes hives upon contact with water, and fewer than 100 cases have ever been recorded in all of medical history. Those who suffer from it react to tears, sweat, or rain, and something as everyday as showering becomes a daily ordeal. It generally appears during adolescence and affects mostly young women, with no clear explanation yet found. The company Tenfold Engineering designed a foldable house that unfolds in just a few minutes with the press of a button. In its compact state, it looks like a closed cube, but it transforms into a livable home without the need for cranes or heavy machinery. It is ideal for emergencies, camping, or scientific missions anywhere on the planet. In Sopot, Poland, there is the Crooked House, a building that looks like it came out of a fairy tale with wavy walls and a roof that seems to be melting. It was designed inspired by children's illustrations and, although it looks unstable, on the inside it is completely functional. It houses shops, cafes, and offices, and is one of the most photographed buildings in the country. The killifish lives in temporary puddles in desert areas and lays eggs capable of surviving long droughts in a state of diapause. As soon as the rains arrive, the embryos wake up and grow at record speed before the water evaporates. It is used in aging studies because of how extreme and fast its life cycle is. Since 1980, Pac-Man has generated more than $25 billion and continues to be timeless, thanks to its addictive simplicity. It was born as an idea to attract more women to arcade halls and ended up becoming a universal pop icon. It has been ported to dozens of platforms and remains relevant 4 decades later. China built a fusion reactor nicknamed the Artificial Sun, capable of reaching 270 million degrees Fahrenheit through magnetic fields. Unlike fission, it leaves no dangerous waste and is fueled by hydrogen, an element extremely abundant in seawater. If the technology is perfected, it could provide clean and unlimited energy and change the future of humanity. Juan Pedro Franco entered the Guinness Book of Records in 2017 as the heaviest person in the world at nearly 1,300 pounds. Thyroid problems combined with poor nutrition led him to that extreme condition, which kept him bedridden for years. He managed to lose half his body weight but passed away in 2025 from a kidney infection. The first aviator sunglasses were designed in the 30s to protect pilots from the intense sunlight found above the clouds. Their teardrop shape and greenish lenses reduce glare without altering colors, making them essential flying tools. Over time, they went from the skies to the streets and became an icon of pop culture. Albania named Diela as the world's first virtual AI government minister, with the mission of eliminating government corruption. She processes thousands of documents in seconds and manages public contracts with complete transparency and no possibility of bribery. It is the first hybrid cabinet between humans and artificial intelligence in the history of any government. Many ancient statues from Egypt, Greece, and Rome have broken noses, and not by accident, it was done on purpose, by invaders and enemies. It was believed that breaking the nose removed the soul and symbolic power from the figure being represented before the people. It was a way of destroying not just the image, but also the memory of whoever it depicted. Some octopuses are using marine garbage as shelter, choosing cans, bottles, or plastic to hide in and deposit their eggs. It is a direct consequence of human pollution and the loss of natural habitats in the oceans. The fact that octopuses are living among trash should ring alarm bells about the future of marine species. In Siberia, Lake Berlinskoye turns pink in summer due to its high salinity and algae that produce reddish pigments. Every year, tourists arrive to see the spectacle, and a special train travels the area extracting salt. Swimming in it is like floating in the Dead Sea, only with a completely surreal pink hue. Dexter cows from Ireland are the smallest in the world, not exceeding 660 pounds or about 4 feet in height. They cost between $800 and $3,500 and get by with barely 5,400 square feet of yard. Thanks to their thick coats, they handle cold climates well and make excellent pets due to their docile temperament. The first roller coaster was not designed for fun, but to transport coal down a hill in Pennsylvania. Someone got on out of pure curiosity, enjoyed it so much that business people decided to turn the route into an attraction in 1846. Great inventions often come from unexpected accidents and a lot of imagination. There is a Rubik's Cube that changes color depending on the angle from which you look at it and can take up to 3 hours to solve. It is known as the impossible cube and has stumped even the most seasoned puzzle experts. It is not a conventional game but a mental ordeal that challenges perception itself. A curious detail: a cat's tail contains about 10% of all its bones, around 18 flexible vertebrae. It is used to maintain balance, communicate, and express moods to other animals and humans. That proportion is enormous within the skeleton and explains why cats take such good care of their tails. In 1924 in Leningrad, a chess match was played using real people as pieces over 5 hours of intense tension. 2 grandmasters directed the participants on a giant board, and the match ended in a dramatic draw. It was a spectacle where logic and patience were put to the test in a truly unique way. Garlic was the first cloned cat in China, and the company Sinogene created it after the death of its owner's original cat. They implanted the genetic material into an egg and allowed it to develop for months inside a surrogate mother under controlled care. The result was a genetically identical cat, though with a different personality due to environmental influences. Willard Wiggin is capable of sculpting works that literally fit on the head of a pin, using an eyelash as a brush under a microscope. A microscope is needed to appreciate every detail, the result of a precision and patience that pushes the limits of art. He is a genius of microart who proves that greatness can also hide in the infinitely small. In March of 2025, a magnitude 7.7 earthquake in Myanmar was so powerful that it broke the sound barrier inside the rock. The rupture spread faster than sound waves, a rare phenomenon known as extreme superseer. The energy released extended more than 600 miles and was equivalent to hundreds of atomic bombs. In France, an artificial tree was designed with microturbines hidden among the leaves that generate electricity from the slightest breeze. It is called the wind tree and can power streetlights or chargers without making noise or generating pollution. It is a blend of art and technology that inspires sustainable solutions for the cities of the future. Goalkeeper gloves are made with high-density latex and rigid polymer that produce a molecular friction capable of gripping the ball. They continue to work even in torrential rain without losing grip, and German latex is considered the elite standard. They turn the goalkeeper's hands into sticky surfaces capable of stopping shots at great speed. In the Topkapi Museum in Turkey, a ceremonial sword from the 14th century is preserved that measures nearly 9 feet long. It was not a combat weapon, but a diplomatic symbol between kings used to display power and respect between nations. It is a piece taller than most people and speaks of history, politics, and medieval rituals. The famous holes in Swiss cheese form because certain bacteria release carbon dioxide during the fermentation of the dairy. That gas creates bubbles that, when the cheese is cut, appear as the characteristic gaps everyone recognizes. Modern cheeses have fewer holes because the milk that is processed today contains fewer impurities. Elephants sleep for only about 2 hours a day and do so standing up, making them the land mammal with the least known rest. They only truly lie down when they are exhausted, and seeing them like that in their natural habitat is very rare. It is a survival strategy against predators that could take advantage of any nap to attack. Neuroscientists in London created a 3-dimensional robotic third thumb controlled by sensors placed on the feet. It attaches to the wrist, and volunteers report that after a short time, they feel it as a natural part of the body. It demonstrates that the brain can adapt to technological extensions and opens new doors in medicine. On Everest, there are around 200 frozen bodies along the route to the summit. Recovery is so costly and dangerous that most remain where they died and end up serving as reference points for other climbers. They are the tragic reminder of what it costs to attempt to conquer the highest mountain on the planet. Buildings incorporate expansion joints every 100 to 160 feet, made of rubber and neoprene, to absorb movement. They respond to changes in temperature, humidity, or earthquakes, constantly protecting the entire structure without anyone noticing. Thanks to that invisible engineering, the heaviest constructions adapt without suffering damage. Aristotle Ballas, a 65-year-old Cypriot, danced with 319 glasses balanced on his head and broke a world record. He has been practicing this dance since 1995 and kept moving for more than 20 seconds. His feat is a tribute to art, tradition, and perseverance, pushed to the very limit of human balance. The art installation titled "One Agreed" printed the terms of service of Facebook, Google, and WhatsApp on enormous rolls of paper. Hung in a gallery, they fell all the way to the floor and revealed the absurd length of what we agree to every day without reading. The piece denounces how platforms take advantage of our lack of attention when it comes to privacy. In 2024, Coca-Cola used artificial intelligence to recreate its iconic 1995 Christmas commercial. Users on social media criticized it, saying the digital gazes lacked the naturalness and warmth of the original material. The company defended itself by arguing that with the technology they can do in 1 month what used to take them years. To end up becoming a fossil, a body must be buried quickly under sediment before scavengers destroy it. From there, permineralization gradually replaces each cell with minerals over millions of years, creating replicas in rock. That is how the reproductions of dinosaurs and ferns loaded with evolutionary history come to be. The kobudai fish, which lives in the Pacific, is capable of changing sex when the alpha male dies naturally. A female transforms her body structure and reproductive organs until she becomes the new dominant male. The process takes several weeks, during which even the fish's face visibly changes. In Maryland in the United States, the official state sport is medieval jousting, where riders face each other with lances. Although it sounds like the Middle Ages, today it is practiced with modern protective gear and draws crowds at real competitions. Participants train horses and combine strength with precision to revive a centuries-old tradition. Russia began trials of a personalized cancer vaccine that combines messenger RNA and advanced artificial intelligence. It analyzes the DNA of each patient's tumor to destroy malignant cells without damaging healthy tissue. It is promised to be free of charge and is already showing promising results in skin and lung cancer. The Romans used to add toasted bread to wine because they believed it absorbed negative elements and brought good luck. Sharing the cup was a show of mutual trust and a guarantee that no one had poisoned the wine. It is one of the oldest superstitions in the world, and over time it evolved into the toasts we know today. The Hampton Roads Tunnel in Virginia was built in 1957 by sinking steel sections into the seabed. More than 100,000 vehicles pass through it daily, and they are currently doubling its capacity with an underwater expansion. It connects Norfolk and Hampton beneath the ocean and proves that humanity finds a way even where the sea seems to impose a limit. Hamid Naderi Yagane is capable of creating stunning images using only mathematical equations and Fibonacci sequences without ever picking up a brush. From birds to storms, each figure is described with numbers that shape extraordinary beauty on the page. His works have appeared in scientific journals and even in books published by Oxford University Press. The Coral Sonic project uses recordings from healthy reefs to stimulate coral larvae in deteriorated ocean zones. Three-dimensional ceramic structures emit frequencies that attract damaged fish and marine organisms. It is a blend of art and science focused on regenerating underwater ecosystems destroyed by human activity. A young Korean man asked UFC fighter Alex Pereira to punch him instead of giving him an autograph. Pereira hit him with full force and, against all expectations, could not knock him down or cause any visible injury. The video went viral precisely because of the surprising resistance the young man showed against such an impact. Gladys Hines, age 105, says her secret is drinking Guinness beers and having stayed single her entire life. She started drinking at 18 and claims that staying single kept her free of complications and stress, a testimony that pokes fun at most conventional advice about health and longevity. The tongue of a woodpecker is 3 times longer than its beak and wraps around the skull, functioning as a shock absorber. It absorbs every impact and allows the bird to peck wood at 20 strikes per second without suffering brain injuries. Modern engineering today studies this adaptation to design more efficient protective helmets. In the 20s, 7-Up included lithium citrate in its formula as a mood enhancer, and it was not removed until 1948. What today is a popular lemon-lime soda started out as a medicinal tonic with psychoactive ingredients. Many drinks we consume every day had origins very different from what one might imagine. In Australia, they created an automatic gate for farms that opens without electricity, relying solely on the weight of the approaching vehicle. It works with kinetic energy, ramps, and mechanical sensors, and opens for 7 seconds automatically without failure. It is perfect for remote rural properties where no electrical infrastructure is available. Lucas, a penguin at the San Diego Zoo, was fitted with custom orthopedic shoes to treat a painful case of bumblefoot. They are made with a soft and durable material that allows him to walk without pain and interact normally with other penguins. It is a wonderful example of how technology and care for animals can change a life. There are upward lightning bolts that instead of falling from the clouds are born at the top of skyscrapers and travel up toward the atmosphere. They form when the electric field at the surface is so powerful that the discharge climbs upward. Only ultra-high-speed cameras can capture this spectacle that lasts just milliseconds. The hyoid bone is unique in the human body because it floats beneath the jaw without articulating with any other bone. It is held in place by muscles and ligaments and functions as the master anchor of the tongue and vocal structure. Without it, speaking clearly or swallowing would be practically impossible tasks. In 2019, a prehistoric shark was discovered with teeth that closely resemble the ships from the video game Galaga. It was named Galagadon nordquiste and lived about 67 million years ago, around the same time as Tyrannosaurus rex. A crossover between science and pop culture that proves video games leave their mark even on fossils. A skier did not notice that a bear was following her down the mountain because she was wearing headphones and listening to music. Since she did not panic, she maintained a steady speed and ended up moving away from the danger without realizing what was happening behind her. Had she noticed, the fear might have caused her to fall and the story would be very different. The ghost ray reproduces with eggs shaped like a purse, which is why they are known as mermaids' purses. It is an extremely rare creature related to sharks that inhabits the darkest depths of the ocean. Every video sighting is considered valuable and irreplaceable material for marine biologists around the world. Gabriel Daw creates installations with thousands of taut threads that look like rays of light suspended in the air. Each work is made by hand, thread by thread, with such precision that it generates optical illusions that shift with the light. People often think they are holograms, but in reality, there is only thread, tension, and an enormous amount of patience. The classic black and white hexagon soccer ball was designed to be more visible on black and white television sets. Viewers could easily follow its movement on the monochrome screens of the time without losing sight of it. A design born out of pure technological necessity that ended up becoming the universal symbol of soccer. The Rockefeller Center Christmas tree of 2025 stood 75 feet tall, weighed 11 tons, and displayed 57,000 LED lights. It is topped with a Swarovski star and was donated by a family that had planted it in the 1920s. A family tree that ended up becoming the most famous Christmas symbol in New York. Urban Surf in Melbourne is capable of producing 1,000 perfect waves per hour and became the first artificial wave park in the Southern Hemisphere. It features 6 zones ranging from beginner to professional level, eliminating the uncertainty of natural tides. It is a true revolution for athletic training, allowing surfing in controlled conditions year-round. Grunion fish come out of the water on California beaches during high tides during full moons, between March and August. The females bury themselves tail first in the sand to protect their eggs from predators in the open ocean. Spanish explorers gave them that name because the sound they made resembled a grunt. In China, humanoid female robots were presented that are so realistic they can be mistaken for people, thanks to their synthetic skin and natural gestures. They hold conversations by responding in real time and convincingly display basic emotions such as surprise or joy. They were designed with artificial intelligence for customer service, tourism, and elderly care. The air curtains seen in some stores are powerful airflows installed above doors that create an invisible barrier against insects and temperature changes. They keep the interior stable without needing to close the door and are only perceived as a light breeze when you walk through them. They reduce energy consumption and improve hygiene without most customers ever noticing. Mark Zuckerberg is building an underground bunker on his property in Kauai, Hawaii, designed to withstand global catastrophes. It would include an access tunnel, a reinforced steel door, and self-sustaining areas for living in isolation for months. This type of construction is not that uncommon among wealthy individuals concerned about potential social collapses or pandemics. Chapultepec Castle in Mexico City is the only one on the American continent that functioned as an imperial royal residence. It served as the home of Emperor Maximilian, a military school, and a presidential residence at different points in history. Today, it is a museum filled with history and art, with panoramic views and European architecture with a Mexican soul. The company Omnivision created a camera measuring just 0.02 inches that fits inside a hypodermic needle. It is used to perform endoscopies and internal diagnoses without discomfort and transmits images in real time from inside the body. A camera the size of a grain of sand, but with the potential to save lives. In countries such as Japan and South Korea, it is common not to use deodorant due to a genetic mutation that eliminates body odor. People sweat normally but do not smell bad, something that directly impacts a much smaller cosmetics industry in Asia. A fascinating example of how genetics influences even our daily hygiene routines. Between 1912 and 1948, art was an official part of the Olympic Games. Medals were awarded in painting, sculpture, architecture, literature, and music, always for works inspired by competitive sport. It was discontinued because many participants were professionals, but for several editions, brushes and musical scores shared glory with athletes. Spanish scientists developed a technology that allows people to touch holograms without gloves using ultrasound and advanced motion sensors. It generates pressure in the air, simulating a real texture where buttons and completely invisible surfaces can be felt. It is a major advancement for augmented reality and virtual medicine, with enormous possibilities for the future. In 2025, 3 wolves were born with genetics from the extinct giant wolf, thanks to genetic editing carried out by Colossal Biosciences. The project sparked an intense ethical debate about whether we should revive species that disappeared thousands of years ago. The technology is advancing faster than humanity's ability to discuss its implications. Paul Barton is a British pianist who plays Beethoven for blind and injured elephants at sanctuaries in Thailand. Many of them become completely still, appear to relax, or even sway to the rhythm of the classical music. The recordings of these encounters have moved millions of people and show the transformative power of art. The oldest toy in human history is, surprisingly, a simple wooden stick that children turn into a sword or magic wand. In every culture and era, children have enjoyed playing with sticks, which are a universal symbol of creativity. Proof that imagination does not need batteries or screens to build entire worlds. In Costa Rica, there is a cave saturated with carbon dioxide at concentrations so high that it kills any animal that enters within seconds. From the outside, nothing indicates danger. There is no smell or color, but inside, death is invisible and swift. Remains of birds and mammals have been found there, victims of this deadly natural trap. The Bugatti La Voiture Noire sold for $18 million and holds the title of the most expensive car ever built. It is fitted with a 16-cylinder engine, producing more than 1,000 horsepower, and only one unit exists in the entire world. Its elegant and aggressive aesthetic makes it a rolling work of art impossible to replicate. The Rain Room is an art installation in which it rains constantly, but you do not get wet thanks to cameras that detect your movements. The nozzles deactivate just in time and create a dry field around your body as you walk through the rain. Since 2018, the piece has traveled through museums around the world as an artistic and technological phenomenon. The Bedlington Terrier looks more like a sheep than a dog, due to its curly coat and extremely slender silhouette. It originates from the United Kingdom and was bred as a hunting dog, although at first glance its appearance is deceiving. Its wool is soft, does not shed, and makes it an ideal pet for people with allergies. In Japan, there was a bar called Sasya, where customers paid to receive slaps as a form of entertainment. In 2023, they decided to change their business and start selling burgers, going quite literally from punches to fast food. A business evolution, as strange as it is entertaining, that could only happen within Japanese culture. Formula One drivers sit in an almost reclined position to improve aerodynamics and have greater control of the car at extremely high speeds. That super reclined posture helps them withstand extreme forces and shave off milliseconds that can decide a race. The pressure their necks and bodies endure throughout the entire competition is truly impressive. A single drop of seawater, magnified 25 times under a microscope, hides an entire universe of microscopic life. It contains crab larvae, fish eggs, microorganisms, algae, and tiny crustaceans floating in synchrony. That marine microcosm is at the base of the food chain, and without it, we would not exist. A chef launched a kebab into space using a weather balloon that lifted it to 121,000 feet in altitude. It came back frozen and crashed to the ground after an unmanned journey through the stratosphere. Fine dining in zero gravity, a gastronomic adventure that no one had ever dared to attempt before. Since 2005, In Qatar and other countries in the Middle East, camel races are held with robot jockeys instead of humans. The animals are better cared for, and the spectacle maintains the same excitement and competitiveness as always. Technology replaced human jockeys for the sake of animal welfare, without losing a single drop of adrenaline. Very few species are capable of recognizing themselves in a mirror, and dolphins are one of them thanks to their exceptional intelligence. They are smart enough to understand that the reflection is not another animal, but themselves looking back. That capacity for self-awareness places them among the most brilliant animals on the planet. The Fairbase vase can save your life because when it breaks, it releases a chemical compound that instantly extinguishes fires. It is not a simple ornament, but firefighting technology designed to act even before you have time to react. An elegant solution that combines interior design with an invisible fire safety system. Tennis balls are recycled at the end of their useful life and transformed into court surfaces, acoustic insulation, or even shoe soles. There are initiatives that repurpose them in schools as chair leg caps or walking stick protectors. With millions discarded every year, this recycling significantly reduces the environmental impact of the sport. Of the more than 2,600 stars on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, only 17 belong to fictional characters. Among them are Mickey Mouse, Shrek, The Simpsons, and Snow White, all recognized for their cultural and emotional impact. The first was awarded to Mickey Mouse in 1978, proving that fiction also leaves its mark. The American Blue Rabbit was created in 1917 by crossing breeds that are probably already extinct, making it impossible to replicate. Its intense silver blue coat is highly valued by breeders around the world for its beauty and softness. If they are not bred among themselves, their current genetics would be impossible to reproduce again. Hobbiton, in Matamata, New Zealand, is the Lord of the Rings filming set turned into a permanent tourist attraction. It features hobbit holes, meticulously maintained gardens, and the Green Dragon Tavern, where you can even drink a hobbit beer. Thousands of visitors walk the same paths that Frodo, Sam, and Gandalf walked on screen. In Georgia, above the Dash Bashi Canyon, there is a hanging cafe suspended at nearly 1,000 feet in altitude with a glass floor. Visitors enjoy a coffee or dessert literally floating over the abyss with spectacular panoramic views. Its design won architecture awards and is a must-stop for adventurous tourists. China developed a micro-drone the size of a mosquito equipped with cameras, microphones, and sensors controlled from a simple smartphone. It can fly undetected and is ideal for surveillance or espionage missions. Completely silent. It sounds like a science fiction movie, but it is already real and operational. The platypus has a coat capable of absorbing ultraviolet rays and emitting visible light, turning a glowing green under the right illumination. It is as if it had a secret glow that we can only appreciate with a special light. That detail makes it one of the strangest and most fascinating animals in existence. During the filming of IT Chapter 2, actor Bill Skarsgård left the entire crew frozen by practicing terrifying expressions without a drop of makeup. Using only his real face, he managed to unsettle the special effects technicians, who were stunned by his natural ability. He needed no digital monsters. His facial expressiveness was already enough. A Japanese man spent 3 million yen on a hyper-realistic wolf suit with the sole purpose of walking around the street as one. It is not cosplay or a performance. He simply wanted to look like a wolf and achieved it impressively. The dedication and money invested show that passion knows no cultural boundaries. Domino's Pizza launched a campaign to fix potholes in cities across the United States because they were damaging pizzas during delivery. They set out to fill them so drivers would not have to battle broken asphalt every single day. A very original way of caring for the customer experience, all the way from the road to the front door. Some abandoned phone booths in Japan were transformed into fish tanks where fish swim peacefully inside the small space. It is a creative and fun way to recycle an already obsolete urban object and surprise whoever comes across them. An unexpected blend of old technology and living nature that brightens up the streets. In Belgium, there is a restaurant located entirely underwater where diners must put on scuba gear to eat. It is a unique experience. You eat submerged, surrounded by bubbles and the deep silence of the aquatic environment. Dining there is as impressive as it is exotic, but suitable only for the most gastronomically adventurous. In 2013, a gold sculpture of Lionel Messi's left foot was created, weighing no less than 55 pounds. It was commissioned by a Japanese jewelry company and valued at more than $5 million as a tribute to the footballer. The level of detail is impressive. Veins, wrinkles, and skin texture all faithfully reproduced in gold. Smartwatches can be off by up to 93% when calculating the calories you burn during exercise. They estimate using general formulas that do not account for your metabolism, muscle mass, or prior diet. They serve as guidance, but not as absolute truth about your daily caloric expenditure. The giant doll from Squid Game was not made by computer. It is real and physically located in South Korea. It was not originally intended for the series, but it was loaned as part of the filming set. After the worldwide success, it became a tourist attraction where thousands go to take photos next to it. There is a Transformer-style table with more than 1,000 pieces that reacts to gestures and changes shape without being touched. It can become a desk, a coffee table, or a dining table, automatically adapting to the activity of the user. Technology and design united in a piece of furniture that makes life more comfortable and, along the way, more surprising. Kawasaki presented a system called Alice, a hydrogen cabin that transfers between trains, cars, and planes without the passenger needing to get out. You simply sit down and the cabin handles the rest, switching modes of transportation without any complications. It could revolutionize the way we travel, making it faster and more comfortable than ever. NASA's Orion spacecraft demonstrated its docking capability in orbit, a fundamental step toward the future Artemis 3 mission. This mission plans to bring astronauts back to the moon as a stepping stone toward deep space exploration. Every successful docking is a leap toward the permanent lunar bases of the future. A couple in New Zealand found a potato weighing 17 pounds in their garden, discovered accidentally while working the soil. At first, they thought it was a root or a mushroom, but it turned out to be a record-breaking giant tuber. They named it Doug, and it became a local celebrity appearing in media and on social networks. In Vietnam, the Bac Long glass bridge stretches over 2,000 feet in length and is the longest glass bridge in the world. It is suspended between mountains and allows visitors to walk on a completely transparent surface that reveals the abyss beneath their feet. It is built with triple-layered tempered glass, can support significant weight, and offers a dizzying experience. Cristiano Ronaldo is the most followed person on Instagram, with more than 600 million followers spread around the world. His account blends sport, family, luxury, and advertising, and every new post generates millions of reactions. A phenomenon explained not only by his fame in soccer, but also by his constant charisma. The La Rosey Institute in Switzerland is the most expensive school on the planet, with an annual tuition of around $130,000. It educates the children of kings, billionaires, and celebrities, and has private ski slopes and a mountain campus. Founded in 1880, it teaches languages, etiquette, art, and diplomacy to prepare the future elite. Researchers designed a soft silicone robot that swims by imitating the elegant movement of a marine ray without any motors. It moves through electrical impulses that make its soft wings vibrate, is silent, and does not harm the environment. It could be used for underwater rescues, exploration of fragile zones, or ecological surveillance. China built a fully covered theme park that on its opening day broke 7 Guinness records simultaneously. It simulates a space station with futuristic attractions, indoor roller coasters, and a starry sky projected onto the ceiling. You can spend an entire day exploring it without caring about the weather outside, a whole universe under one roof. A mecha is a humanoid robot so realistic that you could mistake it for a person, thanks to its detailed and natural facial expressions. It frowns, smiles, appears surprised, and holds fluid conversations supported by real-time artificial intelligence. It was created as a testing platform for the future of interaction between humans and machines. The colored circles that appear on cereal boxes do not indicate that the product is natural or vegan, as many people mistakenly believe. They are control marks used by printers to verify that all colors were printed correctly. Each circle represents an ink color, and if one is missing, the error is detected instantly. In many Italian cities, traditional ambulances do not fit through the ancient streets. So narrow, they required the design of mini electric versions. Equipped with the essentials for emergencies, they reach places where no ordinary vehicle could access in the historic districts. This invention has saved many lives by adapting technology to a very particular urban environment. The first official Minecraft movie, starring Jack Black, was released in April of 2025 to great success. It combines live action with digital effects in an adventure inspired by the universe of the famous Block video game. With its pixelated landscapes and humor, it seeks to capture both fans and new viewers alike. A fashion brand plans to create digital versions of 30 real models using artificial intelligence for use in future advertising campaigns. The British Union Equity expressed concern about the lack of regulation over the digital image rights of real people. The debate over the replacement of humans by technology within the fashion industry remains completely open. Some sharks lay spiral-shaped eggs resembling a corkscrew that hook onto corals on the seabed for protection. That peculiar shape prevents currents from sweeping them away, and their thick surface shields the embryo from predators. When the time comes, the baby shark breaks out of the capsule and swims for the very first time. The flipbook is an animation technique in which drawings come to life when the pages of a notebook are flipped quickly by hand. Despite being simple, it has served as a foundation for many professional animation studies for decades. It is still used in artistic projects as a pure form of giving movement to the static. The Michelin mascot is called Bibendum and was created by the founding brothers in 1898. The name comes from Latin and was chosen by the Financial Times as the best logo of the 20th century. A figure made of tires turned into a globally recognized advertising legend for more than a century. Alexander Unger, known as Guldies, is a Swedish artist who masters stop motion with an adorable clay character. In each animation, the little figure tries to do simple things like open a door and always ends up in chaotic and very funny results. He proves that you do not need words to tell powerful stories, only creativity and patience. Kanzi is a bonobo who recognizes more than 200 words and responds to complex instructions, such as correctly starting a fire. He was raised in an environment where they communicated with graphic symbols and ended up forming sentences on his own. His case changed the way we understand the minds of primates, a genius covered in fur. The artist Roman Putin transforms simple coins into miniature sculptures with gears and articulated moving parts. He creates everything from insects with wings to beating hearts through internal mechanisms entirely carved by hand. For him, coins stop being money and become small platforms of artistic expression. The town called Santa Claus in Indiana has received thousands of letters addressed to Santa Claus every year since the mid-20th century. Local volunteers respond to them from a post office decorated in Christmas style year-round. It all started by accident. When registering the name, Santa Fe was already taken, so they went with Santa Claus instead. The singer JoJo was a worldwide sensation, but a problematic record label derailed her career for 10 full years. In 2025, she returned with her first world tour in a decade and an autobiography that became a bestseller. Her story is an example of resilience within a ruthless music industry that tends to devour young talent. In Japan, aeronautics and art came together to create the Open Sky, a glider inspired by the aircraft of Studio Ghibli. This motorless vehicle performs flights of about 10 minutes and then glides using natural air currents. Its design is a tribute to the visual style of films, such as Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind. There is a sport called combat juggling that combines juggling and fighting. You must keep your clubs in the air while knocking down your opponents. The coordination and strategy required are brutal, even though at first glance it looks like something simple. You never know who will end up winning, because luck and skill are constantly intertwined. Smart vacuum cleaners do not just clean the house. They also map every corner, collecting data about the size and type of furniture. With that information, some companies can deduce your income level, your habits, and even your lifestyle. What appears to be a simple household appliance turns out, at its core, to be a silent spy on wheels inside your home. In India, engineer Sudhakar Yadav has designed more than 100 cars in wild shapes that are fully functional and drive on real streets. There are giant burgers, toothbrushes, toilets, and even cows on wheels promoting causes like recycling or hygiene. Each vehicle is a rolling message that proves creativity can also educate and inspire. In Istanbul, they are testing turbines that generate energy by harnessing the air displaced by vehicles passing along the road. The technology uses traffic wind to power public lighting in a renewable and creative way. Every car thus contributes, without knowing it, to lighting the city, proving that engineering can turn the everyday into energy. Joe Wall, known as Doodle Boy, started drawing in notebooks during class, and by the age of just 9 was already collaborating with Disney and Nike. His parents recognized the talent behind the doodles and enrolled him in an art school to develop his gift. What started as a classroom distraction ended up becoming a career as an internationally recognized illustrator. For the first time, a baby was conceived without direct human intervention thanks to a robotic fertilization system with artificial intelligence. Tiny robots inject sperm into eggs with greater precision than traditional fertilization, reducing the margin of error. The baby was born healthy and represents a revolutionary advancement in 21st century reproductive medicine. In Thailand, there is a swimming pool that appears to contain red water, but it is actually an effect achieved with reddish and orange tiles on the floor. It is located at the Library Hotel in Koh Samui, and under the sun, the water reflects such an intense color that it baffles visitors. Many tourists visit it just to take photos inside this blend of art and visual provocation. The jacket Kurt Cobain wore at the legendary MTV Unplugged performance in 1993 was auctioned for millions of dollars. It was a simple olive green garment with stains and a few missing buttons, and it became a symbol of the grunge movement. Curiously, it did not even belong to him. It had been lent to him just for that legendary night. In Vietnam, a dog named Dewey went viral because his face looks more like a cat's, confusing thousands of users on social media. He has pointy ears, a feline expression, and a coat so soft it brings a cat to mind more than a canine. He is a real cross between a short-legged dingo and another local breed, with no digital editing whatsoever. The Lord of the Rings trilogy relied on enormous physical miniatures called bigatures to recreate settings such as Minas Tirith. These models, measuring several feet, were filmed with special cameras to simulate real size on screen. The handcrafted technique combined with digital work was one of the keys to the saga winning so many Oscars. There is a replica of Google known as Google Mirror that displays everything in reverse, as if you were seeing it reflected in a mirror. You can search for it from your browser and spend a good while exploring this fully functional inverted version. It is an internet curiosity that showcases the creativity of web developers with a healthy dose of humor. There is a giant drone capable of transporting people without needing a pilot's license, functioning as an autonomous flying taxi. You get in, choose your destination, and it takes off with silent electric propulsion, and it is already being tested in some cities around the world. The future of urban transportation is literally in the air and getting closer to becoming an everyday reality. Can you imagine driving on a highway built over frozen lakes that is only available 2 months a year? That is exactly what happens with the Tibet to Contoido Winter Road in northern Canada, the longest ice road on the planet, stretching more than 350 miles. Up to 87% of its route runs over frozen water, and it reaches about 160 feet in width. When spring arrives, the ice melts and the road simply disappears. In the Turkish mountains of Kuşköy, more than 500 years ago, the inhabitants invented a language as strange as it is ingenious. They converse through whistles that imitate birdsong. Taking advantage of the echo in the mountain ranges, they can understand each other regardless of the distance between them. In 2017, UNESCO added it to the list of intangible cultural heritage. Today, fewer than 50 people still master it because modern technology has gradually replaced it. An industrial exoskeleton is worn like a vest and helps lift things above the head, relieving up to 60% of the tension on the shoulders. It is perfect for workers who spend hours carrying weight, but it is also used for household tasks or physical training. It is not robotic in the classic sense, but rather takes advantage of mechanisms that absorb part of the weight and redistribute the effort. It makes you feel almost like a superhero and prevents injuries. In Tibet, there is a funerary ritual where the body of the deceased is offered to vultures. It is called a sky burial or jator, and it is part of Tibetan Buddhism as a final gesture of generosity toward other living beings. It has a very practical background. On the Tibetan plateaus, the ground remains frozen and wood for cremations is scarce. If the birds consume the body completely, it is interpreted as a good omen. In Iceland, there is a beach where the sand is completely black. It is called Reynisfjara, and it formed when hot lava cooled, and over thousands of years, erosion turned it into fine basalt sand. The landscape is completed by enormous basalt columns, natural caves, and cliffs that drop into the sea. It also has a bad reputation for its surprise waves, capable of sweeping a person away without any warning. There are special garments that change color when exposed to ultraviolet rays and reveal hidden patterns and designs. It is like wearing a surprise that only reveals itself under the sun. Not only is it an aesthetic touch, it can also have practical uses, such as visually indicating the intensity of solar radiation. Every time you step outside, your clothing stops merely covering you and starts, quite literally, communicating. There is a monkey with an emperor's mustache in a matriarchal society. It is called the Emperor Tamarin, a primate from the Amazon known for its long white mustache, a trait that recalls that of Emperor Wilhelm II. In these groups, it is the males who take care of the young almost all the time, even carrying them around. They groom each other, adjust their mustaches, and form alliances with other species to detect predators. Have you ever heard of Prince Rupert's drops? They are glass shapes resembling a transparent tadpole with truly remarkable resistance. Not even a hammer can break their head, only a bullet can destroy it, though the bullet itself may shatter on impact. Their secret lies in the enormous internal tension generated when the glass cools suddenly. In Manchester, there is a building that literally whistles when the wind blows hard. It is the Beetham Tower, a 47-story skyscraper that emits a monotone sound audible several blocks away. The whistling appears when air passes through certain structural elements. At first it was a curiosity, but it ended up exasperating the neighbors, because in that area the winds are constant. Almost nobody knows this, but bubble wrap was born by accident. It was invented in 1957 by Alfred Fielding and Mark Chavons, who actually wanted to manufacture decorative wallpaper. The idea as decoration failed, but they discovered that the bubbles were perfect for protecting fragile objects. In the 60s, IBM started using it to protect its computers during shipments, and from there it became a global phenomenon. In Iran, there is an art form that covers entire walls with thousands of mirror fragments. It is called Aynakari, and it emerged when mirrors being imported from Europe arrived broken in Persia, and craftsmen decided to cut them further to form geometric designs. Over time, it became a characteristic element of palaces and mosques, where light multiplies thousands of times and creates the sensation of being inside an infinite and brilliant space. As strange as it sounds, you can get worse sunburn in the snow than at the beach and without feeling any heat. While sand reflects between 10 and 15% of solar radiation, fresh snow can bounce back up to 90% of ultraviolet rays. The radiation reaches you from above and below, affecting areas such as the nose and eyelids. Even the eyes can suffer photokeratitis, an extremely painful solar burn of the eye. In Thailand, there is a giant temple built without using a single metal nail. It is called the Sanctuary of Truth. It stands 345 feet tall and was built with teak and mahogany, assembled using traditional techniques. It has no electricity. It is lit solely by natural light that bounces off the wood. It combines elements of Buddhism, Hinduism, and other Asian traditions in a truly impressive monument. There is a dog that looks like a raccoon, but has no relation to one whatsoever. It is the tanuki, an Asian canid that is also the only member of its family that hibernates. It climbs trees with unexpected ease and, when it feels threatened, plays dead to fool predators. In Japan, it is a legendary figure, said to possess magical powers and symbolizing good luck in business. In Slovenia, there is a castle that is literally embedded inside a mountain. Prajama Castle occupies a cliff face, 403 feet high, and holds the record as the largest cave castle in the world. Its network of secret passageways allowed its inhabitants to enter and exit unseen during sieges. Legend has it that the knight Erasmus held out for months under siege thanks to those tunnels. There is a language so difficult that when researchers first heard it, they thought their own recording equipment was broken. It is called Hadza, a language spoken by fewer than 1,000 people in Tanzania. It has no writing system and uses click sounds produced with the tongue. When anthropologists first recorded it, they thought there were interferences, when in reality they were a normal part of the language. There is an elevator that fits no fewer than 235 people. It is located at the Geo World Center in Mumbai, India, and is one of the largest in the world. It was designed with that enormous capacity to move huge numbers of people in a building that houses thousands of workers every day. It is a great example of how engineering adapts to the needs of today's megastructures. In Cambodia, thousands of Buddha statues gaze down from the top of a mountain. The project at the Wat Phnom Kiri Pagoda aims to reach 84,000 figures, representing the teachings of Buddhist Dharma. At present, they already number more than 20,000, and monks continue adding new ones. To reach the main statue, you must climb 199 steps barefoot. It all started in 2017 with just 4 monks. The pelican eel has a mouth so enormous that it can swallow prey almost as large as itself. It lives in the abyssal zone, at depths between 1,600 and nearly 10,000 feet, where sunlight never reaches. Its giant jaw functions like a flexible net that catches everything in its path in a place where food is scarce. Additionally, its tail emits small, luminous flashes that attract other creatures in the midst of total darkness. The planarian is a worm with no respiratory or circulatory system that, according to some studies, could be practically immortal. It has no eyes, is hermaphroditic, and can regenerate any part of its body it loses. If you cut it into pieces, each fragment regenerates a complete organism. Science studies it closely because its regeneration mechanisms could open revolutionary possibilities for human medicine. Although it sounds strange, there is a spider capable of breathing underwater. The water spider creates an air bubble using the hairs on its abdomen and anchors it between aquatic plants like an underwater bell. Inside that bubble, it can breathe, eat, and even mate. It is the only spider on the planet that spends its entire life underwater and only surfaces to replenish its air supply. All the giant pandas in the world legally belong to China. They are not sold. They are loaned through what is known as panda diplomacy with 10-year contracts. Housing a pair costs around $1 million per year, and if a cub is born, the zoo pays between $400,000 and $600,000 additional dollars. Any cub born outside China must return to its country of origin without exception. The picture frame in the world measures nearly 500 feet and is located in Dubai. It sits in Zabil Park and also functions as a viewing platform with panoramic views. From one side, you contemplate modern Dubai, full of skyscrapers. From the other, you see the historic part of the city. Its golden structure has become one of the most photographed tourist spots in the United Arab Emirates. The frigate bird can fly for up to 2 months without landing. Males have a red throat pouch that they inflate like a balloon to attract a mate. With their great wingspan, they can glide long distances with almost no effort by riding air currents. Their feathers are also not waterproof, so they touch the water as little as possible. They even sleep while flying and steal food from other birds mid-flight. The Harley-Davidson Blue Edition has a price approaching $1,900,000. It was manufactured in 2018 with more than 360 embedded diamonds and several gold-plated parts. It has a unique blue paint finish and an engine with interior lighting. It was not designed for speed but for impact. It is a blend of engineering, art, and luxury taken to the extreme. Angkor in Cambodia is the most extensive archaeological zone on the planet. It covers more than 150 square miles, filled with temples and canals. There you will find Angkor Wat, the largest religious monument in the world. At its peak, the city extended to nearly 400 square miles, which would make it possibly the largest pre-industrial city ever to have existed. A woman has spent more than 20 years dressing exclusively in green. She calls herself the Lady Green and says she has been happier since she decided to give that color a central place in her life. From her clothing to her home accessories, everything is green. Interestingly, she herself has explained that the day that color stops making her happy, she will switch to another shade that makes her feel the same way. A powerful Swedish warship sank minutes after setting sail. The Vasa went down on the 10th of August of 1628, having advanced barely 4,300 feet. It had too many cannons in the upper section and too little weight in the base, so a single gust of wind was enough to capsize it. It spent more than 300 years underwater until it was recovered nearly intact in 1961. There is a sport where soccer is played on top of a bicycle. It is called cycle ball, and curiously, it is not classified as a variant of soccer, but of cycling. Players must pedal, maintain balance, and hit the ball with the wheels of the bike. It demands extraordinary coordination and has official championships in several European countries. The HH-60G Pave Hawk is a helicopter designed to rescue people inside combat zones. It can operate at night, in storms, and in the midst of intense fire, thanks to its night vision and armor. It has machine guns and can refuel in mid-flight. Most impressively, many of its missions are practically suicidal, with a single premise: leave no one behind. In India, there are wells that look like inverted labyrinths. They are called bayarus and are hydraulic structures built since the 9th century to store rainwater. Some, in Rajasthan, reach 13 levels deep and have more than 3,500 steps arranged with symmetrical geometry. That design ensured there was always a stairway to reach the water, no matter how low the level dropped. The world's fastest drone reaches 215 miles per hour. The XLR drone was able to follow Max Verstappen for an entire lap at the Silverstone circuit. This technology is changing sports broadcasting by enabling dynamic and close-range footage. Before, getting that kind of shot was impossible with traditional cameras or helicopters. In Madrid, there is a restaurant that has been open for nearly 300 years without closing. Sobrino de Botín was founded in 1725 and is listed as the oldest continuously operating restaurant in the world. Its home oak wood-fired oven has been burning for nearly 3 centuries without ever going out. Suckling pig and roast lamb are still cooked there, using the same techniques as generations past. Mice fear cats even when they have never seen one. The key lies in a protein present in feline saliva that mice detect through their vomeronasal organ. The moment they perceive it, their brain triggers an immediate panic response. The scent alone is enough to unleash terror, like a biological alarm that forces them to flee even before the predator appears. The library of the Abbey of St. Gall in Switzerland is one of the oldest in the world. It houses 170,000 volumes and 2,100 medieval manuscripts, 400 of which are more than 1,000 years old. In 1983, UNESCO declared it a World Heritage Site. The frescoed ceilings and Baroque moldings enhance every detail of this truly remarkable historical treasure. The astronomical clock of Prague was set in motion in 1410. It has been running for more than 600 years and represents the movement of celestial bodies according to the geocentric system. It accurately marks the position of the sun and moon, as well as the current time. It is one of the most visited attractions in the Czech capital and a stunning testament to medieval engineering Few people know that the cigarette was invented thanks to some beggars in Seville. In the 15th century, they collected tobacco scraps that the wealthy threw away and wrapped them in paper to smoke. Over time, the industry recognized the potential and created a cheap and addictive product. That is how the cigarette was born, not as an elegant invention, but as a practical solution that arose from necessity. The Natural History Museum in London houses more than 80 million specimens. Among the most famous pieces is Hope, a blue whale skeleton measuring 82 feet suspended from the ceiling in Hinsa Hall. It also preserves collections linked to Charles Darwin that are fundamental to the study of evolution. Most surprisingly, general admission is completely free. There is a bird that looks permanently angry, like a real-life angry bird. It is called the red-headed barbet and lives from Costa Rica to Peru. Its grumpy expression is due to the dense feathers surrounding its eyes. The males stand out for a bright red head that contrasts with that eternal furrowed brow. Although it looks threatening, it is a calm bird that feeds on fruit and insects. The most expensive transportation in the world costs more than $3.7 billion. We are talking about the Oculus at the World Trade Center in New York, designed by Santiago Calatrava as a symbol of rebirth after the September 11th attacks. Its shapes evoke a bird taking flight and allow natural light to reach the underground space. It is at once a transportation hub and an unparalleled architectural work. A company plans to illuminate the Earth at night using mirrors in orbit. Reflect Orbital is developing satellites with enormous mirrors capable of redirecting sunlight from space to specific points on the planet. They even envision an app for requesting sunlight on demand at your location. Their main goal is to allow solar parks to continue generating energy even after sunset. There are fungi capable of turning insects into zombies. Ophiocordyceps infect the insect, feed on its tissues, and take control of its nervous system. They force it to move to a location ideal for the fungus, and once there, kill it. They then emerge from the host body, releasing new spores in a cycle as efficient as it is chilling. In Mexico, there is a ritual in which 4 men throw themselves into the void tied by ropes from more than 65 feet in the air. They are the Voladores de Papantla, and they carry out a pre-Hispanic fertility rite of the Totonac people. One of them plays the flute at the top while the other 4 descend spinning, each completing 13 turns, 52 in total, representing the Mesoamerican calendar. UNESCO recognized them as intangible cultural heritage of humanity. The maned wolf is neither a fox nor a wolf, despite resembling both quite closely. It is actually the largest canid in South America, with very long legs and a reddish coat. It measures more than 3 feet in length and about 2.5 feet in height. It is solitary, nocturnal, and omnivorous. It eats everything from small animals to fruit. It lives in Brazil, Paraguay, Bolivia, and Argentina. The Flipper Zero is a device that can copy access cards and open electronic doors. It is an open-source multi-tool that intercepts signals such as NFC and radio frequency. It was designed for ethical hacking, but its sale has been restricted in countries such as Brazil and Canada. The device itself is not illegal. What can be is the use made of it. It is, essentially, a digital master key. The Stockholm Metro is the longest art gallery in the world. More than 68 miles of tunnels have been transformed by more than 150 artists since the 50s. Murals, sculptures, and mosaics accompany millions of passengers daily. Each station features a different style inspired by nature, Swedish history, or social themes. There is a Brazilian city designed to flood with the tide. It is Paraty in Rio de Janeiro, where the cobblestone streets allow seawater to enter and clean them naturally. Those streets are sloped toward the center so the water flows without stagnating. It is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and during full moon tides, the streets transform into real rivers of saltwater. A garbage truck can apply a force of up to 30,000 pounds when compacting waste. The garbage enters through a rear hopper, where a blade pushes it into the main compartment while crushing everything. The interior is lined with high-strength steel capable of withstanding that enormous pressure. A single truck can reduce the volume of garbage by up to 5 times, making collection much more efficient. The emu can run at nearly 30 miles per hour. It is a non-flying Australian bird that exceeds 5 feet in height. Most notably, the male is responsible for incubating the eggs and caring for the young, spending weeks practically without eating. The real danger lies not in its beak, but in its powerful legs. Its claws can cause deep lacerations. Anesthesia works like a selective shutdown of the nervous system. Local anesthesia blocks the nerves in a specific area, regional anesthesia acts on broader areas, and general anesthesia reduces brain activity until you lose consciousness. These substances prevent neurons from communicating with each other. Pain may occur, but it never reaches the brain to be perceived. Airplanes fly between 6 and 7.5 miles in altitude purely for efficiency. At those heights, the air is thinner, there is less friction, and the plane consumes less fuel. Storms and turbulence are also avoided. Engines perform better in cold air, and pilots take advantage of jet streams. And if a failure occurs, the extra altitude provides more time to react. Much of the flavor of whiskey comes directly from the wood of the barrel. The Speyside cooperage in Scotland repairs between 350 and 400 barrels per day. Founded in 1947, it is the largest cooperage in the United Kingdom. They dismantle the barrels, char the interior, and rebuild them, allowing them to remain in use for decades. In Mexico City, there is a diver who works inside the city's own drainage system. His name is Julio Cesar Cu Camara, and he submerges in wastewater to make repairs that prevent flooding capable of affecting millions of people. He works without visibility and in very dangerous conditions, using sealed equipment and specific training. He is considered the only known professional diver of black waters in the world. Dry ice does not melt. It passes directly from a solid state to a gaseous one. It is composed of solid carbon dioxide and undergoes sublimation, which explains that striking white smoke it produces without leaving any residue. It is used to preserve food, transport vaccines, clean machinery, and generate special effects in film and concerts. Emperor penguin chicks launch themselves from ice cliffs 50 feet high to swim for the very first time. It is a crucial moment. Their ability to find food on their own depends on that leap. Scientists consider it one of the most striking behaviors in the animal kingdom. Even the most adorable-looking birds have to face extreme challenges from a very young age. When an airplane lands, it combines 3 different systems to brake. Thrust reversers redirect air forward, generating an opposing force. Spoilers rise over the wings and eliminate lift. Carbon brakes, together with an anti-lock system, withstand extreme temperatures without the wheels locking up. That is how hundreds of tons are brought to a stop in a matter of seconds. In Asturias, there is a sacred cave suspended above a waterfall. The Santa Cueva de Covadonga houses the image of the Virgin, known as La Santina. According to tradition, King Pelayo took refuge there during the battle of the year 722. Below the cave, 7 springs emerge where, legend has it, whoever drinks their waters will be married within less than a year. Mountain goats climb nearly vertical cliffs as if it were nothing. Their hooves have hard edges and a soft center that functions like a natural suction cup. That ability allows them to reach places where predators cannot follow. They are true balancing artists of nature and exceptional survivors on some of the most rugged terrain on the planet. Bodybuilder Helmut Strebel managed to reduce his body fat to 5%. While most bodybuilders reach those levels only for a few days before competing, Strebel managed to maintain that extreme definition for extended periods. He achieved it by combining strict discipline with uncommon genetics. Experts warn nonetheless that percentages that low are dangerous because the body needs fat for hormonal functions. In India, there is a temple that houses between 4,000 and 5,000 sacred monkeys. It is the Galtaji Temple in Jaipur, famous for its pools where worshippers perform ritual baths. The water is maintained year-round thanks to underground springs. Visitors must watch their belongings, as the monkeys are known for stealing shiny objects and food. Uxmal is one of the most sophisticated Maya cities in existence. It is located south of Merida and is distinguished by the Puuc style, with geometric mosaics and masks of the rain god. The Pyramid of the Magician and the Nunnery Quadrangle are masterpieces of Maya art. The city reached its peak splendor between the years 600 and 1000 after Christ. The mechanical calculators of the 50s required enormous effort just to perform a single operation. They worked with gears, levers, and toothed wheels that were manipulated by hand. Each calculation involved turning cranks and making precise adjustments, with all the mechanisms moving in coordination. They were the foundation of what we know today as modern computers. In Mexico City, there is a mural that was designed to remain underwater. The Cárcamo de Dolores in Chapultepec houses the work El Agua, Origen de la Vida by Diego Rivera, inaugurated in 1951. The painting was conceived to remain submerged, integrating art, science, and water. Today, the tank is kept dry to preserve the work. The Shanghai Tower reaches 2,073 feet in height and has 270 wind turbines. It is the second tallest skyscraper in the world, with 128 floors. It has 106 elevators that travel at 59 feet per second. It combines sustainability and avant-garde design in one of the most populous cities on the planet. The tallest Ferris wheel on the planet measures 820 feet and is located in Dubai. It opened in 2021 on the artificial Blue Waters Island. Its cabins have a capacity of 48 passengers, are air-conditioned, and offer 360-degree views. From the top, you can see skyscrapers, the sea, and the desert in a unique visual experience. The Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge is 34 miles long. Inaugurated in 2018, it is the longest sea bridge in the world. It includes an underwater tunnel, 4.2 miles long, designed to allow ships to continue passing above. It drastically reduced travel time between those three cities on the southern coast of China. A tower crane can grow at the same pace as the building it is constructing. It uses a hydraulic climbing cage that lifts the upper section and creates the space needed to add a new segment. The crane itself raises the piece that will later make it taller. It is anchored to the building to withstand wind and can easily exceed 650 feet in height. Buses have their engines at the rear to make better use of space. Without a front hood, the floor sits low and flat, making it easier for passengers to board. It also reduces cabin noise, improves traction, and makes maintenance more practical. This design is key in urban buses, where accessibility and efficiency are what matter most. The Seawise Giant was for 30 years the largest vehicle ever built by human beings. It measured 1,504 feet in length. It was the largest, heaviest, and highest capacity vessel in the world. Its size was so enormous that it needed miles to come to a complete stop while transporting fuel across the planet. Australian blue-banded bees are completely solitary. They do not form colonies or produce honey. Each female builds her own nest by independently digging tunnels in the ground. Their bright blue stripes make them unmistakable, and they are also important pollinators for numerous Australian plants. The Drake Passage is one of the most dangerous places on Earth. It connects South America with Antarctica across nearly 600 miles of open sea. It is characterized by enormous waves, hurricane-force winds, and below-zero temperatures. It is the only sea route to Antarctica, which has made it a legendary challenge for any sailor. In Tokyo, there is an entire neighborhood dedicated to the anime Captain Tsubasa. It is called Yotsugi and features statues of the characters, murals, and special signage related to the series. It is a place of pilgrimage for animated soccer fans from around the world. It is a great example of how Japanese pop culture integrates into the everyday life of its cities. A modern elevator combines several systems to make failure practically impossible. It has automatic brakes in case of power failure, mechanical parachutes if it accelerates too fast, and multiple cables where each one is capable of supporting the full weight on its own. Traction elevators also use a counterweight that balances the cabin and improves efficiency. It is designed so that almost nothing can go wrong. There is a flower shaped like a hummingbird. It is Crotalaria cunninghami, a shrub between 3 and 10 feet tall, whose flowers look like hummingbirds attached to the stem by their beaks. That similarity serves no clear evolutionary function and is considered a coincidence of nature. It is one of the most fascinating cases of vegetal pareidolia that can be found on the planet. The world's largest Tesla coil measures 40 feet and is located in New Zealand. It was built for a private sculpture park at Kakanui Point near Auckland. Tesla coils generate high-voltage electricity and produce spectacular electrical arcs. This giant version launches impressive lightning bolts into the night sky, blending science, art, and engineering. In New Zealand, there is a cable-powered floating ferry that is already 125 years old. It is called Tuapeka Mouth, and it is still operating today, crossing a river thanks to a cable system. It is a testament to practical engineering that has been surviving for more than a century. There was no need to replace it with a conventional bridge, and it continues to be useful to the community. In Thailand, there is a valley with more than 300 life-size dinosaur statues. It is located in the Nong Nooch Tropical Garden, and the replicas are based on scientific details. Walking among them gives the sensation of traveling back millions of years in time. The park also offers botanical gardens and cultural shows that make it a complete tourist destination. The Caracoles Pass in the Andes features 29 dramatic curves. This stretch winds through the mountain with extremely tight turns that challenge any driver. It is one of the most photographed roads in South America for its spectacular layout seen from the air. It connects Argentina with Chile, crossing one of the most imposing landscapes on the continent. In China, there are enormous graveyards of abandoned bicycles. Millions of shared bikes ended up discarded on streets and plazas, forming genuine mountains of out-of-service units. What had started as an innovative transportation system turned into a massive accumulation problem. Aerial images show how overproduction can turn a good idea into a disaster. At -320 degrees Fahrenheit, an object can float above a magnetic field. With liquid nitrogen, certain compounds become superconductors and exhibit the phenomenon known as quantum levitation. The object remains suspended in the air with no visible support. It is an absolutely spectacular demonstration of the principles of quantum physics. Nacreous clouds form at temperatures below -120 degrees Fahrenheit. They display brilliant colors because they are composed of spherical crystals of about 10 microns. They are observed in polar regions and can be associated with violent storms in the troposphere. They are one of the most beautiful and rare meteorological phenomena on the planet. There is a robot that attempts to sing by imitating the human voice. It is called Mother Mouth and uses mechanical parts that simulate lips, tongue, and vocal cords. The result is an unsettling blend of the human and the artificial. Although its appearance is strange, it is a fascinating technological project that has captured the attention of millions on the internet. A robot can lay 500 bricks per hour. We are talking about the Hadrian X from the company FBR, capable of building houses in a matter of days by installing bricks with millimeter precision. There are already working examples in Australia that show what it is capable of. It promises to revolutionize construction by cutting time, costs, and the need for manual labor and repetitive tasks. The Heaven's Gate in China is a natural arch measuring 430 feet. It is located on Tianmen Mountain and has stood for more than 1,000 years. According to legend, it is the point where the gods meet the mortal world. Clouds often envelop it, creating a truly celestial image that draws thousands of visitors every year. Tarsiers can rotate their heads nearly 180 degrees. They have the largest eyes in proportion to body size of all mammals, fixed to the skull with no ability to move them. Thanks to that vision, they see equally well in darkness as in broad daylight. They are tiny nocturnal primates from Southeast Asia, with an appearance that combines the cute with the unsettling. The Bornean peacock pheasant is one of the most difficult birds to spot in the wild. It lives exclusively in the lowland forests of Borneo, making it an endemic species. It is recognized by its dark plumage with metallic reflections, a blue face, and white legs. It is threatened by habitat loss, so every sighting is considered something truly exceptional. A company in Iceland offers a horse to answer your emails. The initiative Outsource Your Email mounted a giant keyboard for horses to walk across. As they step on the keys, the horses generate automatic replies while moving freely. It is a creative idea to let workers disconnect during their vacations without worrying about their inbox. There is a car measuring just 8 inches tall that is listed in the Guinness records. The Italian team Carmageddon presented this tiny vehicle and took the title of the lowest car in the world. Despite its almost ridiculous size, it is fully functional and can drive on streets. It is an example of engineering taken to the extreme just for the pleasure of breaking a record. Land diving is the ancestral predecessor of bungee jumping. On the island of Pentecost, men throw themselves from wooden towers nearly 100 feet tall with vines tied to their ankles. It is a ritual linked to the fertility of the earth, centuries old. Unlike modern bungee jumping, there is no safety elastic, and the ritual more than occasionally ends in injuries. There is a military Hummer modified with 6 wheels and a muscle car engine. It has air suspension, heavy-duty shock absorbers, and an extended chassis with an enormous spoiler over the rear axle. They fitted it with a supercharged V8 producing 717 horsepower, the same engine found in the Dodge Challenger Hellcat, making it a truly spectacular machine. Mallakhamb is a sport born in India approximately 9 centuries ago. It is based on performing an acrobatic routine using a pole about 8.5 feet tall as its axis. Mallakhamb practitioners must climb and adopt impressive postures that demand strength, balance, and skill. It is considered one of the oldest and most demanding gymnastic sports in the world. Samsung designed a speaker disguised as a decorative picture frame. It is called the music frame and is a square piece that allows you to change the front image to whatever artwork you choose. Behind it are 2 woofers, 2 tweeters, and 2 mid-range drivers. In other words, it is a powerful speaker disguised as something that looks nothing like a speaker. The male mandarin duck is considered one of the most beautiful animals in the world. Its head is covered in colorful feathers in shades of orange, green, purple, and white, with an extraordinarily striking plumage. The females, on the other hand, have subtle colors, so the contrast between the 2 sexes is remarkable. It originates from East Asia and typically lives near lakes and rivers. In Vietnam, there is a bridge that appears to be held up by 2 enormous stone hands. The Golden Bridge in Da Nang is a walkway 500 feet long that rises to 3,280 feet above sea level. It opened in June of 2018 and almost immediately became one of the most viral images on the planet. Its views and unique design attract millions of tourists every year. The rainbow-bearded thornbill is one of the most dazzling hummingbirds when the light hits it just right. It is also known as the rainbow-bearded thornbill and measures between 4 and 5 inches long. Its feathers reflect an incredible variety of iridescent colors that change depending on the angle of the light. It lives in the cloud forests of the Andes and is a true gem of South American biodiversity. LG created the first fully transparent 77-inch OLED television. The LG Signature T model allows you to see images on screen while simultaneously seeing what is behind it. When turned off, it looks simply like a glass panel. It is a technological revolution that completely changes the way we think about televisions and how they integrate into the home. There is an OLED television that sticks to the window using suction cups and works without any cables. It is called Displace TV, has no wires of any kind, and can be attached to any glass surface. The idea is that the user places it wherever they like, with no need for a fixed installation. It is a leap toward a future where electronic devices integrate almost invisibly into living spaces. In Utah, they have been restocking lakes by dropping fish from airplanes for decades. They use this technique because many of those lakes are inaccessible by road. The fish are released from low-flying aircraft and fall into the water without suffering harm. It is the most efficient method for ensuring the survival of aquatic populations in remote areas where natural reproduction is not sufficient. A YouTuber built an exoskeleton so that snakes could walk again. Alan Pan designed a robotic device that allows the reptiles to move using 4 artificial legs. The result is both fascinating and unsettling because it transforms snakes into quadrupedal creatures. The video went viral and sparked debates about the boundaries between creativity and science. The famous Lego house in Denmark was designed by architect Bjarke Ingels. It is located in Billund and includes giant multicolored dinosaurs built with Lego bricks and a museum dedicated to the company's history. The company was in fact founded just a few feet from that site in 1932. It is a must-visit for fans of the most famous building blocks in the world. Bridal veil mushrooms have a truly spectacular appearance. They are characterized by a striking netted veil that hangs from the cap like natural lace. They produce a brown and nauseating smelling substance to attract flies, which then disperse the spores. They appear in soil, rich in organic matter, alone or in small groups, and seeing them in person is almost an event in itself. Bodo Taushi is a brutal game practiced in schools across Japan. Two teams of 75 people each face off with the goal of toppling or defending a vertical pole. The rules are simple and almost anything goes: pushes, kicks, and even shoves. Despite its roughness, it is a very popular tradition at Japanese school festivals. There is a kinetic toy that goes from a pine cone shape to a propeller with a simple flick of the wrist. Its creator John Edmark took concepts like Fibonacci numbers and the golden ratio and expressed them in a physical object. The helicone, as it is called, transforms one natural shape into another in the blink of an eye. It is a perfect demonstration of the connection between mathematics and the beauty of nature. The helmeted hornbill is unmistakable because it carries a yellow casque above its beak. It measures between 35 and 40 inches in length and can weigh between 4 and 9 pounds. Its body is mostly black with a white belly and neck. It is one of the most spectacular birds in Southeast Asia and sadly is threatened by the loss of its natural habitat. The orchid mantis has such a perfect camouflage that it is invisible to its prey. This insect accurately mimics the petals of an orchid, deceiving other insects that approach believing they are looking at a real flower. When the victim is close enough, the mantis strikes with lightning speed. It is one of the most beautiful and lethal predators in the world of insects. The first flying motorcycle, the Hoverbike X Turismo, is already a reality. It has a maximum speed of 62 miles per hour and a flight range of up to 40 minutes. It was developed by the Japanese company Airwinds Technologies. Although it is still a niche and extremely expensive product, it represents the first real step toward the personal aerial transportation of the future. The Falkirk Wheel in Scotland is a gigantic rotating structure that transfers boats from one canal to another. It functions as a rotating elevator connecting the Forth and Clyde Canal with the Union Canal. It is the only structure of its kind in the world and lifts vessels with a circular motion. It is an engineering marvel that combines transportation and design in a spectacular way. As strange as it sounds, there is a professional championship for making a bed. Competitions are organized where participants must make a bed as quickly and perfectly as possible. Speed, precision in the folds, and the final finish are all judged. What for most people is the most boring task of the day is for these competitors a serious discipline with strict rules. A Sherpa carried an unconscious climber on his back for 6 hours to bring him down from Everest. Gelgis Sherpa found him nearly dead and without oxygen, gave him his own equipment, hoisted him onto his back, and walked downhill without rest until he saved his life. It is a physical and mental feat that reflects the incredible endurance and solidarity of the Himalayan Sherpas. There is a roller coaster where you ride standing up as if you were surfing. It is at SeaWorld Orlando and was the first of its kind in the world. Passengers feel as though they are gliding over a wave while riding the ups and downs of the circuit. It is a unique experience that combines adrenaline with the sensation of standing on a surfboard. Dolphins play with rings of bubbles as if they were toys. They create hoops of air underwater and then manipulate them with precision, moving them and even reshaping them. That behavior demonstrates their extraordinary intelligence and their capacity for self-entertainment. We are increasingly understanding why they are considered one of the most intelligent species on the planet. In Hanoi, there is a hotel covered entirely in 24-karat gold. The Dolce Hanoi Golden Lake has everything from bathtubs to spoons to the swimming pool lined in gold. It is a five-star establishment that takes opulence to the extreme. It has become one of the most extravagant and luxurious establishments in the entire world. Illustrator Pietro Catadella inserts his art into real life in a very original way. He draws on sheets of paper and places them in front of real landscapes or buildings, creating the illusion that the drawing is interacting with the surroundings. The result is a curious and fun blend of illustration and photography. His works have gone viral on social media. The double-crested cormorant has eyes like diamonds and a mouth of brilliant blue. It is one of the rarest and most beautiful seabirds in the world. During the breeding season, the colors of its face intensify to attract a mate. Its exotic appearance and elegance in the water make it a fascinating species for birdwatchers. There is a robotic arm with artificial muscles powered by water. It consumes just 200 watts and is capable of lifting a 15-pound dumbbell while imitating the natural movements of the human arm. This technology promises to revolutionize robotics by developing lighter and more efficient machines. It is an important step toward robots that truly move like us. The ice caves of Iceland look like they came from another planet. They form inside glaciers when meltwater carves tunnels beneath the ice. The walls glow in shades of blue and transparent tones, giving rise to a completely surreal landscape. They are ephemeral because they change constantly with the movement of the glacier and the weather, making every visit unique. Roman Boutine transforms ordinary coins into pieces with secret mechanisms. This Russian artist creates coins that, when turned, reveal hidden figures or internal compartments. The technical complexity is enormous, given how tiny the medium is. His creations are true miniature works of art for which collectors pay thousands of dollars. There is a glass viewing platform with waterfalls and 2,000 lights situated 1,600 feet in the air. The Zhangjiajie Skywalk in China offers an experience that combines vertigo and natural beauty. Visitors walk on transparent panels with direct views of the abyss below. At night, the lights transform the place into a spectacle that draws tourists from around the world. The Asian paradise flycatcher has feathers that move like ribbons when it flies. The males display long central tail feathers that make them unmistakable. Some populations have black and rufous plumage while others are entirely white. That variation makes it one of the most admired birds among ornithologists worldwide. The world's largest glass observation platform covers 7,700 square feet. It measures 410 feet long by 253 feet wide, spread across 2 floors. It offers experiences such as bungee jumping and cliff hiking, along with breathtaking panoramic views. It is a bold feat of engineering that challenges the nerve of anyone who visits. A 3-dimensionally printed falcon can fly by remote control. It is called the Flame Print Falcon, can move its tail in all directions, and has a mechanism that extends its feathers when the elevator is activated. That allows it to be piloted as if it were a real bird. It is an impressive example of how 3-dimensional printing is revolutionizing the world of unmanned aerial vehicles. The Interlace is a residential complex in Singapore with a unique hexagonal design conceived to foster community living and sustainability. Its buildings are stacked, forming structures that create green spaces and common areas for residents to interact. It is an example of innovative architecture that combines functionality, aesthetics, and ecological awareness. In China, Lin Fagan, aged 51, continues a centuries-old tradition of making handmade noodles in a village of 300 people. These thread-thin noodles measure 9 feet long and are crafted using a special technique passed down from generation to generation. Their unique length and texture make them a delicacy that attracts visitors from around the world. There are glasses with artificial intelligence that not only detect obstacles, but also describe them through sounds and vibrations. For blind people, it is like having a sixth sense. The world becomes a tactile map, and walking through the city stops being a challenge and transforms into pure freedom thanks to technology applied to accessibility. In Miami, there is the world's first floating padel court. Made from recycled materials and with no motors, this sustainable court is designed to resist the movement of the water, making it a showcase of innovation and respect for the environment in the world of recreational sport. The Rogue Prophecy Gaming Table is an innovative role-playing table with a lift system and secret compartments. Designed to offer a unique and organized gaming experience, it has become an essential item for board game enthusiasts looking to combine functionality with a spectacular design. Tutankhamun's throne, recovered from his tomb almost intact, holds a fascinating detail. The seat back depicts the young pharaoh and his wife, Ankhesenamun. Interestingly, due to Tutankhamun's short life, he left no direct descendants, making him the last of his dynasty. The actor Sean Connery wore a wig in all his James Bond films, a fact that often surprises fans, as the character is synonymous with masculinity. Connery began losing his hair at the age of 21, so he wore wigs or hairpieces in most of his spy films to maintain his iconic image. Underwater hockey is a team sport played at the bottom of a swimming pool, where two teams try to push a lead puck through the bottom into the opponent's goal using a short stick. Players must hold their breath and surface frequently. The Palpa geoglyphs, often overshadowed by the nearby Nazca lines, are massive figures drawn in the sand that predate Nazca. These geoglyphs, which include anthropomorphic figures and images of hunters, were made by peeling away the top layer of dark stones to reveal the underlying light-colored sand. Before his music career, Queen singer Freddie Mercury worked at Heathrow Airport in London as a baggage handler. It was during this time that he met his future bandmates. In 2018, Heathrow even created a small tribute to him, asking its employees to perform his signature moves during a shift. Botaoshi is a pole-toppling game played annually by cadets at Japan's National Defense Academy. Two teams of 150 players, divided into attackers and defenders, attempt to bring down a central pole about 10 feet high. The Great Irish Famine of 1845 to 1849, which caused a massive migration to North America, was not due to a general lack of food, but rather to the population's almost total reliance on potatoes for their diet. The disease Phytophthora infestans destroyed the potato crops. Jazz guitar virtuoso Django Reinhardt developed his unique and distinctive style after a fire in his caravan severely damaged two fingers on his left hand. Despite this limitation, he learned to play and master the guitar using only his index and middle fingers. The mystery of the Mary Celeste is one of the most famous in maritime history. It was found adrift in 1872 with no crew on board, but in seaworthy condition. The crew's belongings, the cargo of denatured alcohol, and the lifeboat had all vanished. Have you ever seen penguins leaping from a glacier into the water? It is a natural spectacle full of energy and coordination. They launch themselves in groups as if it were a diving competition, and all that just to go fishing or simply take a refreshing dip. In the Italian town of Gubbio, an enormous Christmas tree is erected every year. It is not an ordinary tree, but a living one made up of thousands of lights placed on a mountainside. This impressive light installation stands out as one of the largest Christmas trees on the planet. Its size and brilliance make it visible from afar, illuminating the night landscape and attracting visitors from distant places to admire this spectacular tradition. In Hong Kong, there is a unique place called the Cat Bookstore, specializing in everything related to cats. There, feline lovers will find an extensive collection of books and items dedicated to these animals. As they browse the shelves, they can share the space with cats that live in the bookstore, creating a cozy and endearing atmosphere. This site combines a passion for reading with feline companionship, creating a unique experience. Shetland sheepdogs, renowned for their sharp intelligence and boundless energy, stand out despite their compact size. This breed possesses an innate talent for herding, demonstrating outstanding skills in gathering and guarding flocks. Their ability to learn quickly and their dedication make them ideal companions for rural tasks. In March 2016, Wiz, a Newfoundland dog, posthumously received the PDSA Medal of Merit, the equivalent of the OBE for animals. The reason was that he saved 10 people and a dog from drowning. His legacy lives on with Canary Woof, an event in London where you can be rescued by a Newfoundland. It is a fun way to pay tribute to these furry heroes. Are you brave enough to be saved by a giant rescue dog? In Bessières, France, the Giant Tortilla Festival is held every year, an event that attracts thousands of visitors. During the festival, a gigantic egg omelet is prepared that can feed an entire crowd. Gisele Bündchen, in addition to being a global supermodel, is a sustainability advocate. She collaborated with the Brazilian brand Ipanema to create a line of eco-friendly sandals, reflecting her love for Brazil and her commitment to the environment. Did you know that the first supermodel in history was a man? In 1850, Charles Frederick Worth not only designed clothes in Paris, he also modeled them himself. He was a pioneer in showcasing his own creations before modern runways existed. So, before the top models, there was a gentleman with plenty of attitude and style. Ram Singh Chauhan, the man with the world's longest mustache, boasts a mustache over 16 feet long. He began growing it in 1970 and dedicates an hour a day to cleaning and styling it, wrapping it around his neck due to its incredible length. The Blue Lagoon in Iceland is an open-air geothermal paradise surrounded by a surreal volcanic landscape. Its silica and mineral-rich waters are not only relaxing, but also known for their skin-healing properties. The Puffing Billy steam train in Australia offers a unique experience traveling through the stunning Dandenong Mountains near Melbourne. Originally built in 1900 to transport timber, the train has been meticulously restored to take travelers through landscapes steeped in historical charm. A restaurant in Miami, Florida, uses a robot to serve its customers. Astro is a robot that assists the waiters at Sergio's, a well-known restaurant in the city. Its tasks include bringing food to tables and facilitating service, improving the efficiency of the waiter's work, and even wishing diners a happy birthday. Have you heard of the Messi clone? Reza Parastesh, an Iranian man with a striking resemblance to Lionel Messi, has experienced some curious situations because of his appearance. Often mistaken for the famous footballer, he has generated both admiration and legal complications due to the public confusion. His striking resemblance has turned his story into a media phenomenon, attracting the attention of fans and authorities alike. Agbogbloshie, Ghana, is the world's largest electronic waste dump, receiving waste from Europe and North America. Here, thousands of people risk their health scavenging for scrap metal, exposing themselves to toxic and polluting materials. This neighborhood has become a landmark of informal recycling, but also one of the most dangerous places on the planet. The accumulation of electronic waste makes Agbogbloshie one of the areas most impacted by global pollution. 3D advertisements, like those in New York, are a growing trend in the advertising world. These ads use advanced technology to create striking visual effects that capture the public's attention. For example, they can project images that appear to pop out of the screens or interact with the physical environment. This type of advertising is not only visually impressive, but also creates a memorable experience for viewers. French motocross rider Tom Pages performed a base flip on a motorcycle, setting an impressive record. This jump, which reached speeds of over 50 miles per hour and a height of about 180 feet, was the first of its kind in history. Pages used a specially designed ramp for launch and performed a complete mid-air rotation before landing. Imagine 25000 Jaffa candies hurtling down the steepest street in the world. That is what happens in Dunedin, New Zealand, during the Cadbury Chocolate Carnival. The orange candies descend like a sweet avalanche in the famous Jaffa race, a delicious spectacle that combines excitement, laughter, and lots of chocolate. In the frozen depths of Western Canada, Abraham Lake offers an unusual sight every winter: thousands of white bubbles trapped beneath the translucent ice. These bubbles are not mere natural decorations, but methane produced by the decomposition of organic matter at the bottom of the lake. As the gas rises, it becomes trapped in layers of ice, creating a landscape as hypnotic as it is unsettling. There is a globe that floats in the air thanks to a system of magnets. It touches nothing and spins suspended as if it were in space. It also has LED lights that illuminate it at night, giving it a hypnotic effect. You only need to plug it in and place it carefully for it to begin levitating, making it the center of attention in any room. And this is all. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more Zarpado facts.